Hello, hello! Hello, everybody! It is time for day number 6. The final day of the NACL OQs. I am pumped. Mega pumped. How is everybody doing in chat today? Are we excited for the Final Four or what? Because I am excited. Great, how about you? I'm doing great. I couldn't possibly be doing better with today's slate of games, to be honest. We got 2 awesome, round of 8, I guess, semifinals matchups, and then finals later today. We are going to know the final team to qualify for the NACL by the end of today. But let's go ahead and check out the bracket. I can flip over to that. We are kicking it off here. Not really as much to look at as has kind of been the case recently, because there's only 2 series left. Only 2 rounds left, but we have our Final Four. Of course, yesterday, day number 5. This is Barrack Nightstar team, right? Yes, indeed it is. Indeed it is. They have been very good this tournament. Dog fans, I gotta remind people. So, the team that Citadel is facing today, Dog fans, I'm sure if you're tuning in, you know at least a little bit of the story of this tournament, but they were 1 game away from making the NACL here. They went to Game 5 against Apex Mission Impossible. They ended up dropping that Game 5, but that's what got AMI into the NACL. And Dog fans certainly don't want that to be the final taste they had. Unfortunately for them, because they were on the bottom side of the bracket, they have to face Citadel now, which is a pretty tough challenge. Not that it would have been a ton easier facing Tempest on the top side, but yes, this is a good team. Every team from here on out is very good. And not just very, very good, Nightstar has been unreal in this tournament. I think Barrack has looked really good. King Clueless has looked super good in the jungle. This is a really good Dog fans team. You know, Lycamaz, I think, is playing the best I've seen him play in a while. I am very excited to see how this ends up going. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I'll let you know when we do start getting into game. I don't know if I'm going to have a spectator spot today. I may or may not. If not, we'll just do what we did yesterday, which is spectate from friends list. We won't be privy to draft, but we will be able to spectate the game. Other game is great. Also very interested in that one. Yes, Friendly Fellas and Tempest. There's a reason that is on the main NACL stream today. That is a really interesting game, and we can talk about that for a second. These are 2 of the more interesting teams in the tournament. I really like this matchup in particular. Obviously, the main thing you're looking at here is Aaron versus Wixie, which is a super fun AD carry matchup. That is really a blast in terms of these 2 teams going up against each other. But you know, if we're talking about, oh, you know, Dog fans, nobody in this section of the bracket is weak or anything like that. Nobody in this section of the bracket, you know, if you can't make it this far into the tournament without being incredibly good. Well, that's doubly true for Fellas and Tempest. I think whoever comes out of that series will be a major challenge for Citadel. You know, Tempest obviously had a ton of expectations to make NACL. They were on the easy side of the bracket. People thought they were going to be a pretty clear case to win out, and they just didn't. And now they're kind of standing in the way in the lower part of this bracket. All right. Does look like we will get a spectator spot here today. I think Kisno Darkwing's mid-jungle sounds very fun on paper. They have been very fun. Kisno has been really good at this tournament. I've been very impressed with Kisno. Not to say that Darkwings hasn't, just I wanted to make a point to say how good Kisno has been in particular. But Fellas, if you remember, the Friendly Fellas, not only were they in, pseudo winners finals against Near Airport, they were the team that Near Airport qualified to the NACL off of, but they were the team in round 2, if we can go back there, that actually knocked Citadel down into the lower bracket. So it's certainly not like a free path for anybody here today. It's going to be tough basically no matter what. Basically no matter what. Darkwing's best mid laner? He's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I would go to bat for Bradley. Bradley's pretty great. But, it can definitely go either way there. We might be getting into draft here. Let me go to the BRB screen just to make sure we are getting in. When does the match start? Basically now. I believe we are jumping into Fearless draft very soon. Draft for game number 1 very soon. Darkwings is your brother? Yeah, I can see why maybe you would call him the number 1 mid laner. That makes sense. Just as I'm biased towards Bradley. I met Bradley in Korea, though. He's pretty cool. Yeah, I think everybody in this tournament's cool. Everybody left here is cool, at the very least. Darkwings versus Bradley would be a treat to watch in the finals if we get there. We will see, though. We will see when this kicks off. They are drafting out of client, so we will be able to show it off in browser. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. I'm excited to keep track of the other one here, of the other series. We'll be kind of keeping tabs on it as we go along throughout the day. Darkwings is about to play. He is indeed about to play. They are on the main NACL stream. So if you're interested in Tempest versus Friendly Fellas, that will be over there. We will be covering Citadel versus Dog Fans here. And we should be getting into draft soon. How do I think Apex will do in NACL? I hope they do well. Like, I hope it's fun. I hope they're fun. Because I think I loved the idea of 5 guys in a dream. I think from a projection standpoint, you know, it's a little bit dicey. There are some really good teams in the NACL right now. Some really good teams, so... You know, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they're super far away from where teams like Winthrop and Supernova are. In terms of, like, projecting out. But those teams also have a little bit more, like, proven talent. Still don't know how to rate them. Yeah, I think, you know, you never really know, right? The last couple of years in the NACL, there's been one team that's always surprised and done way better than anticipated. In 2023, it was Fear. In 2024, it was Otter. So, you know, who's to say it can't be Apex in 2025? But, either way, I think it's going to be good. Hopefully they're at least able to, like, compete well, because I know, obviously, it's a big upset to have them. We can go back to the screen. I don't think we have draft started just yet. Do I think anybody gets poached off the OQ teams this year? Well, I think it all depends. We don't really know what's going on with that 10th roster. The Pulse roster, so... You know, I don't know who's going to be playing for them. We'll see what ends up happening there. But, as for now, it does seem like Pulse rosters will be, or, OQ rosters will be relatively intact. We will see. Obviously, no real knowledge on that situation, more than the normal, at least. Once again, draft should be kicking off in just a second. Let's go ahead and check out the, I want to have this up. The Pulse team at NACL winning potential. It's so sad what happened with that. Indeed. We'll see what ends up happening with that spot. But definitely feel for the players who will not be playing in NACL. At least in spring, as far as I'm aware. Unless someone wants to correct me. let me go over here to the bracket back again so we can just keep taking a look as they prep draft here. I think previewing Dog Fans versus Citadel, the matchup that you're really looking out for me, if you're looking for something weird to happen in this series, like a potential upset, would be for sure the bot lane. I think Nightstar has been absolutely unreal at this tournament. If you didn't catch the Salty Runback stream on Titan last weekend, the Friendly Fellas and Near Airport stream, I was on the desk for that one. And we did this whole package around Nightstar, kind of talking about just how ridiculous his numbers have been. And just how consistent he has been. His positioning is just like such an actual elite trait of his. And I think that's the kind of thing you need to be good at in order to be able to beat teams that are so complete across the board. You need to be able to consistently be able to win fights, not just have like splash moments mechanically. And I think Nightstar has the ability to do that. I think, again, King Clueless has been very good at this tournament as well. Like, this is certainly not one of those teams that's just a pushover. But Citadel has gotten the job done against some real tough competitors recently. Hasn't started yet. Again, we will keep checking until they kick it off. If King Clueless has a million fans, I am one of them. Indeed, I'm a King Clueless believer after this tournament. I am definitely a King Clueless believer. But I think it's going to be fun. Armeo versus King Clueless is a banger. I think Bradley versus Lycamaz is a banger. Certainly Philip versus Barrick is a banger. And then, like I said, bot lane is like the lane to watch in both of these series, if we're being honest. But I am very excited what I was pointing out with Citadel earlier. Like, Dog Fans is obviously a tough opponent. And they've done really well at this tournament. When you go through their resume, it's not like they've beaten nobody. They beat Tempest. They beat Gravity. Like, this is a team that has been able to show up against, like, proven good teams and good, like, LCS caliber talent. Like, former LCS players that they've been able to beat in a lot of these circumstances. But Citadel, as much as they've kind of been talked down, we've talked about it a lot on this channel, where, they've beaten they're undefeated so far in the lower bracket. Since being sent down by Friendly Fellas early on, they have not lost a single game. 2-0 against Forever Forward, 2-0 against Flippers, 2-0 against Dope and Viego, 2-0 against Galaxy, 2-0 against Respawned. It's just all good stuff, you know? All good stuff. Here, I'm going to switch to BRB for a second. Again, just setting everything up. Just setting everything up here. I think they're jumping into draft in just a second. Yep, Fearless has started. I can switch back over. Larry, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's switch back over because we are in draft. We are officially in draft. It will be Citadel on blue side for game number 1. It will be Dog Fans on red side for game number 1. We see the Zyra and the Tristana as the first two bans for Citadel. Both make a lot of sense. Both have been very big picks for Dog Fans. The Tristana in particular has really been a Nightstar special over the course of this tournament so far. And obviously, Zyra is just a very good champ in general. King Clueless has played it a lot. It's going to be the Volibear and the Jace. Both teams doing their homework here today with some of the more popular picks. Volibear has been a game 1, like, insta-lock for Armeo for a lot of this tournament. It feels like they do play around that Volibear well, so it makes sense to take it off the board. We'll see what the other ban ends up being here. I think that there are so many comfort champions for both Citadel and Dog Fans that you can't just get rid of all of them. At least it's difficult to get rid of all of them. Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys can see the actual screen, and you can, which is good. There's going to be an insane amount of talent not in the NACL this split. Yes, indeed. There is going to be a lot of players that do not make it. I'm going to be shocked, like, again, even if we're just talking about, like, Toasty and Tenacity and Spawn, like these multiple-time NACL, like top of the NACL players that aren't going to be in it. It's crazy. That's not even mentioning the fact that like only one of the 4 teams that we're talking about today will be in NACL at all. So it's pretty ridiculous, but it's going to be Corky as the final ban for Citadel, and it's going to be Yone as the final ban for Dog Fans, and it will be a first pick Victor for the side of Citadel. They love their control mages. Victor is one of the more consistent ones in the game. Makes a ton of sense to have him be the first pick here. One thing that Citadel has run into is a little bit of an issue at times, is drafting a bit more for late game, and maybe they can get away with it at points, but that's something that they've gotten a little bit better at throughout the tournament. Will be the Varus lock on R1. Varus in this tournament in particular definitely seems to be the priority AD carry. I would be shocked if it's not an Ezreal for Citadel. It's basically guaranteed to either be Ezreal or Ashe on the other side of this matchup. At least that's what my anticipation would be. I would definitely be more shocked if it wasn't one of those two, but Ezreal makes the most sense here in my eyes. Could be the Kalista. It is left up. We have seen this team basically ignore Kalista priority, as has a lot of this tournament. I didn't even mention the Maokai, but Maokai's a very, you know, standard jungle pick. Can kind of fit into basically any comp you want to throw him in. And it will be the Kalista. They are going to go for something a little bit more aggressive early. We'll see if they follow it up with the Renata. They actually want to go with the Sejuani here instead of picking up support. Armeo's played a lot of these frontliners throughout the tournament. We talked about the Volibear, but, you know, the Sejuani, the Maokai, they also definitely fit into the style that Citadel has wanted to play. And the final first rotation, I guess I should say, pick here is going to be Taliyah. Let me tell you, I'm the Taliyah guy. I go on and on my YouTube channel about how good I think Taliyah is in the current meta. I don't love Taliyah into Victor as much. I think I like Taliyah more into these less competent, less skirmishy mids. I think Victor actually can do quite a bit in that phase of the game, or at least more than like an Azir can. So we'll see. Also, I'm just not sure if she can get the push as easily. How I've missed Kalista. Indeed. We've had some Kalista lovers in chat, so definitely big. We do see the Renata ban come out. That was expected. That was expected. We'll see if they double ban support here. They just want to get rid of things that are, you know, good with Kalista. Unfortunately, there are a lot of champions that are good with Kalista. And then the Pantheon is going to be the B4 ban here for Citadel. Would be Pantheon support that you're banning out. If you're scared about that. But we could just be seeing some top lane bans. Gnar is going to be the first one here for Dog Fans. We already saw the Jace taken off the board. Technically, Yone, I guess, is also a top lane ban if you really want to call it that. But really, we're looking at taking away Philip's comfort picks. Things like, you know, Renekton are still up. He plays so many different champions. It's basically impossible to fully ban out Philip. Poppy will be that final ban. Again, just more of these, like, playmaking-esque supports. But speaking of playmaking supports, it's going to be Nico as the lock-in here. That's basically got to go support. So Nico support, unless something crazy happens here. I guess you could theoretically go Taliyah jungle, Nico mid, Maokai support. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a Nico support. And we've seen the success that a lot of people have had on Nico support throughout this tournament. I'm interested to see Nico Varus and how much priority that can have as an answer to Kalista. Nico's been strong this tournament. I think the numbers are really good on Nico. I've seen a couple of Nico games. I don't think we've been able to cast one here on the channel. But it's going to be Renekton Senna as the final rotation. So Kalista Senna will be the answer. Trevor has definitely been a Senna enjoyer. We will see how they round out this comp. Going to be interesting to see what they pick into this Renekton. Presuming it's not something like a Maokai top lane. Which obviously I'm assuming it's not. But it'll be interesting to see where this top lane counter pick does end up going. I think that there are multiple things that you can do. You can draft scaling, or you can just draft something like Aatrox. That's a pretty standard answer into Renekton. We've seen this for so many different years. And once again, I do think the battle lines are drawn. One thing I'll say about these drafts, personally, I do like I think Citadel's more. I definitely like Citadel's more. I'm not even gonna say I think I like Citadel's more. I think Citadel is in a good spot coming out of this Game 1 draft. Sorry, I'm checking the other thing to see when they get into actual lobby itself. Should be soon. Got the R's coming in. But I'll talk about draft once they end up locking. Really, when it comes to this draft, like, the thing that jumps out at me is I don't think Dog fans scale well at all. Like, I don't think their damage is particularly consistent in the last half of the game. You're relying way too much on, like, an Aatrox flank, a big Nico ultimate, and then Varus being, like, primary damage throughout a majority of the fight when you're going up against Victor and, you know, even a Kalista, like a Senna who is going to scale. I like the idea of Dog fans draft. I think it's pretty easy to play out. I agree it's easier, like, from a front-to-back perspective if you're going for, like, Nico engages and things like that. As we jump into draft here, let me switch over. And let me change the monitor so you guys get full screen. Perfect. Okay. I agree that it's easier to execute if they have gold. The problem that I think they're going to run into is, again, I just don't know if they're going to have enough damage. Because Senna Sejuani is going to be really difficult to break through. And I'll be honest, I don't know if you have a winning lane here. Like, I think Taliyah needs to have priority this game, but you're playing into Kalista Renekton in the side lanes, so that's not really going to be something that you can prioritize in the early game. And like I said earlier, as a mid lane player myself, I like the Victor matchup into Taliyah. I certainly don't think it's unplayable. Sejuani and Maokai are basically a push for what they're going to be doing in those roles. I would expect this to be a Citadel favored draft. Now, that being said, I do think their team fight is a little bit more difficult to execute because it's not as straightforward. You don't have something like a Nico where you can just, like, press a button and instantly get an engage. Like, Maokai is kind of like that as well. You're really reliant on, like, Sejuani being hard frontline, potentially landing a good ult onto somebody, or Renekton flanking. You don't really have a ton of engage outside of that, which is a concern. And that's always kind of going to be the concern when you draft something like Senna support. But we will have to see. Again, I think there's just going to be so much pressure on the side of Citadel. I just like their matchups so much more, like, individually in this game, that even if the comp itself isn't quite as, like, easy to execute in that regard, I'm certainly not sold that it's going to be, like, a game-ending problem or anything like that. Now, I will say, if Dog fans gets a lead in the early game, if Taliyah is really active on the map, if this jungle mid does really well, if Varus is in a really good spot, if you can make a lot of plays around Nico when she hits level 6, that's when it starts to become a bit of a problem, because that's where the lack of engage on Citadel's side does become an issue. But until that happens, like, if Citadel's going to be going into the, like, late game around 25-ish minutes, if Citadel's going to be going into Otacon or Baron up, like, 3k gold, which I think I kind of would expect with this draft, then I think they have a lot of ways to play this out. I certainly think they have more damage in the back half of the game. But let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. If you disagree, let me know. I'm happy to hear disagreements as well. I'm definitely happy to hear disagreements. Those were just my thoughts. As a reminder, they're prepping their loadout. They'll be getting into game in 2 seconds. We will get a 3-minute spectator delay in client here that we will see right now. A 3-minute spectator delay so that there's no cheating capable of happening. But in 3 minutes, we will be jumping into game. Game number 1 between Citadel and Dog fans. I see I would have preferred not Aatrox, indeed. I don't like the Aatrox into Renekton. I think Aatrox really likes to win lane, and I think Philip's really good at Renekton. Let's not take away any of the actual, like, players, though. Bradley has been so consistent at being able to generate leads, and I think this is a good enough matchup for him to be able to continue to push. I think picking Aatrox on counterpick is not great. I would have preferred Olaf, Jax, or Darius or something like that. Yeah, I think the Aatrox is definitely much more of a comp pick here than it is, like, playing specifically for Aatrox. But I don't really know why you save it for R5 if that's the case. At that point, I probably would have saved support for R5. Seen the Senna, and potentially it's something that can take advantage of it a bit more. So I do kind of agree in that respect. But a lot of it is going to be up to Bradley on this Victor, who, again, like, should be able to shove this wave and basically negate a lot of Taliyah's roams. We actually saw him do that yesterday, I believe, as Azir into Taliyah in game number 1. So if he's able to do that again in a better matchup than what he had yesterday, then that's going to be a really big positive. And then Philip on Renekton is obviously the other player I'm looking at. He got 3 solo kills yesterday as Gragas into Jax. Continued to dominate that matchup in game 2 as well against Pepe Lala. I feel like they have pretty even engage minus the Talia. Aatrox will need that scale time, so they'll have to hold Bradley's Victor back, which will be a challenge. Yeah, I agree. I am concerned a bit about the options they have. Ecstatic, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I completely agree with you on that regard. I think Bradley's Victor is looking scary. And we didn't even talk about Kalista Senna. You know, Kalista is obviously a pick that I've kind of been pushing for a little while in the NACL, because I do think you can exploit teams a little bit more. Obviously, now we're at the point in the NACL, like, OQs, where all these teams know how to play against Kalista. They all have, like, plans against it, but, you know, we'll see what Instinct is able to do on this champ. I was definitely expecting more of an Ezreal or an Ashe or something like that here in game number 1. Specifically, the Ezreal I think would be good, but we are jumping into game. Let me go ahead and get this lo-fi off. Get the game up. And we should be jumping in to game number 1 here as I get the YouTube chat up. Surprised we didn't see Kalista Senna in first stand. The combo feels scary. Yeah, it does feel scary. I think it is a bit exploitable, like, depending on how things end up going. Kalista's a good objective secure champ if she scales good. Yeah, like, Kalista definitely makes this game easier. Like, I have definitely been pushing for Kalista. Anybody who's watched the previous streams knows we have definitely been talking a lot about Kalista, but we are here in game number 1. We gotta reorder these guys, because they are very out of order. But we are here, game number 1, Dog Fans versus Citadel. I gotta actually flip these around, because these are backwards. Citadel is on blue side here for game number 1, and Dog Fans is on red side. Might need to shrink this a little bit more. Fit it in there. Shout out Dog Fans logo. If you want to see an up-close personal version of it, you're probably gonna have to go to a different stream, because I don't think I have the space to be able to do that. But yeah, I'll never get tired of the Dog Fans logo either. It's pretty great. Sorry, I gotta pull up YouTube chat as well. That logo is crazy. We really are embodying the 5 guys in a dream when it comes to the OQs. Which really, isn't that the point? Isn't that the point? Yeah, if you want an up close and personal look, there's some interesting things. Philip and Bradley, the scariest sounding solo lanes in the history of League. Indeed. Indeed. Nothing scarier than getting solo killed by a guy named Philip. What am I looking at? Is that Heimer? It's almost every champ you can think of. It's almost every single champ that's that could pop into your brain. We got a lot of guys in there, and they're at different perspectives too. Hui's like looking on. Hui's your Pokemon in this Pokemon fight. We do have some action down in the bot lane early. Trevor is gonna try to poke out Protoss here. Takes a little bit of damage himself though. Trevor definitely not afraid to try and trade early. A lot of damage coming in on the Nico. I think the onus is a lot more on Dog Fans here at the beginning of game number 1 to be aggressive. Instinct taking quite a bit in that trade. Definitely could be poor if the Kalista ends up feeling a little bit stressed out here. But still priority going over to Citadel in that lane. Dog needs to win early, completely agree. I think if Dog doesn't win early, I think this game looks very hard. And get 4 Drakes or lose. Well, they're very good at getting Drakes, so that's definitely something to consider. King Clueless has been very good at prioritizing objectives throughout this tournament. And I think more importantly, Citadel has been totally fine giving over early Drakes. They've actually really prioritized Void Grubs to the point where they're not even willing to try to contest Drake number 1 in a lot of cases. They just are happy to trade it basically on cooldown. depending on game state, obviously game 2 becomes a little more interesting. King Cluis actually gonna flash over the Dragon Pit, and Trevor and Instinct could be in a really rough spot here. King Cluis will be making his way down. Trevor will be the target at first. He's gonna get rooted up. He's gonna get taken down. They are gonna be able to pick up the first blood. Protoss is not going to fall. It looked like it could potentially be a 1-for-1. Instinct trying to pull something back, but it's a big play made by King Clueless, burning that flash early on. And they will pick up the first blood. Armeo will make his way down here, but it looks like the play might be over. That guy is not clueless at all. Not at all. A big play to start the game here for Dog fans. We talked about them needing to keep their foot on the gas to start off here. I see a Protoss tweet in chat. I can't really pull that up with the current setup that I have. So I apologize. I can take a look at it either after the game or now. Or I guess if you guys want to tell me what it is. But oh, it's the logo. Excellent, yes. For anybody who's curious, and as I'm taking a look at chat, Instinct is going to be able to take down Protoss, who just stays way too long after that exchange. It's a free kill back for the Callista, and that advantage that was generated from the first blood seems to have neutralized out. Very interesting play there. I'd have to go back and see exactly what was going on, because not entirely sure why Protoss was there. Do see matching teleports in the mid lane. But it is 1-for-1. And unfortunately for Dog fans, the kill goes on to Callista, who is already really up in CS. This could be a potentially bad circumstance for both Nightstar and Protoss down in the bot lane here for Dog fans. Armeo, near the middle of the map, could potentially look for something on Talia. He does like to gank mid. We will have to see if that's going to be a priority. It looks like the Sejuani just wants to be a little bit more regular this game, if you will. Moss just getting some deep vision. Dragon will be spawning here in 5 seconds. We'll see if Dog fans live up to the reputation of wanting to prioritize that above everything else. Philip trying to take a trade up top here, but overall, not really a lot to trade for. Barrack did have to burn TP to get back into lane, but so did Philip. We do actually see a play coming down in the mid lane. Protoss is here, and Bradley is low. He's going to try to walk this one out, but the damage is there. Lycamaz is going to pick up a kill. It's a really nice roam coming in from Protoss on the Nico. And a generally nice play for Dog fans. Again, they really need to prioritize these more unexpected plays like this, especially with Protoss already at level 4. There's a really nice timer to end up having that roam on Nico, and takes advantage of it well. That is a very important kill going over to Lycamaz to potentially get him accelerated, get him out on the map. We do see some pings coming down onto the Dragon. Armeo is there first, but we'll see if they're going to be able to have some pressure. It's pinged off here by Dog fans. They understand the bot lane's not necessarily going their way. ShareBear, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Philip, hit level 6, is looking to take a trade on the top side, but Barrack will be able to match with that level 6, and it looks like the ults are going to get popped. Philip is max rage. Barrack a little bit hesitant to go in. Understands that 1Q could get Philip his entire health bar back. He is just going to slice and dice his way out of there. Instinct now going to have to use the cleanse to burn the root. A little bit over-eager there by Instinct, basically burning the cleanse for no reason. Trevor's actually going to be taking a ton of damage here. He's going to have to flash out. Nightstar doing a ton of damage on that Varus. He has many, many spears in him, but it's not going to be effective just yet. We have a fight near the Void Grubs as well. Bradley will be the first one to grab a kill, going on to him. King Clueless down. Barrack now in a rough position. He has to flash out. There could potentially be a chase here, but we actually see the Void Grubs be the priority for Citadel. It's a good fight on the top side of the map for them. Once again, that Void Grub priority going in favor of Citadel. Lycamaz potentially trying to get as much damage as possible down. The root is going to land onto Nightstar, but it will just be a 1-for-0, and the objectives, at least for now, kind of going in favor of Citadel. That being said, 2 Void Grubs did go over to the side of Dog fans, so it is 2-1. We do see some trades down in the bot lane. Trevor gonna try to play around that cone. The cone. They don't have a single winning lane. This is not great. Yeah, this isn't going perfect here. We do get the stun coming in up top. Philip taking the trade with Barrack, but he's got his jungler here for support. Barrack is in a rough spot. He is going to fall. Armeo is going to pick up the kill, and that's the Feats of Warfare going over to Citadel. That's a big advantage for them, and despite the fact that there have been a lot of back and forth trades between both teams this game, 3-2 in terms of kills, we are looking at a pretty significant gold lead for Citadel, and this has been so standard for them throughout this entire tournament, especially in the lower bracket. They have consistently been able to generate so many leads based off of their lane pressure, 18 CS lead for the Renekton on the top side. 2 different assists for him now as well. He is very accelerated in comparison to Barik on the other side of this matchup, and Philip is once again going to be in a really good spot. We do see junglers hitting level 6, but Armeo also up in pressure and also up in CS, so definitely a little bit of a lead here for Citadel, despite the fact that they gave over 2 Void Grubs. Dog fans will have to start putting their foot on the gas in order to get themselves into a better position. Instinct is level 6 in this lane. We will have to see if he's going to try to take advantage of it. Going to be a bit difficult in this situation. A really nice trade here from Lycamaz. Bradley going to try to get as much back as he can, but really nicely played there to get some damage in onto the Victor. King Clueless is going to be able to find Armeo in the jungle here. We could be seeing a bit of a tank fight. Lycamaz is making his way down. Armeo just going to have to dash over the wall, but now it's a 2v2 down on the bot side. Some more trading happening. Nightstar doing a great job to space out a lot of the damage coming in from Senna. And with Maokai on his way down, it is just going to be a disengage. At least for now. King Clueless could potentially be looking, but another exchange here on the top side. King Clueless is going to drop the ultimate. The root will land. No cleanse here for Instinct. He's going to get double rooted. The ult will come in. The CC chain is absolutely devastating. Instinct has no chance to ever be able to move, and it's a 2-for-0 down on the bot side. Brilliantly played there by Dog fans. Very, very difficult setup for Instinct to be able to get out of. Burning that cleanse a little bit earlier by walking into the root turns out to be an absolute disaster, as one root from Nico ends up being able to combo into everything else. Bradley is going to drop the ultimate here on Lycamaz, who's taking a lot of damage. He's ticking down. That ult is on top of him, and it's just barely going to time out. That was almost a solo kill for Bradley in the mid lane, but as we've become accustomed to from Citadel, as has become customary for them throughout this entire tournament, we once again have a banger in terms of chaos and in terms of action early on in this game. Well, once again, looking to take a trade, is going to pop the ultimate here. Lopia, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Bradley, Trevor could potentially be looking for Lycamaz here, but Protoss was sneakily in the lane the whole time. The Nico, once again, is going to make her presence known, and Bradley is none the wiser. For the second time this game, he will fall to a really, really good support roam from Protoss. And it's just been a fantastic game from this Nico. Again, another trade taking place on topside, this time going very much in favor of Philip, but the over-aggression coming in from Citadel continues to get punished, and Protoss continues to make a gigantic impact on the game as a whole. It really has been a Nico masterclass so far in game number 1. We'll see how long that pressure can hold. That gold lead that we were talking about for Citadel has been completely neutralized here. And remember, this is a best of 3, as are both of our series here today. And so game number 1 is very important. Instinct is going to try to make his way up. He's going to run into King Clueless on this Maokai, potentially push back. Lycamaz is here. A lot of damage is going to come out. The root will be dropped, but there is backup for Citadel. It could actually be a turn here as we see the CC chain this time going down onto the Maokai. He ends up getting stopped and punished. Trevor is getting very low. Protoss is going to come out of the woodwork to be able to pick up the kill here onto Senna. Armeo going to try to make his way out of here. Do they have enough damage to be able to burst down this Sejuani? Barik also making his way down. Some nice happy feet from Armeo, but there is not going to be any escape. It's a shutdown going over to Lycamaz, going over to this Talia, who is now 3-0-1. And a game that looked like it was going to be very Citadel favored after the first couple of minutes. Dog fans have done a phenomenal job to be able to pull back a ton of that pressure. Really, really interesting stuff. Dog fans have played the last 3 or 4 minutes expertly. Protoss in particular has looked awesome on this Nico. Continuously makes play after play after play. Some greedy positioning, some greedy pathing coming in from some players onto Citadel has caused them to be punished a bit more than maybe they would be in other circumstances, and now the gold lead is basically neutral. We are looking at even gold across these two teams. The only reason Citadel is even staying in this is because of their individual leads in lane. Nightstar could potentially be in a rough spot. He does have to flash, but the ult is going to come out and land onto Trevor. King Clueless and Protoss are both here. We will see if they're able to take advantage of it. At least for now, Trevor and Instinct are going to be able to make their way out of it, but it is going to be the flash burn by Nightstar. That is a good objective to be able to grab, a good summoner to be able to grab. They don't need winning lanes if they play skirmishes this great? Indeed. They have absolutely terrorized the map in terms of their macro and in terms of their aggressiveness so far. King Clueless will be starting up on the Drake. This would be second dragon for Citadel. Would you see Bradley teleporting down to the bottom side of the map? We could potentially see a flank here. A fight looks like it is imminent here around the dragon. And this could actually be a very deterministic fight. We see Dog fans have to retreat a little bit, understanding that they are a little bit pincered in this exchange, and they looked like they were going to be happy to try and give this over, but it's going to be the Maokai and Talia ults back-to-back. Instinct going to burn the cleanse, going to burn the flash to get himself out alive. Trevor going to continue to get low. Instinct also getting a little flash forward here from Lycamaz. King Clueless is going to jump in, and Instinct will be the first one to fall, but Lycamaz will trade his life to do it. We are now chasing down Trevor. King Clueless potentially in a dangerous spot, but it's just going to blast cone himself over the wall. The Sejuani will flash, will ult. Will the Maokai fall, though? Do they have the damage? Right now, it looks like no, the root's going to come in. Armeo's still here, though, and Trevor will eventually make his way over. Armeo will pick up the kill onto King Clueless, and a very hectic, very chaotic fight ends up going in favor of Citadel, but just barely. This game is a banger. We are definitely getting some action here in game number 1. Nightstar getting chunked out by Bradley. The Victor has definitely gotten online and is starting to do a ton of damage with Ludens completed. Continuing to pressure. The ult is actually going to come out, and perhaps Bradley bit off a little more than he could chew, but he's going to trade 1 for 1. It's the solo kill going over to Bradley. He will have to trade his life under tower for it, but overall, I think that's a trade that you will take if you are Bradley, getting even more gold in the pocket of the Victor. Lycamaz now perhaps a little bit overextended himself. Armeo has shown up. Instinct is here. The Rend will come through, and Callista will pick up another kill. That's a 3-2-1 Callista. And as we get more and more chaotic, this is where Citadel thrives. They feel in their comfort zone in these wild skirmish-heavy games, and they are taking advantage of it. We talked about how the gold lead was even just a minute ago. Well, look at it now. 1.5k gold lead for Citadel amidst everything. 2 dragons to their name. It's 3-3 in terms of Void Grubs, and so neither side will be able to get that special bonus. This is a good game state for Citadel once again, and it's all thanks to their consistent team fighting, their consistent skirmishing around this 12 to 13 minute mark that they've had over the course of the entire tournament. Philip now taking an exchange on the top side. We could see even more fighting come in here. Of course, that is the clone. Protoss going to attempt to continue to make plays utilizing that Nico passive. They've looked very effective throughout this game. Protoss has been an absolute nightmare for Citadel to deal with. We will see if they can keep that pressure up or if the game state is going to even out. No objectives to take on the map at this point. We do have 40 seconds until the Rift Herald, but we could be looking for Protoss. The Varus ultimate is going to go wide. It's a really nice sidestep, but Bradley is the next target. The Maokai ultimate will be dropped. The root's going to come in. Bradley going to try to get as much damage down on Lycamaz as possible, but the shield coming in from Archangels is just too much. Lycamaz will pick up the kill here. Philip potentially in a dangerous spot on the top side, but the ult will dissuade Barrack from going any further. It is a 1-for-0 in favor of Dog fans, but once again, these chaotic fights everywhere around the map continue to burn so many resources. Armeo still looking. He's actually going to throw the ult. It will land on King Clueless, and he's got his team here to back him up, continuously looking for plays. The Rend comes in. Instinct will pick up the kill, and just as much as we were talking about Dog fans making a nice play on the map, it's Citadel who once again are going to be pulling things back in their favor. Barrack, Protoss is here, and he's going to be able to flash in with the Nico ultimate. A brilliant engage coming in once again from Protoss. Instinct has fallen. Armeo will be next. It's another shutdown going over to Lycamaz, and every single time we praise one of these teams or start talking about how one of them is making the plays that they need to make in order to push this game forward, it's the other team that strikes back, and once again, the gold lead has completely disappeared. A back and forth game here for both of these teams. Absolute chaos. But when you look at the game state, Lycamaz is in a very good position on this Talia to be able to move forward in this game as potentially a primary option. 6-2-2 on that champion. Obviously, the Nico has been a gigantic playmaker for Dog fans throughout this entire game. And you can't count Nightstar out. He has been exceptionally good throughout this entire tournament. And he's in a good spot on this Varus as well. You would have to imagine that going forward, he can be a primary option for them in fights. Protoss looking for another play, but Instinct is going to be wise enough to evade it. Trevor is going to land the root, but it's just under tower. Barrack now really starting to find his groove with these exchanges. Has won quite a few of these skirmishes on the top lane against Philip. Philip obviously had a ton of pressure and priority yesterday, but he is going to pop the ultimate. This could be the fight that Philip was looking for. Barik will also pop the ultimate, but this is not going to go well for the Aatrox. It's a flash coming in from Philip to secure the kill, and it's yet another solo kill for Philip on the top side. He had 3 of them yesterday in game 1 against Pepe Lala. He gets 1 more here in game number 1. And first turret will also be claimed by him on the top side. It's been an absolute masterclass again from Philip on the top side. It looked like things were maybe starting to even out a bit for the Aatrox, but we spoke a little too soon. As despite the ability for Aatrox to be able to play this out, things got a bit more difficult. Instinct's gonna flash in. The Sejuani ultimate's gonna go wide as Lycamos has to flash out of the fight. A lot of resources expended for Citadel to not grab a kill, but still a good power play as Dragon is spawning. This is 3rd Drake for Citadel, a very important objective for them to grab if they want to continue stacking. But it could be difficult for them to find the ability to enter that territory. They are going to shove out this mid wave here, and potentially they could be looking just for the mid tower as a trade, giving over this Drake. Looks like everybody's going to go their separate ways. It will be the Rift Herald that is the prize instead. Lycamos now taking on Philip. Philip looking very aggressive here. Understands that he's got his AD carry with him, but his AD carry's a little farther away than maybe he would want. We'll see if Instinct ends up making a play. It's going to be the Celia ultimate coming in. The stun will come down. The ult will be popped. Lycamos has bit off much more than he can chew, and without even needing to intervene, Philip ends up getting the kill. Of course, Senna gets the assist off of the ultimate, but just over-eager aggression coming in from Lycamos on the Talia, not understanding that that Renekton is a bit of a problem at this point in the game. And once again, it's Philip coming to the rescue of Citadel's game state. He has been absolutely spectacular over the past few days, and it looks like that's continuing here in game number 1. Whoa. Crazy stuff. This game has been wild. Very action-packed. Very, very action-packed. Philip just gonna try to get some ward coverage, but playing around this Renekton at this point might not even be all that bad of an idea. Gigantic CS lead. He has 2 kills now. Could be in a really good spot, but Protoss, King Clueless, they are gonna be behind Bradley, and the Victor is in a lot of danger. Lycamos will be the one to pick up the kill. Bradley 2-5-0 on this Victor. There's been a lot of attention put into making sure that he is not safe in a side lane. And once again, the lack of vision coverage, the lack of protection coming in from the rest of the team does end up costing them. But King Clueless, perhaps with a greedy recall, could be in a rough position. Is going to get rooted up, is going to try to get out of here, but there is no escape. There's no way for him to get out. Instinct will claim the kill, and that could potentially be Otacon. We'll see if they want to try and prioritize this, but the jungler is down. Fortunately for them, mid lane is also down as well. It would be very aggressive to potentially go for it, but they are going to start it up. Protoss will be making his way down here. We'll see if he can make a play. Of course, not King Clueless, but we will see if there's anything that he can even do. Nightstar will also be making his way down, but Bradley has teleport available. He is going to be TPing in. Renekton also with the teleport if they do need to try and go for it. Otacon is dropping in health. There will be no jungle available for this. Protoss looking on Bradley now, but it's getting lower and lower. Lycamos has now made his way in as well. There is no smite fight here. It is just one smite for Citadel, and they are going to focus down the Otacon, but even before that, Philip ends up with a fantastic flank, and Nightstar will fall. Ruinous Otacon will go over to Citadel, and unfortunately for the posturing, Dog fans pays dearly, losing their AD carry and losing the objective. Just a very, very aggressive and greedy play there coming in from Dog fans. No real way for them to be able to steal that objective away without their jungler there, and leaving the flank angle open for Philip to be able to get into this fight. And Philip is not done. He is not out of there just yet. Lycamos might be in his sights yet again. The Senna ultimate will steal the kill. Trevor will pick it up, but once again, Philip just absolutely terrorizing anybody he can on this map. He is level 16 in this game. To put it into context, King Clueless is level 11 on the Maokai. On the other side of this, even Barik is level 14 on the Aatrox. Nightstar at level 12. Philip on this Renekton has been an absolute menace once again in this game, and we talked about Citadel scaling really well because of the sheer amount of damage they have in the late game. That's been accelerated even further by how well Philip has been able to play out the mid game here. Perhaps Bradley's not in as good of a spot as you were looking for, but Instinct is a 6-kill Kalista. You've got a pretty strong and beefy frontline Sejuani, and the Senna will only be getting stronger throughout the game. Things are looking good for Citadel as of right now. But of course, no lead is ever safe in League of Legends, especially on this new map. So you can't take anything for granted. Looks like they're trying to make a play in the mid lane. Sejuani ult will come out, but Nightstar will flash it, so he will stay safe. He's going to be able to get under that mid tower. But it is an ult exchange for a flash. That is a good trade for Citadel. They will be happy to take that as many times as they can. Philip now potentially getting collapsed upon down in the bot lane, but he is incredibly strong. There are 4 dog fans here, but he is going to dodge out on the ultimate. Trevor is here as well, and the damage is coming directly down on top of Nightstar. And unfortunately, you cannot take down the Crocodile. He is unbeatable right now, and what looked like a 3v1 exchange for Philip turns into another dominant win for Citadel as they start sieging down this bot lane tier 2. They will continue to push forward, looking for as much as possible. The root will land onto the Aatrox, and Trevor is positioning very aggressively, but there is no punish coming in at all from dog fans. What is there to punish? As long as the damage is there, there's no way to deal. And speaking of damage, Bradley dropping the ult right on top of Lycamaz. He has no shot. The tower will also fall. And just as it was looking like things were going to equalize and neutralize out for dog fans, this game has gone out of control, with Rift Herald being able to take both of the towers in the mid lane. The pings coming down onto Dragon. And a game that felt so neutral, a game that felt so even just 5 minutes ago, has spiraled into a 6K gold lead for Citadel. This is Citadel time. When you think about what they've succeeded at throughout this tournament, you think specifically of that 17 to 22 minute time period where they continuously are able to get leads. They are now on sole point for that dragon spawning in 5 minutes. And this game looks to be Citadel's to lose from here on out. Now, it's not a perfect game. You definitely have ways you can lose this, despite how strong Philip and Instinct and even Trevor to an extent have become later on in this game. You still have a 7 kill to Leah on the other side of this matchup. 2 full items, the Void Staff and the Archangels completed. Of course, anything can happen with the amount of objectives that are in the game. But King Clueless now is potentially caught out. He's going to get Sejuani ultimate. Bradley is here as well, and so much damage is going to come down onto the Maokai. He's just bursted down. That is not a frontline tank in this game. That is a meat shield, because there's just no way he's going to be able to survive a lot of these engages. Lycamaz looked like he could potentially be in trouble, but he's going to be able to get out, and Baron is the next thing on the menu for Citadel. If they're able to get this, their push becomes incredibly difficult to stop. They already have incredible control over the wave states of this game. Barak, of course, doing a pretty good job to be able to split push down on the bottom side of the map, but it's not going to be enough. Bradley will easily be there to be able to corral things back in, and Baron will be acquired for free here by Citadel based on that fantastic pick onto King Clueless. Armeo and Bradley making a big play once again. If that was on your bingo card, well, that one was too obvious. It doesn't even count. They've made so many of them over the course of this tournament. You had to know they were going to step up once again when it really mattered, and they absolutely did. Philip gonna get stunned up here, but can you stop the Crocodile? The ult comes out. Armeo is here. Lycamaz is once again in a tragic position. King Clueless is here, and we're gonna see the teleport come in from Barak as well, but the tower will fall. He's gonna get stunned up. We're gonna see Philip go lower and lower, but Barak is the one who's going to drop first. There's just not enough damage on the side of dog fans. They cannot break through this Crocodile and this Sejuani. They will continue to push forward, and every single play that dog fans looks to make just ends in a Citadel win at this point. They just don't have the pressure. Armeo could potentially be a little bit deep here, but how can you kill the Sejuani at this point in the game? Instinct is just in the base, making plays on his own. Protoss gonna try for a last-ditch ultimate, but it's gonna get taken down. It's a double kill. Going over to Instinct, make that a triple kill in base at 26 minutes, and in the last 5 to 7 minutes, we've seen this game go from entirely even to Philip flashing on Lycamaz in the base to try and end this game, but they may have overextended. Philip does end up falling. It's a double kill for Lycamaz in base. Unfortunately, with that play, it looks like they might have to settle for the inhibitors. We'll see if Bradley wants to try to make a play here, but it's gonna be a Nexus tower falling. Alas, the game is still alive for dog fans as we see the retreat coming in. Perhaps a little bit over-eager there from Philip, but what can you say besides congratulations to Citadel, because this has been a fantastic mid-game for them. Truly, you could not have asked for anything more. The late game has started. The front-to-backs are beginning. This Baron power play has continued to look good. This Maddie Socials Baron buff power play, as we lovingly refer to it on this channel. Bradley now, though, he did stick out on the map. But he's going to be just fine. He's the same level as Barrick, 4 levels up on Protoss. Doesn't look like that's going to be too big of a problem for him here, especially with no NACL ultimate available. But with the base wide open, Citadel have their pick of the litter with whatever they want to do here. They do have Soul spawning in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's definitely an objective that I am sure that they are interested in, but perhaps they don't feel like they need it. They look like they might want to try and make a play on the top side here. Lycamaz might be a little overextended. Philip not able to get the stun off. The Talia will be able to get out of there by burning the ultimate, but King Clueless might not be as lucky. Armeo has found the Maokai. The Talia trying to come in to make a play. We will see if this is the mistake that they were looking for. Trevor gets thrown in. Lycamaz is the first target, but Instinct gets very low. It doesn't matter, though. The healing coming in from Trevor, the shielding coming in is just absolutely gigantic, and what looked like it could be a nice turn from Dog fans just kind of reinforces the inevitable, which is Citadel diving into the base. It's a beautiful Nico ultimate, but too little, too late from Protoss. Citadel will be sieging down the base. Barrack will be the next to fall. The tower will go down as well. The only thing left is the Nexus as they dive the fountain, and game 1 of this Final Four series will go in favor of Citadel. GG's indeed. Big game number 1 here. Let's get that draft up. Let's get that post game up. Big game number 1 for Citadel. They once again are able to take over in the mid game, as they have done so consistently over the course of this tournament. Really great stuff. Really great stuff from them. Let's get that lo-fi back up. And a huge game number 1 win for Citadel. We can talk about it a bit. We talked about how Dog fans really needed to have some pressure in the early part of this game, where things were just going to get more and more difficult as things went along, and then one fight after another in the mid game ended up happening. Control just bounced back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But eventually Citadel was the team to take control. Protoss had an incredible game. To his credit, Protoss was excellent on the Nico, making some plays early on in that one. Really was opening up the map and doing a lot of things. Lycamaz, I thought, played really well on the Talia as well. Certainly no discredit to the players of Dog fans, but just another really nice game from Citadel. Specifically from Philip, who continues to be a monster. Instinct gets 10 kills on the Callista. Bradley ends the game with 8 kills on the Victor. Trevor was a big nuisance on the Senna, consistently being able to provide support in the side lanes with that ultimate. Just a great game overall for Citadel, but I'm going to step away real quick, get some more water, take a little bit of a break before we jump into game number 2, but we will be back for game number 2 later today, or in just a couple minutes, hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't take too long, and I will see you guys when we get back. All right, we are back. We are back. What a game number one. Dominant stuff. Dominant stuff from Citadel. It was looking a little bit murky there for a second, but they ended up coming out on top. They always get it done when it matters the most. They always get it done when it matters the most. Those mid-game fights are so unbelievably consistent for them. It's actually insane. Let's go ahead and switch over. I'm going to take a look at the NACL series. You guys should be able to see it here. Hopefully that's more visible. Tempest is crushing game number one right now. It does not look even remotely close. This looks very over. This looks very over. Tempest is destroying their game. I'm seeing that. I am seeing that. It looks like everybody, but it looks like Hoarder is having a great game. 6 kill Camille is dangerous. Darkwings is up like 40 CS and has 5 kills. This doesn't look particularly close. Not that we expected it to. I mean, I did think that there was a world where Friendly Fellas could do some damage. Again, they were the team that knocked Citadel down into the lower bracket, but that was day number one. How is this match going? Citadel 1-0. They took game number one. They took game number one. We could potentially see that final game fight here. Just CC chain into oblivion. The Skarner just makes it so difficult to win this. Like, even with so much gold. Everybody clumping up to just get kind of pushed back there. But Citadel is up 1-0. We are waiting for game number 2. Citadel looked great in game 1, although it was a little bit murky for a second. The mid game wasn't exactly the most consistent in the world. They did get the job done, though, with some really, really great fights at the end of the game. Philip is on an absolute tear right now. Once again, thank you to everybody who's tuning in. If you're watching the stream, I really appreciate it. We will be getting into game number 2 as soon as they are ready. Looking like a Citadel Tempest finals. I think that's what we all were kind of expecting going into today, and I think that that definitely looks like it might be the outcome. And really, at that point, it's anybody's game. Both are very good, so... We are just setting up here. I don't mean to not talk and have a different stream playing, but I'm getting into lobby here. Again, interesting stuff. We'll see if Tempest can close this out here. Checked in early that game, and Hoarder was smurfing. Looks like Hoarder had a great game on the Camille. Moose Hater's had a rough back half of the tournament. He was awesome at the start of this tournament, but struggled a lot against TF Blade and is struggling once again here against Hoarder, it looks like. This time the Skarner ultimate's not quite as devastating. It just gets the Braum. I think that's probably enough, though. Friendly Fellas continue to hold. This team is not falling. All right. Friendly Fella's bot isn't playing well. It's over, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that's kind of true. Wixie was absolutely smurfing most of this tournament. And I think if he's not smurfing, it does become a bit harder. But I think the rest of the team is good. I just think they do play around Wixie really well. Like, he is definitely kind of the main character. Definitely kind of the main character. We're getting some R's for draft. But, Tempest just taking a little bit longer to end this game out than maybe I expected. We will see if they end up getting there. We will see also when draft ends up starting here for game number 2. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. This is what you're looking for. You guys know what lo-fi looks like. But yeah, I think a 1-3 and 2 Wixie on Callista is a hard game to win for Friendly Fellas. It doesn't really look like they have gold anywhere. Like, Moose Hater has gold, but, like, what's Garen supposed to do here? Unfortunately, this was Moose Hater's issue in NACL as well, on Wildcard. Getting some R's coming in for draft. Again, we'll just see. Yeah. We will see when they end up starting it. It should be any second now. Sorry, that's my dashboard. Just clicking on all the wrong things as we get some stuff going on here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. That's a huge scatter of the week from Dark Wings. Absolutely ginormous. But, yeah. Friendly fellas just don't have the firepower. I say. Although this was really close. That scatter was unreal. They're amazing players, so if you play through someone most of the tourney and they're losing, it's a bit unwinnable. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, we're getting some R drafts again. I'm going to switch to BRB for a second. I don't need to. We're actually in draft immediately. It's fine. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'll check in just a second. I actually got to switch to BRB to check. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Leo Spacemans. I appreciate it. Sorry, I got to get back here. Try not to leak too much. Remember, it is Fearless going into game number 2. Tyson surprised me a lot. He's played very well. I think Tyson's been great at this tournament. Just look like it might be a little bit too much right now. Might be just a tad bit too much right now for these guys. Tempest is a very good team. We have not switched sides. Dogfans has once again selected red side here. They selected red side in game 1 as well. Remember, they had the side selection because they were coming down from upper bracket. So they once again opt for the counter pick. And all the picks from last game are still, of course, taken off the board. It is going to be the Zyra and the Volibear once again repeated as the first 2 bans, as was expected. Tristana will also be that repeat second ban. We'll see if we get any shakeups. So far, everything is according to game number 1. No strategies have been changed too much. They still don't want to give a lot of pressure over. Tempest takes game 1. Yeah, we saw that. It's looking like a Tempest win here. They definitely look like the better team over the fellas, especially if Wixie's not going to step up here, or if he's not going to have a chance to be able to take over. As of 7 minutes ago, Synchroff is returning to play in Poland. Good for him. Always thought Synchroff kind of got a rough end of things in Europe. It's actually going to be the Ezreal as the final ban here from Dog fans. Perhaps now with things like Callista and Corki and all of those things off the board, they're worried that that could be an easy first slam. But it's going to be the Mbessa for Philip as the first pick here on blue side. Once again, good stuff. Mbessa is so consistent. It's also a bit of a takeaway from Barrack. See what the response ends up being, but how can you say anything negative about a first pick Mbessa? A champ just does everything. And don't worry, everybody, I'll have the graphics up when we get into game on who won game number 1. It's a 1-0 Citadel right now, but we will reinforce that with an on-screen thing once we get into game number 2. Karma is actually going to be the first pick here from Dog fans. That is incredibly interesting. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but top lane Karma is something that can be playable. I doubt that that's the case, but something like Ezreal's taken off the board. Could be seeing a Caitlyn from Dog fans here. It's actually going to be the Xin Zhao, so still early pressure. I think of Siwu when I think of Mbessa now, and I don't know why. Yeah, Siwu's been phenomenal on Mbessa. It's actually absurd. D plus Kia is really good in this meta. Taking Hanwha life to 5 looks a lot better now. Looks like it is going to be the Azir lock-in for Bradley. He has really prioritized Azir throughout this tournament, as have basically every mid laner. Basically every mid laner. You guys know I'm not the biggest fan of Azir, but Bradley's really good at it, and he wins matchups he shouldn't, and especially with Talia now taken off the board because of Fearless, I think it's much more acceptable to take Azir. Could be going for one of those classic lanes. Looks Looks like, I was gonna say the Nocturne would be spicy, but it is gonna be the Vi. Lock in. No Talia, so don't hate the Azir blind. I still think there are other things that beat Azir. You know, I'll call them out if they end up getting picked. Teemo is not one of them. Teemo is not one of the champs that I would expect to be locked in here. Ooh, we heard it in chat. That's the Mbessa counter here. It's gonna be the Darius coming in as that third pick. I love Darius into Mbessa. I think this is one of Mbessa's worst matchups. So, you know, I think I don't hate it. I don't hate this pick. I certainly think you're specifically playing to win top lane with the Darius, but this is the kind of spice we're looking for from a team that's, you know, on their last life in this tournament. Is something like a Darius here. Looks like AD carry will be the priority in terms of bans here if they do end up locking this one. Will be the Kai'Sa taken off first. We'll see where Citadel want to go with their bans. Again, I think something like Caitlyn could make a lot of sense as something to pair with the Karma. We've been seeing that lane pretty commonly. But I don't know how much you're scared of Caitlyn this game anyways. So it really is kind of up to your personal preference. Outside of that, really just kind of, I mean, maybe the Jhin ban. It's going to be the Ziggs. Definitely could index into something like Ziggs mid this game. As a counter to Azir. So taking that off the board is good. I don't think Ziggs bot would be all that scary with the Karma. Maybe it would be. Maybe I'm just not thinking about it like that, but... I think things like Jhin, Caitlyn, you know, those are the first champions that come to mind for me personally. And then for dog fans, again, it's just whatever you're scared of Instinct playing, really. Misfortune, I think, makes a ton of sense. A lot of free combat power, really without ever having to do anything. Just gets to be a really good piece to combo with a lot of this setup that you have, because you do have a lot of setup here. I think the most likely AD carry to expect from Citadel here is definitely Ashe. This feels a bit like an Ashe comp. But I think there's many options open. I think Syndra or Ahri for red mid. Yeah, I think that could definitely work. I think Syndra looks really good here. Jinx is going to be that final ban. Maybe Aurora. Yeah, anything that can tempo. Like, you got to play around the Xin here. If you're dog fans. I think if you draft scaling in the mid lane and, like, hope to match Azir, that's just not, like, something that I would be in love with. Is going to be the Caitlyn. Again, kind of saw this coming with the Karma. This is definitely the most common Karma matchup, but if you're not scared of the Caitlyn, then no real reason to be, you know, worried about it, I guess. Caitlyn is beatable. Let's see if they take an early game ADC to match. Looks like they themselves are going to prioritize the Jhin. At least that's the hover for now. I would have expected Ashe first, just because of how much Instinct plays that champ. But Jhin is really good here. I'm a big fan of Jhin. I think a utility AD carry makes a lot of sense, as we've been talking about this draft. But we'll have to see what the support pick is, if they just want to go for one of the engaged supports, something like a Leona or a Nautilus or an Alistar or a Rel. All of those things are still up. Like, all of the priority engaged supports are up. And that's definitely more Trevor's style, especially off of the Senna. It's really just been engaged supports and Senna throughout this tournament. But speaking of, it's actually going to be Ashe picked up here. Wow, I did not see the Ashe support coming. I gotta be honest with you, I didn't see the B5 Ashe support coming. That is a really interesting pick. I kind of like it into Caitlyn. I was hoping for Anila, to be honest. I assume you mean AD carry instead of the Jhin. I assume you don't mean support. If you mean support, let me know. Because that's crazy. For B4, indeed, yes. And it looks like it's going to be the Bard. Lock in here. Wait a minute. That's Karma mid lane. That is Karma mid lane for Lycamaz. Now that's an interesting draft. Certainly didn't expect the ending there. Okay, so what do I think of this draft? Well, I think red either wins in lane or they lose the game. Right? Like, you're playing Darius, Xin Zhao, Karma, Caitlyn, Bard. Like, you either win laning phase or it's, like, actually doomed. Is that not how this goes? What am I looking at? Yeah, indeed, this is crazy. I did not expect this draft at all. I am not a fan of this. I don't know, this is, like, quite the challenge. This is quite the throwdown, if you will. Because the team fighting of Citadel is so much better. And I'm gonna be real with you, I think the Caitlyn, I think they properly got Caitlyn into a spot where she can do a lot in this game. Like, we'll see, man. Does Bard counter Jhin Ashe? I don't think so. I think that lane, I would still favor the Jhin Ashe. At least from what I would anticipate. I would favor Jhin Ashe. But I think Karma should wreck Azir early, right? Like, Azir shouldn't really be able to do anything there. And I already talked about it a bit, but Darius is, like, one of the biggest Ambessa counter picks in lane. And they have Xin. Does Bard counter anything? Bard counters over-aggressiveness. If you've spotted something on tape where it's like, these guys just keep running into this spot, Bard's really good for that. In this comp in particular, in this comp, this definitely feels like a comfort pick for Protoss, more than it does like a specific really good for this draft. I think they saw Protoss play really well last game on the NACL by moving around the map and creating a lot of this havoc, and they wanted to keep him on a playmaker. And I think that's where the Bard comes in, is, again, they just kind of want him out of lane. But it's so weird that you pick that with, like, Caitlyn, and then you have a Karma mid. Like, it feels like a weird combination of things. It's good into Yike Vi. Yes, Bard would be very good into specifically Yikes Vi, where he queues over the same wall every game and gets death pushed every time. Alright, we got some Rs coming in. We should be jumping into the actual in-client draft in a second. Then I'll switch over to that. Okay, we are switching in. So let's go ahead and switch in, shall we? Let's switch in. This is going to work well or lose hard. Unfortunately for dog fans, I'm very concerned that it will be the latter. I like Citadel's draft. I think it gives them options. I think Jhin is just so good. Like, I have gone on and on my channel about how good I think Jhin is right now. And I think it's really good here. But it's funny, I was talking about Ashe is like, oh, I expected Ashe to be the AD carry when they picked Jhin. We'll just pick them both. Who cares, man? I was hoping they went Syndra so they could have at least had one out. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, man. Karma, in theory, should beat Azir, right? Like, Karma should be, like, fully pressuring that lane pretty constantly. Her numbers are much higher in the early game. Her poke is much better. So, like, you would think that Karma would be in an okay spot, but the problem is, like, what does Karma do in the late game for this team at all? Like, who's carrying your late game damage? Like, how do you play team fights ever? You know? Like, Darius has to get so monster here. And, like, I guess Caitlyn will get there eventually, but we're talking, like, 3 or 4 item Caitlyn. The peak of Citadel's powers, not only in this game in particular, but throughout this entire tournament, has always been that, like, 20-ish minute mark into the game where they, like, that 18-minute mark into the game where they just start taking over a lot of the time. And, like, what do you do against that in this game if you are dog fans, you know? Like, how do you counter that? Like, if they just start playing super aggro and take every fight around 18 minutes, how do you ever win that as dog fans? That's what I'm concerned about. And again, the later this game goes, the more I think they fall off. Because, like, Karma is not going to do damage in the late game. I mean, maybe she does. Like, it's been a while since I've seen, like, a pro Karma mid. Yeah, once I saw the Caitlyn lock, I thought for sure that was Karma support. Because, like, Karma Caitlyn's a good lane. Karma Caitlyn would be good this game, I think. Maybe not great, right? Jhin Ashe is just hard. Jhin Ashe is hard to play into. But I agree with you. Like, this is strange. Now, one thing that is worth noting, like, the poke of dog fans is intense. Like, Karma Caitlyn, if they do get objective control in the early game, and Bard, is going to be tough to, like, play into because they just have full objective and area control. I feel like this dog is going to suffer early to mid and hope to get in the late game Darius carry. Dude, if they lose early, it's doomed. Like, if this comp is not up, like, 2k gold at 15 minutes, I actually just don't know how they play the game. I think you have to get fed. That would be my expectation at the very least. I do not know how you could ever play a team fight if they're behind in gold. I really like the Kate Karma if it was bot. Yeah, I mean, I get wanting to put Protoss on a playmaker, because that's what this is, right? Protoss was everywhere on Nico. We got so much of our tempo in game number 1 from the Nico going mid lane and creating havoc, catching Bradley, catching out Armeo, you know, just kind of being a nuisance to try to play into. What if we got him on something that was even more of a playmaker throughout a lot of the mid game, something like Bard that can very easily roam and very easily make plays in that area? Like, that's gotta be the thought process here. But the problem is that where are you making those plays? Like, is Karma supposed to be able to just, like, kill Azir in the same way that Talia was able to kill the Victor last game? It just feels like a lot harder to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, it feels more difficult. I agree with that, but why R1 Karma? I guess they kept the flex alive, right? Like, if they see a comp where Bard is, like, unplayable, then maybe they flex the Karma support. Maybe they think Karma's really strong. I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, it was a flex. Like, I'm sure that they were considering putting it support, but whatever they saw led them to believe Protoss was better on a playmaker, and it was better if we put Lycamaz on Karma. This game will be won or lost by 12 minutes. I do kind of agree with that. I think if Dog Fans is, like, really far behind at 12 minutes, like, I just can't see a world where they ever win. And it's fine because, like, you know, I think the Bard is unplayable now. Yeah, I mean, this is tough. this is tough. I think this is a tough draft. Now, again, I don't want to take everything away. Darius is going to wreck Mbessa. Like, that's my expectation, is, like, this is a really hard matchup for Mbessa on the top side. And if Darius gets fed, things do kind of open up. But that's what we're talking about, is, like, Darius has to get fed. Xin Zhao Karma has to have all of the priority in the middle of the map. Like, they need to be able to be first to every objective in this game. Because their poke is scary. Like, having to face check a Caitlyn trap, like a Xin Zhao and Karma, like a potential Darius hook, like having to face check that if you don't have vision set up this game, like that's a nightmare for Citadel. So, like, that's got to be the plan, but you have to have that map control. I think Philip can outplay the Darius, though. We will see. We will definitely see. Let me mute the lo-fi. Mute the lo-fi, and let's jump in game, shall we? Boom. Okay, game number 2. Let's fix the scoreboard thing here. It is still Citadel on blue side. No changes there. We got all of everything up. Okay, are they in the right order this game? They are. Okay, game number 2, Citadel Gaming, Dog Fans. We will see how this goes. We've previewed draft enough. There's definitely been a lot to talk about when it comes to draft, but now it's all about the execution. We do see a 5-point coming in from Dog Fans, and a little bit of an invade on the top side coming in from Citadel, perhaps attempting to catch Barrack out. They will not find the Darius. It will be the deep ward coverage coming in from the Bard. Picking this in an elimination match is the most cocky thing ever. I kind of love it. This is a very aggressive comp. This is a very, very aggressive comp. Karma mid is really the part of it where I'm just like, man, you've got a lot of confidence here, huh? Because that Karma has to win. That Karma has to... Like, that Azir can't be neutral. If the Azir is neutral, like, the Karma is just doomed. But they clearly like the matchup. They wouldn't pick this if they hadn't, like, specifically gone, like, we love the Karma into Azir matchup. Porter, Vayne, Darkwings, and Nivea in the other game. Man, we're just getting crazy drafts all over the place, huh? It's just a fun, it's just a fun day. We do get some trading on both the top and the bot lane. Like we said earlier, with the Bard pick, especially with no Karma being here, I really find it difficult to believe that there's going to be a ton of pressure and priority for dog fans in this bot lane. Into Zach Cassio. Man, we're getting a lot of stuff. It's not even the Bradley Cassio. It's all comfort from here on out. Teams understand that it's do or die. Lane's going as expected here. Azir getting shoved in, Caitlyn Bard getting shoved in, and Bessa getting shoved in. All of this we talked about. If it went any other way, it would have been a disaster for whoever ended up losing. But we will see. Again, a pretty standard early game. I want to reiterate my point over and over again for the people who might be skipping around to the start of the games. Especially watching this back on a VOD. I truly believe that dog fans have to make a play, like, pre-7 or 8 minutes, or it becomes a lot more difficult to play this game. If they're neutral at 12, if they're neutral at 15, like, I don't really see how dog fans on red side have the ability to play out the game from there. This will get harder and harder the longer the game goes. So, now is the time to be aggressive. We do see some leads, but overall, jungle pathing is going to be eerily similar. Trevor going to continue to take a trade. Barrier is going to get popped here by Instinct on the Jhin. It is a summoner spell, so you're going to be happy to gain that Instinct. Always very trigger happy on his secondary summoner spell. Whether that be Cleanse or Barrier. Do you see the root coming in on Protoss? Remember, this Bard is killable. Barrick gonna get a nice trade here, but Philip is actually a level up on the Darius at this point. It doesn't matter, though. Darius taking a really nice exchange on the top side. He is gonna pop the Ghost, and he's gonna pop the Flash as well. The Q is gonna come in, the bleed will come down, and it's first blood for Barrick on the top side. It's Flash for Flash. Ghost burned as well from Barrick, but it is first blood going over to the Darius, and this Mbessa is getting punished. We expected to see this in draft. We expected that this Darius would have a lot of pressure, but for Philip to give over first blood like that is a big deal here for dog fans. That's exactly what they needed to have happen. That's a great start. Completely agree. That's a huge play for Barrick. No sums on the top side, and Philip is in a rough spot now. We will see what ends up happening, but that is a fantastic start for Barrick. Everything you wanted to see. Lycamos continuing to pressure out this mid lane matchup, and like we said, this is going to be a matchup that I think is good for Karma, but Bradley taking a very nice trade on the top side. Philip trying to pressure out. We do see some pings coming down. Potentially, we could be seeing a dive. But Armeo was on the top side here with the Vi as well. There is no vision of this. Barrick gonna get the pull in. Is gonna be able to land the Q. Philip could be the target. King Clueless gonna try to land the W, but it's not gonna hit. The tower shot will be taken. Vi is here, and it's gonna be the flash Q engage coming in from Armeo. King Clueless has to flash out, but Barrick has no summoner spells. He's gonna get pulled in. King Clueless trying to pull something back, but it's gonna be a 2-for-0 on the top side. A fantastic gank timer coming in from Armeo, understanding that King Clueless is likely gonna be on the top side to try and punish this Mbessa, and a great turnaround from Armeo. That's exactly what Armeo needed to do. That really gets Philip back into this game at least a little bit. He's still going to be behind in this lane, but it's certainly not nearly as bad as it was a couple of minutes ago. Teleport's going to be matched in the mid lane. Both supports are here as well. Protoss potentially looking for something, but just the dash out coming in from Bradley understands that the safety is pretty much guaranteed from him. But whatever lead we're seeing in the top lane has been kind of equalized by Jin's lead on the bot side. And this really makes you question the Caitlyn even a bit more here for Nightstar, as this is not a great lane for Caitlyn to be in. Obviously, didn't know that it was going to be Jhin Ashe, but with no Karma here to be able to bounce this wave off of, it's a lot more difficult for this Caitlyn to be able to play, and if not now, then when for the Caitlyn. Trevor just going to continue to keep pressuring. The root will come down onto Protoss, and it's just fourth shot going on Protoss over and over again. Continuing to try and bring him down. King Clueless has started up on the Drake here. Armeo is in the area, but once again, we've talked about this a lot. His team has been very happy and willing to give over dragons. That being said, Void Grubs have been started by Barrick, I believe. We do see some pings coming down. Dragon will go over to the side of Dog Fans, and it looks like Void Grubs will as well, with Barrack being able to take at least one of those. Not allowing 3 to go over as a trade here. But both top laners are now level 6. This is where things really get scary. The Dragon will eventually fall. It's about a 1k gold lead here at 7 minutes for Citadel. Off the back of, once again, just some lane leads. Mostly coming in from bot lane, but Bradley looking to make a play. King Clueless is here, though. He could potentially try and turn this around. Armeo looking to make a play on the top side now, as it looks like Bradley is entirely safe. The ult from Vi will be dropped down. It will be comboed with the Mbessa ultimate, and Barrack doesn't even have a chance to move. He will fall. It's another really nice gank from Armeo on the top side, and that's the Feats of Warfare now, going over to the side of Citadel. I feel like a broken record, but Armeo and Philip as a duo have been absolutely deadly at this tournament in terms of their ganks. And now Armeo, who's a full level up on King Clueless, can just body him out of this Void Grub pit. We see a 2v2 fight going down on the bottom side of the map. Both ultimates available for the AD carries here, and we could be seeing a full exchange. The Ignite is going to drop. The block will come in from Instinct, but too much damage comes down from the side of Dog Fans. They get the first kill here in the 2v2. A nice sidestep by Protoss is going to keep him alive for now, but we see even more fighting in the 2v2. Make that a 3v2 around the Void Grubs. Bradley will pick up the first kill with King Clueless going down. And action is happening everywhere on the map. It technically is a 1-for-1 globally, but overall I would consider that a win for Citadel, with them also being able to grab some of the Void Grubs, although another Void Grub grabbed there by King Clueless before he was able to fall. So it is 2-1 in favor of Dog Fans, at least in terms of the Void Grubs there. But a wild turn of events, a lot of action. Despite the fact that we talked about Dog Fans needing to get a lead here, looking like they needed to be able to punish, things have not necessarily gone according to plan in the early game just yet. Although they're not all that out of it. Darius is still in a very good spot. Obviously, the 2v2 kill on the bot side is very positive overall for Dog Fans. Woo! And this game's getting spicy. Protoss and Trevor meeting each other now. Protoss is level 6. Trevor has not quite hit that level 6 mark on the Ashe. No arrow available. If there were to be a fight in the mid lane here, I doubt there will be. Barrack now a level up on Philip is going to try to take the trade here at level 8. Going to get a ton of damage down, and that bleed will just keep ticking. It's going to be hard for Philip to play this out from this point. This is really where Darius starts to express the dominance in that lane. Nightstar now actually picking up some plates. It finally feels like the Caitlyn has some priority in this laning phase. See how long that ends up lasting. Trevor does hit level 6. It does make the fight a lot more interesting. But with Nightstar and Protoss pushing in, we could potentially see a turn here from Armeo, who is in. Trevor has to flash out, but the root's going to come down. Jhin ult will be dropped, but everybody is here for Dog Fans. It is a 4v3 on that side. We have a 1v1 trade on the top side, but it looks like just a disengage coming in from Dog Fans on both sides, both Barrack and the 4 members on the bottom side of the map as well. It will be flash by Trevor, and of course Instinct's ultimate that are burned. Trevor also burned ult in that exchange. Barely anything burned at all. In fact, I don't think anything was burned by Dog Fans in that exchange either. So an overall win, even if it did cost a little bit of time. But Bradley now up 10 CS, has a kill, has priority in the lane. This Karma pick has really not worked out as expected in the mid lane. We talked about Karma needing to have priority in the 1v1 mid to really justify the pick. You really draft it to try and take advantage of the Azir. Bradley being up in CS, being able to shove in, having roam timers. It's definitely not an ideal scenario for Lycamaz here. Armeo is going to try and take advantage of it here in the mid lane. Armeo and Philip are here, but the heal coming in from Lycamaz is absolutely gigantic. The flash will save his life, and we could potentially be seeing a play for King Clueless now down on the bot side. They are going to avoid the Bard ultimate. Instinct will be the target for now, I mean for King Clueless, but Trevor is the one to go down. It is a successful dive. Armeo is here, but he is very chunked out. Doesn't look like Bradley with that teleport is going to be able to make a play on the Azir. Although King Clueless could be a little deep, the Caitlyn ultimate's going to come out onto Armeo, and he's going to get burst down. Protoss will be the first to fall. Armeo not going to be the second. A beautiful flash over the wall, and King Clueless now is in a bad spot. He will be getting chased down. The shields are coming in from the Karma, but they're not enough to keep him alive. Instinct picks up the kill. The root comes in from the Jhin, and Bradley is just striking away over the wall with the soldier. He picks up a kill now on Lycamaz, and overall, it's a 3-for-2 in favor of Citadel, and these chaotic skirmishes continue to be in their favor. Citadel we talked about them having the better scaling, really having no way to lose the later this game goes, because it's very difficult to play out this comp if you are dog fans. And things are not going well. Yeah, Karma lost lane. We were talking about that. Bradley doing a great job of, he's up 15 CS, has had prio, has had first roam timer in lane, and now he's got 3 kills. This is a disaster for Karma. This is a disaster for dog fans. Bradley once again showing how good of a laner he can be. It's a 2.5k gold lead. Protoss potentially death pushing Instinct here. The damage is going to come out. It's a lot of damage coming in from the Bard, but it's going to be matched a bit by the Jhin. But plays are happening. Unfortunately for King Clueless, has not been a big part of the gold acquisition this game. Bradley now continuing to check him out. Instinct's by himself under this tower, and they're just going to be able to dive him 2v1. It's a kill for Nightstar and Protoss once again. Instinct had no chance to be able to survive that. And it's a really nice aggressive play from the bot lane as King Clueless is going to be focusing down that dragon. This has been a really good priority game from dog fans. They were able to grab first dragon, but it's actually going to be a fight on the top side. Philip going to use ult onto Barrack, and Trevor could be the next target here on the bot side as well. Protoss going to land the ultimate, going to get under tower, is going to take it up for as much as possible, and Nightstar going to be able to finish off the kill. It's yet another 2v1 dive for the bot lane down in that bottom side of the map, and it is going to go in their favor. Nightstar and Protoss doing all of the heavy lifting, all of the work here for dog fans. King Clueless as well, being able to grab those objectives. 2 dragons now acquired. It will be Chemsoul this game. Bradley potentially in a rough spot. Him and Armeo could be a bit deep with King Clueless showing up, but the flash will keep him safe. And now we're looking at some evened out game states. A 2k gold lead here. Protoss continuing to look for Instinct. Protoss is quite low, and Trevor is here. No arrow to use, but we see another engage, and Lycamaz is once again overextended in the mid lane. He gets taken down by another ultimate from Armeo, and this mid lane keeps going from bad to worse for Lycamaz. Really needed to win isolated in the 1v1, and that is just not happening in this game. Excuse me. Trevor looking to take a trade on Protoss. He does have the arrow available in just 1 second, but Nightstar has arrived. This could be a 2v2. Make that a 3v2 with King Clueless showing up. Trevor in a very rough spot. Instinct is going to have to flash out, but this Ashe has no way to survive. Nightstar picks up yet another kill on the Caitlyn in the lane that we thought was going to be the most, I guess, in favor of Citadel in this game is actually going in favor of dog fans. This is great for dog. I think it's good for dog. This is a good game state for them. I don't know how they play team fights. I really like, the Darius is in a good spot, but Mbessa is in a great spot. The Azir is incredibly strong here. Trevor has been dove like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, it's great for dog until you look topside. Indeed. It's going great for dog in the bot lane. That is definitely the case. Nightstar and Protoss have been super active in this game. Constantly 2v1 basically diving Instinct and Trevor whenever one of them are out of lane. Really neutralizing what we thought was going to be a good bot lane this game in terms of the draft. But we will see if they can translate those dives into something substantive. Of course, despite the fact that they've been able to dive bot lane over and over again, they've not really been able to get too much else. The dragon stacking has begun, and that is positive for them. They do, of course, have 2 Void Grubs, and so they were able to stop the 5 acquisition coming in from Citadel. But we will see how these skirmishes end up going. This is where I'm mostly concerned and where I think this game will be made or broken for dog fans. If they're able to, win in some of these skirmishes, be able to really corral the map and try and get closer and closer to that soul. I think that that's obviously a big positive. Barrack now with the pull-in. Gonna look to try and trade here. It's actually gonna be Philip with the ultimate. Armeo is making his way back up again, and it's gonna be yet another ultimate coming in from the Vi. Barrack, does he have enough damage to be able to get out? Enough healing to be able to get out? He doesn't. Armeo is once again gonna take him down on the top side. We do see a play going down in the mid lane. Instinct gonna get hit by Bard ultimate. He's gonna get stunned up, and he's going to get CC chain. King Clueless is on top of him. The Caitlyn ultimate will come out, but it will not be necessary. Protoss now is gonna be able to blast cone his way out of there, but Lycamaz could be in a bad spot. Bradley with a beautiful Azir ult to be able to pull one back onto the Karma. Trevor now trying to find King Clueless, and Armeo has collapsed. The Xin Zhao will fall as well. And these are the fights we are talking about. Dog fans cannot afford to lose these skirmishes. And unfortunately for them, it's beautifully played by Citadel. They put all of their resources into taking down Instinct and don't have enough for the rest of the fight. It's going to be Rift Herald going over to the side of Citadel, and the push continuing in the mid lane with that mid-tier 1 already dropped. It's been a very good start to the game here, despite the scoreline. I think the scoreline is not as indicative of how good this early game has been for Citadel. They put all their resources into making sure Bradley and Philip are in as good of a spot as possible, and that has succeeded. Bradley is going to be a problem to deal with this game. You draft the Karma to hopefully try and get the Azir into a rough position, but this Azir is incredibly strong at this point. Very difficult to deal with. And we will see if he can take advantage. Trevor now, Portal Combat with Protoss. Is just going to clear out the ward. Nothing to fight over at the current moment. We do have Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Bradley potentially looking for Lycamaz, but isn't able to get in. No ultimate to drop. Just a lot of damage to follow up with. And Herald will be dropped in the bot lane. Trying to secure that control. Nightstar will be taking the mid-tier 1 as an exchange, but all of this is for Dragon pressure, and Protoss might have been a little bit overextended. The Jin ult will come out. The bullets will land. The Bard ult is going to stop them for now. Jin ult is a little bit early, but Armeo will still be able to pick up the kill. He has to flash over the wall to stay safe. King Clueless going to try and follow him. The root's going to come down, and perhaps Philip could be a bit too deep, but maybe Lycamaz is the one that has to be in trouble. Philip is able to make his way out. The Caitlyn ultimate will drop, but Trevor with a really nice block. And overall, it's still just a 1-for-0. Citadel will make their way to the Dragon now to try and stop this Dragon stacking. Xin Zhao, no flash to be able to get into the pit. Bradley is making his way into this fight. It does look like it's going to be a contest from Dog fans. The Dragon is dropping down to 2k health. King Clue is trying to get in. He is going to be able to get in there. It's dropping to 1k, but it will be smited down by Armeo. King Clue is now by himself in the middle of the pit. He will drop as well. And Barrack now going to be the victim of a Shuriman shuffle from Bradley. It's a 2-for-0, and Dragon going over to the side of Citadel. These mid-game fights continue to be Citadel's absolute bread and butter. Nightstar hoping to get something back, but he might have overextended. He gets rooted down. No damage to come in here. Armeo is here. Protoss may have reached too far, but he is going to pick up the solo kill very quickly onto Trevor. Are they going to be able to trade back? Does Instinct have enough damage to be able to follow this play up? Armeo looks like he wants to try to go for it. He's charging the Q. The flash will come out from the Bard. We'll keep him safe for now. But Armeo's not done. Philip has made his way back into this fight. We could continue to see a chase, but it will just be an escape, an exit here by Dog fans, and a long, drawn-out, extended play ends up in a big victory for Citadel. Regardless of the pullback at the end with Trevor, you know, picking up his 5th death of the game, this still is a fantastic game for Citadel. And if we had replays, I would love to highlight just how brilliantly Armeo played that fight on Vi, to be able to basically zone out 3 members of Dog fans by himself. It's still a fantastic performance from Citadel, and they are fully in the driver's seat. They're up 1-0 in this series already. If they're able to close out the rest of this game, that will be the end of this series. They will be moving on to the finals, to the qualification series against the winner of Tempest Gaming and Friendly Fellas. We will see if they have the priority to close this game out quickly. Protoss potentially trying to 1v1 Instinct here, but Trevor is here to assist. The Caitlyn ultimate's going to come out. It will be blocked by the Ashe. Multiple times we've seen that this game, but the stun will come out. So much damage coming in from Bard, and they actually don't have the damage to kill him on the spot, but Instinct is going to be able to snipe him down. The Bard ult will track him at the end right before his death, and that will lead to a 1v1 trade, but Armeo has shown up. We will see if they want to take this. Bradley with the teleport into the mid lane. They are definitely looking for this play. King Clueless and Nightstar might be overextended. Armeo definitely going to be looking to be the front line here. King Clueless is there. Nightstar blast cones himself over the wall, but Bradley has made his entrance and has made his presence known. He picks up the kill on Nightstar. King Clueless is going to look to try to get out of this, but I do think that is a futile effort, I say. But Barrack is here to potentially escort him out. Philip is just barely going to miss the ult onto Lycamaz on this Karma. And it does look like he will escape here. The chase is still going, though. Armeo could potentially continue to look. No ultimate to track down, but does have the Q available. It does look like King Clueless and Barrack are going to be able to get out. Protoss has made his way back down to this fight, and it's actually going to be the teleport coming in from Lycamaz, and Xinjiao will fall first. It's still a 3v3 though, and they could potentially look to take this fight. Barrick goes in first. Bradley's gonna be locked up and locked down, shut down, going over to the side of Barrick, and Armeo is getting lower and lower. He's bleeding out. He is going to die to the bleed. It's a double kill and a double shutdown going over to Barrick. It's an overstay for Citadel Gaming, but now even Instinct has made his way down here, and this could be a 2v1. Lycamos could be a bit overextended here. He's gonna take a ton of damage, and will he be shut down? He will. Trevor's gonna pick up the kill there. And this fight never ends. Both of these teams continuing to play on the edge of danger and both getting punished for it. And Barrick might be the next one to fall. Philip on a flank here on the Mbessa. The Darius is by himself. He's going to drop lower and lower. The root comes in. Instinct is going to be able to pick up that kill. And this turned into like a 5 for 4. All things considered, something absolutely ridiculous. But the chaos continues to ensue, and it continues to really favor Citadel in the end as they gain control of the map. We do have Dragon spawning in a minute 20 seconds. That still would be third Drake for Dog fans. That is something they can play for. Otacon has spawned on the top side. That looks to be the objective here for... Ooh, the arrow just going wide onto Nightstar. I was going to say that looks to be the objective for Citadel. Armeo going to blast cone right into Protoss. Could potentially be looking to take him down, but Philip now onto King Clueless. The ult is going to track through the Bard tunnel. It does not matter. The root will come down, and Protoss will once again fall on the Bard. We'll have to use Viol to get it done, but a worthwhile trade for Citadel. Protoss has been caught out multiple times in the mid game here. This is the problem with the Bard. He has to play so aggressive, and there's just so many tools for Citadel to use to be able to capitalize on missed positions. Nightstar just taking his entire health bar of poke from Bradley. That top tier 2 will fall, but you cannot underestimate the damage that Azir can do at this point in the game. Otacon will be started up by Citadel. Armeo and Instinct. The Q coming in. Bradley will arrive as well. This is a free Otacon for Citadel overall. And this game continues to go further and further in their direction. It's a 5k gold lead for them at about 23 minutes. And despite Jhin being down so much CS, it's basically completely equalized by the fact that Bradley is dominating in the mid lane. Ooh, I had to take a sip of water there. This has been a crazy game number 2 from both of these teams. Instinct gonna set up, but Dragon has spawned. Again, this is still a potential out for Dog fans if they can get Chemsoul this game. That is a potential way. Elder obviously is an option as well. Trevor's arrow is gonna go wide. King Clueless is on the flank. Bartolt's actually gonna land onto 2. It's a really good Bartolt. Nightstar flashes forward to get into a good position. Bradley will be the target, and Caitlyn ult will execute him. Bradley falling is very, very bad for Citadel, and Trevor looks like he's going to be next on the target list. Barrick is going to get the dunk on top of him with the ultimate. It's a 2 for 0 and a fantastic pick here by Dog fans. They need to make these kinds of plays in order to get back into the game. Mid-tier 2 will be the next target. Phillips' ult will go wide. That could have potentially been a collapse onto Lycamos, but no way to stay. Will be the transition over to Dragon now. Armeo is in the area. Thank you so much, Larry. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary. Clueless over the wall. Armeo definitely doesn't want to get caught out in a bad spot. It will be the third Dragon take by Dog fans, and all of a sudden, once again, Citadel basically giving free control back over to their opponent. Now Instinct could be way too far forward. Protoss is going to tunnel over the wall. Lycamos is there, and Instinct will fall. Philip going to try to make the escape. Armeo will be there to try and get him out, but this is a difficult situation. We'll see how deep Dog fans want to go. Barrick is going to pull Philip in. Not a lot of damage just yet, but it is a deep chase. The flash will come through, but Philip is still going to get knocked up. Armeo on the back end is going to try to get Protoss. Philip will get out, but as Armeo put himself in a bad position himself, we will see the Bardolt will come out. That will be the stun. The arrow will come through, and King Clueless will get hit by it. It will be a 1-for-1 trade with Protoss, trading his life, but once again, another aggressive play for Dog fans, and we'll see if they want to try and Death Bush here. They're pinging it down. We will see if they want to try and take advantage. Bradley and Trevor have stepped forward, and it looks like the Death Bush will pay off. The patience will pay off. Bradley's going to try to get himself out, and he will. So far, no overextension, no overchase coming in from Dog fans, but in the span of the last 3 minutes, this game has completely flipped on its head. Recognize that saying. We were saying it in game number 1 as well. The series has been so back and forth between these two. Every time Citadel feels like they get full control of the game, Dog fans fights back and gets themselves back into a position where they can contest. We will be neutralizing here, potentially. Lycamaz could be in a rough spot. They are definitely looking for the Karma down on the bot side here. Bradley has made his way down and is behind him. Jin and Vi are both making their way down into the bot lane. Lycamaz going to try to get out of here, but so much damage coming in from the Azir. It's absolutely ridiculous. The arrow will land. The Protoss will be able to tunnel out successfully. We'll see if all of the Jin bullets hit. For now, they are all on point, but it's not enough damage to be able to take him down. It looks like Protoss is going to be able to walk out of this fight. It's a 1-for-0, a nice catch onto Lycamaz. Again, those overextensions have been punished super consistently by both sides throughout this entire series. And it will be bot lane tier 2 that ends up paying the price. Still continuing to push out topside. We see some pings coming down into the mid lane. Perhaps that's the priority that Dog fans want to look for here. Whew. Crazy game, man. Super fun game number 2. With Dog fans' tournament life on the line, they are coming up big. Did you see Armeo in the pit? See some pings coming down. He actually has started up Baron. Philip and Trevor are the only two here. Bradley is not here. And he does have teleport available if they want to go for it, but no Jin, no Ashe. They are just going to back off. Armeo loses a considerable amount of health there, though. It's going to be interesting to see if they wanted to stick on that. I would be very surprised if that was the decision. But the sneak will not be the case. Bradley going to take red buff. Wish I had more to say about that, but it's Azir taking red buff. This has been a crazy fun game, though. What do both teams need to do now in order to stay in the game or get back in the game or anything? Well, I do think the front-to-back for Citadel is more consistent. I think the Azir is in a really great spot. If you can play front-to-back, if you can play around a Vi engage with an Mbessa, creating havoc on the back line, Trevor and Instinct being able to use their CC and their utility to be able to set up for the Azir, he has more than enough damage to completely melt through the entirety of Dog fans. That includes the 7-kill Caitlyn, but at the end of the day, there is still a 7-kill Caitlyn, and that Darius is very scary on the other side. That Kate has so much gold, we're about to see a 6-item Kate. Yeah, Kate's in a really good spot here. This is the dream Caitlyn game, getting accelerated into 4 or 5 items as quickly as possible. Bradley now though, has caught Barrick out. He's gonna have to flash out, but it doesn't matter. The burn damage comes in. It's a solo kill for Bradley into Darius, and that's what I'm talking about. This Azir damage should not be underestimated. King Clueless Light might be next up on the menu, but Philip has caught out Protoss. The Violet's gonna follow him through the tunnel and take him down. The Bard will fall. The Karma will fall, and it looks like Nightstar is next on the menu. The gold on Caitlyn cannot matter if they just take everyone down first. A 4-for-0 off of a fantastic pick from Bradley ends up turning into what is likely the game-ending play. Everything looking so good and so winnable for Dog fans. It all comes crumbling down in one moment. King Clueless, the only one left alive, and he will not be alive for much longer. Dog fans tried their absolute best. They tried to pull this game back. They tried to stay in it, but at the end of the day, Citadel was too much, too strong, and they will be heading to the finals. Wow. That game ended so abruptly. It's insane. Holy crap. GG indeed, Collimer. GG indeed. Let's go, Instinct. I always believed in you. How can you not believe in Instinct? Bradley, 34,000 damage that game every single time he auto-attacked a single person. It did the entirety of their health bar. This Azir was so strong. And unfortunately for the Caitlyn, she wasn't there. She wasn't there in that final fight as quickly as she needed to be. Not blaming Nightstar, not his fault at all. Just, one mistake, one overextension from Barrick, one unnecessary collapse. And that's the game. The Bradley damage is insane. Bradley was unreal that game. Bradley is definitely player of the series here. He was awesome in game 1. Was definitely the main character here in game number 2. Sorry, I didn't mean to not put the background music on. But unfortunately for Dog fans, that will be their run. I feel bad for them, man. They were one game away. One game away for making the NACL in the upper bracket. And they have to face Citadel here, but it will be a 2-0 in favor of Citadel. They will pick up the series, and they will be heading to the finals. Let's quickly take a look at how things are going in Tempest and Friendly Fellas. Looks like we joined just in time for a dragon fight, potentially. But Tempest is in a good spot. They're already up 1-0 in this series. Dragon's going lower and lower. This would be Soul for the fellas. Oh, Cassio just got obliterated. Uh-oh. That Jhin damage was absurd. I can't believe Vayne Anivia is going to win this game. Hoping to see Citadel make it into NACL. Completely agree. Obviously, I'm very biased, but... Moose Hater, unfortunately, going to fall there, and it will be an ace. That's the game. Yeah? Citadel is 2-0 every... Yeah, they've not dropped a single game in lower brackets. Citadel is... They've only dropped 2 games this entire tournament, and it was 2 friendly fellas on day number 1. They have not lost a game since day number 1. But it will be Tempest, it looks like, moving on to the finals. Citadel and Tempest, the 2 teams that we really were debating on who was going to make it out. That's the matchup. That's the dream matchup, and that looks like what we're going to get. I'm quickly going to throw to break, because I imagine this is going to be starting up soon. I imagine it's rolling start, but we will be back in just a moment. We'll talk about everything. We'll, get some knowledge and kind of intel on what happened in the Tempest series. We'll go over that, and then we'll start previewing our finals matchup to see who's going to make it into into the finals. Who won game number 1, Jordan? Yeah, Citadel won game 1 and game 2. We are looking good. We are going to the finals to play against Tempest. Tempest also won game 1 of this series in game 2. So 2 2-0s, and it's finals time, but I'll be right back. I'm going to take a small break, refuel a bit, and then we will be back to preview the final series of the day. All right, we are back. We are back. I am hyped. It is finals time. Win or go home. The winner is in the NACL. The loser is out of the NACL. I'm pumped to talk about it. I gotta change the stream title. Give me a second. I gotta change the stream title. I don't know how loud my clacking is, by the way. My keyboard. If it's annoying, I apologize. I won't do it too much. Just need to do that at the moment. Okay. Okay. We are back. We are back, and only one series remains. Only one series remains. Tempest Gaming, Citadel. Boy, am I excited. Let's go ahead and go over this, like how both of these teams got here. Because I think this is a really interesting conversation to have. It's a really interesting conversation to have. We'll start with Citadel because we kind of know their trajectory a bit more. Obviously, they had a really fun series with Oakland on day number 1. I think still the bloodiest game of the tournament. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. 84 kills in that game number 1 combined between them and Oakland. And then they kind of stomped game number 2. They go into round 2 feeling good. They run into Friendly Fellas. Oops. They throw away game number 1. They're up like 7K in that game. Something ridiculous. And they just lose fight after fight, and they end up throwing that. They dominate game 2, but they can't close out in game 3. A homer like me, someone who's biased like I am, would say they probably should have won that series 2-0. But they throw away game number 1 and end up dropping game 3. Game 3 of that series is the only game at this tournament where they didn't have over a 5K gold lead at some point. Which is ridiculous. But, you know, they lose it. At the end of the day, Friendly Fellas did a great job of capitalizing, and obviously they made it worth it. They went all the way to winners finals, even if they couldn't get it done today against Tempest. And so Citadel has to drop down to this round number 2, and they have to go through the gauntlet in the lower bracket, which is obviously not ideal. This is, like, the earlier you lose in this tournament, the worse it gets. Citadel drops here to L26. They have to face Forever Forward, who 2-0'd Vancouver Impact. That was a pretty easy win for them. They end up facing Flippers, who is a really highly rated team. You know, maybe not the most anticipated, like, dominant team in the world, but certainly not a team that you can ignore. 2-0 them. Don't ban Viego, who had gone on a pretty big tournament run up until that point. They beat Drop Dead. They beat Next Level. You know, they had actually, like, really performed well. 2-0 for them. Who needs it? And then the real run for them begins. They have to face Galaxy Gaming, who has got multiple former NACL players. You have to play Respawn, who's one of the tournament favorites. Has only lost games to Near Airport before this series. They 2-0 them. They play Pepe Lala, who has made a pretty big run of their own down on the bottom side of this bracket. And then, of course, earlier today, a 2-0 against Dog Fans. So some big results for Citadel. You might have noticed not a single game dropped in the lower bracket. The only games that they have dropped the entirety of the tournament are 2 Friendly Fellas on day number 1. Since day 1 of this tournament, they've not dropped a single game. They have been in incredible form. And again, like, there was a world where they don't throw game number 1, where they're 2-0 in that series, and they go on to just not lose a game, where they beat Near Airport and qualify for the NACL. I don't think that's crazy to expect or to say was possible. It wasn't the reality, but they've had so many more games to play now. They're sharp, they're strong, and I think that they are dangerous to go through. Hold on, I'm checking out here. Okay, looks like it will be best of 3, by the way. We're getting that confirmed Sorry, I needed to check that. It looks like it will be a best of 3. I'll cover that in just a second. But let's go ahead and go over Tempest's run first, since we're kind of doing narrative ball here. Tempest had, I would say, comparatively, an easier route. That's not to say it was an easy route, but people were talking about Tempest on this side of the bracket as the obvious choice to go through undefeated, as the obvious choice to enter the NACL. And at the beginning of the tournament, they definitely, you know, lived up to that. Potato Tomato in round 1. Shout out Potato Tomato. The GOATs. Like, truly the GOATs. You know, we talked about that series against, where is it? Where are you? Against Prosperity, where they took a game. Like, actually the GOATs. But, you know, they weren't going to beat Tempest. 2-0 there. They face Zero Animosity. Pretty good team. 2-0 there. Pepe Lala, who we just saw. Citadel obviously played them yesterday. They 2-0 them. That's probably the best team that they've beaten up until this point. But, upset alert, Dog Fans ends up 2-1-ing Tempest. And this felt like it was going to be impossible. As good as like Dog Fans are, I certainly don't want to take anything away from them. They just played this series against Citadel so competitively. These are multiple-time NACL players and former LCS players. Like Armeo has been a multiple-time LCS player. It's not like this team lacks in experience. Philip's been an LCS player in the past. Instinct has been an LCS player in the past. Like, I'm not trying to understate Dog Fans, but to lose 2-1 to Dog Fans was not a part of the plan. Just as losing to Friendly Fellas was not a part of the plan for Citadel, and so they get moved down into the lower bracket. I believe they get put here. I'll have to remember, they get put here, I believe. Where are you, Tempest? You're right here. So you get to jump into day number 5. You don't have to play on day 4, but they get dropped into a series against St. Clair. Again, a good team. I don't want to take anything away from St. Clair. Shout out St. Clair. They had a great run at this tournament, but a team they absolutely should be beating. They have a matchup against Fisher, who pulls off the upset a bit against Dorado, and they go down pretty early in that game against Fisher. They're not exactly the most consistent team. Now, from what I've seen so far today, they absolutely massacred Friendly Fellas, but in terms of, like, momentum, I think Citadel has more momentum, but I think a lot of people might favor Tempest's skill level going into this series, so I'm very excited to see where this ends up going. I'm very excited to see what these two teams can do. Trying to see what ends up happening here. I'm trying to get ideas. It looks like it is going to be a best of 3. Greatest plat team of all time? Yeah, Potato Tomato, they're the GOATs, bro. They're the GOATs. I don't care what anybody says. They took a game off of Prosperity, who's like a legit team. Like, they're like a legit competitive team. And Potato Tomato showed up and picked up a win. They're the GOATs as far as I'm concerned. They're the GOATs as far as I'm concerned. But from a matchup perspective, I think we can take a look here. I'm going to switch. I can just do this on screen. This is the Aegis database for these players. I was showing off Dog Fans earlier. Let's get both Citadel and Tempest up. Kind of just show these two teams. Great recap of the tourney. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think both have had super interesting runs, right? Tempest looked unstoppable. They were huge favorites on the lower side of the bracket. There's basically no one on this side that were expected to be able to deal with them, but they faced an unexpected setback with Dog Fans. They've been able to rebound well, but really it was this series against Friendly Fellas that convinced me that they are still in, and Citadel comparatively had their setback much earlier, which means they've had a lot more time to get their path righted, which I think is an interesting thing to talk about. But when you look at these two teams, like, obviously both of these teams are ridiculous. You don't need me to tell you how good both of these teams are. Now, we got a couple of players here that, I mean, you know, we've got 2 different Chromes, which is obviously Aaron. And we have Dapshin, who played the first couple of games because Manui wasn't available. Because Aaron wasn't available, I should say. But the lineup is, of course, as we know, Hoarder in the top lane, Kisno in the jungle, Darkwings in the mid lane, Aaron at AD carry, and Manui at support. And we know the Citadel lineup. If you're watching this stream and you don't know the Citadel lineup, I've watched every single game they played, except for day 4. Sorry, day 4. I was on Salty Run Back. I don't know what to tell you. But we can use this time, actually. We can use this time, really quick, to shameless plug myself. Yeah? To shameless plug myself? This seems like a good time to do that, if ever. This seems like a good time to do that, if I'm ever gonna do it. If you do not know, I am primarily a YouTuber. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can go and check out the YouTube channel that this is being streamed from. But if you're just joining in for the series that we got today, I'm primarily a YouTuber. I do analysis for all the major pro leagues. I will be doing it for the NACL when that starts up. And we do the 4 major regions, so the LTA. I only really cover North, but I'll do all the cross-conference stuff as well. LEC, LCK, and LPL, of course. First Stand ended today. We just had the finals of First Stand, the first big international tournament of the year. If you want to know my thoughts on the finals, or if you want to know my thoughts on anything that's happened at the tournament, or anything that happened domestically, any of the LTA stuff, or if you're just interested in maybe seeing some comprehensive breakdowns of the NACL, when those series start popping up, go ahead and subscribe. We're a little over 2K at this point. I'd love to get to 3K. That would be super cool. If we could get, 5K would be the big milestone. So maybe we can hit that at some point. But I'll start with 2.5K. If you guys can get me to 2.5K, I'd love that. But again, if you enjoy my commentary here, you'd probably enjoy kind of the podcast style breakdowns that I do over on that channel. Basically every day, as you can see. An hour-long podcast a day, if you're interested in LoL esports, but I don't want to plug too much. We can get back to the actual talking about the series. Oh, I guess I should probably do the responsible thing and post a link in chat for those interested, so you don't have to look it up. But now we're done. Now we're done talking about Super K-Man Rocks. Let's just get excited here. They're back in 7 minutes. That leads me to believe that we're going to be getting into game sometime soon. Sometime soon. But yeah, any questions in chat? This is the perfect time to ask questions about the tournaments, about the OQs, or about LoL esports in general. Like, we had some conversations and some questions about, like, Syncroft returning to play earlier today. First Stand finals just happened. Spring Split's right around the corner. I'm happy to answer any questions from chat. We're just kind of wasting time here as we wait for the next series. Try to catch some of these highlights here. This is from yesterday. Was wondering who else you think are the best players in the ERLs or NACL? UG. I can confidently say that UG is the best player that is not in Tier 1 in the West. It's an absolute shame that he's not in Tier 1. It's actually ridiculous. There were multiple teams from both the LCS and the LEC that would have signed him if there weren't these, ridiculous visa problems that he was going through. He's basically regionless, which I don't know how that's fair. I can't even begin to understand how that makes any sense. But UG is a monster, and him being in Tier 2, I love Tier 2. I'm a Tier 2 guy. I love the NACL, but UG being in Tier 2 is unfair. It is just, he is way better than Tier 2 at this point. He has done everything he can possibly do. And again, I know that, LTA or LEC teams, would have signed him if the visa stuff wasn't so complicated. Disguised had some interest, I'm pretty sure. I saw that on Twitter. Or, I know Giant X had interest in the LEC. He definitely is starting for someone in Tier 1 if it wasn't for all the weird shenanigans in the offseason, so I would definitely say UG. As, he would be top 2 or 3 for me because of Los Ratones bot lane. Yeah, I mean, if you're counting Crowny and Reckless, then I think that that's fair. Saying that they're pretty unfair. I guess technically, Spica, right, as well, in that same vein, Double Lift. They're pretty good for Tier 2. I just don't, I don't think that that's kind of what I would think of, Yeah, I don't know if I would count them. I don't know if I would count them either. When I think of, what's the best player in ERLs or NACL, I'm thinking, who's the next breakthrough guy? And I don't think it's fair to be oh, I think that young kid Reckless is going to do pretty well. Yeah. I think he's going to do fine, yeah. I think UG is better than Spica, to be honest. It's a bold take. I don't think he's, mega far off. I think Spica's very good. So, I'm certainly not going to... I can't, fully endorse that just because I think Spica could still be a top 1 or top 2 jungler in North America, on the right team. I think the last couple of years he's been in some tough situations. But I agree. I think very highly of UG. He would be an upgrade to most teams in the LTA right now. Like, I think Team Liquid with UG would be, like, ridiculous. Sorry, MT. But I think Team Liquid with UG would actually be unfair. I had Scary Jerry as my 4th best ADC in LTA, so I'm a bit tier 2 biased. You know, I thought Scary Jerry was going to do well in that same vein. Same thing with Surdy, but as we saw last year, it's not like a perfect transition. People forget, but like, Jan was not very good year 1. I mean, he was fine. Like, I defended him quite a lot on my channel, but like, Jan was not a perfect player year 1. Masu was certainly not like Masu until the summer split, until he got back from MSI and had that experience under his belt. It really felt like he leveled up over summer. Like, it just takes a bit of time for these guys to start getting good. And I think my concern is that playing 4 or 5 games as Scary Jerry is not great for him getting that experience he needs to get to the, you know, the experience part of the game to start actually being able to express his skill set and skill level. But obviously, there's a lot of problems with the format. Speaking of, I'm interested to see what they do now for spring in the LTA, because obviously they have to switch it up. Fearless has been locked in globally, probably forever, like probably for the rest of time for League of Legends. And, you know, best of ones aren't going to cut it for Fearless, so we'll see how they end up switching things up. I'm very high on Huhi, so I assumed it would be a top 3 or 4 bot lane in the league. I also am a big fan of Huhi. Didn't end up working out. Obviously, split one. Like, Jerry and Huhi were not good. I would argue they were probably the worst bot lane in the league. I mean, it was close, right? Like, I think that there are other choices for that. But we'll see if that progression could come in. Huhi's a really good in-game leader. I think Jerry is like a heart. Like, if there's one thing you can count on when it comes to Scary Jerry, it's getting better. Like, the dude is just a grinder. He plays more games than anybody I've seen in pro, and just like puts in the effort to get better. So I think he's definitely like a good candidate to really emerge later on in the year. I agree. By the end of the year, it could be very good. I never want to see a Huhi Elise again. I don't want to see Elise support at all. If you're not like Delight. You know what I mean? If you're not like Carria. If you're not the best support in the world, how can you play that champ in pro? It just doesn't work, man. Like good players can make it impossible to play against. But dude, if you're not like so much better than your like opponent, how do you play Elise support? Like, I'm not a support player. I'm a mid lane player. So I can't give you the full intricacies of that because I haven't played against Elise support all that much. But like, I get the idea of you just like sorry, voice crack. I'm starting to lose my voice. I've been commentating these series so hard. But I get like the idea of the pick, right? Where you just snowball the laning phase so hard that it's basically impossible to do anything. But if you're not way better, how do you do that? Like, if the bot lane is better and just kind of neutralizes your pressure, it's literally a 4v5. It's just such a needlessly aggressive pick. You know what I mean? At least in my opinion. It's a needlessly aggressive pick. Old man moving slow. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I think of it like shitty pants support. I think there's like value in saying that. But the thing about Pantheon is he's a lot better than people think he is. I mean, some teams understand how good Pantheon is, but his numbers are just so high. Like, at the end of the day, like, numbers just matter a lot, and he has really good numbers. So, but I think we've seen a lot of the Elise support players just start playing Pyke instead for Snowball. How do I feel about Yukino to KCB? I'm super happy for Yukino. I'm super happy for him. I don't think, you know, I was kind of vocal last year about how Yukino wasn't really all that good on DSG, but Yukino has been so good in the past that you have to imagine that he is going to be fine, that he should get another shot. And going over to Europe, like, that's such a perfect environment. Getting in K-Corp in particular, that's such a great environment for him to, like, grow out of some of those less forced errors. Those things that he can weed out of his game that just make it a bit more consistent. I think it's a good move for him. And I'm obviously super happy for him. I am frustrated that, you know, we have really good tier 2 players or really high upside tier 2 players that feel like it's better to leave than to play on a team here. And who knows, maybe he wasn't getting any tier 2 offers. Like, I don't know. But Yukino was bad on DSG, but Perry was also bad, and I loved Perry as a player, so I kind of write it off. I think there's truth to that. Perry was awesome in their playoff run. When I think they got 3rd or 4th in spring after being like barely making playoffs. Something like that. And Perry was a big reason why. He was like really great for them in their playoff run. But DSG just became a completely different team once Tomo left. Once Tomo got scooped up by 100 Thieves, like that team just completely changed. Tomo was like such a hard carry for them that it was really difficult for them to play around anybody else. Like, and I don't think that's Manui's fault. Like, I don't blame Manui for coming in and not being able to get that done. It's just it's a tough situation for them. Like, getting their star player poached in the middle of the year. Not that I blame them. Looks like they're in Champ Select, which is good. Let's check out the NACL stream. See if they're in on it. They are not at the moment. They are in Champ Select in-game, so I imagine we will pan over to that in a second. The way that team played, I don't think Manui was the best fit. I agree. Manui is much better as a secondary carry, as an AD carry. I'm really intrigued by Manui's support. It hasn't been perfect at this tournament, but I think it could be very good. I don't want to just sit here and, like, freeload watch the NACL stream, but we are into draft. Okay. Finally, time for the finals, guys. Let's get hyped. Let's get hyped up in chat. It is finals time, qualification time. Citadel is on red side this game. Tempest is on blue. Volibear, Jason, Callista will be the bans for Tempest. Very similar bans to what we saw. It will be Zyra, Kindred, and Varus for Citadel. We've already got this first rotation. Gnar, Maokai, Victor early picked on blue side here for Tempest. And it will be the Ambessa, the Vi, and the Hui as answers. These are pretty standard picks, I would say, for these two teams. Very comfort-based, which is kind of what I was expecting. We'll have to see if either team get out to a big lead in the early game. Obviously, Armeo Vi looked awesome in Game 2. Bradley on a Control Mage does give me a lot of confidence. This is just the kind of stuff they feel really good about playing pretty constantly. But Maokai Victor, a very dangerous duo, and I'm a big fan of Gnar on the other side. So we'll have to see how that works. It will be the Ezreal as the pickup for Instinct. He's played a ton of Ezreal. I would honestly consider Ezreal to be his best champion, the one I think about the most, and it's going to be Rel rounding it out for Citadel, and Misfortune and Nautilus rounding it out for Tempest. A very quick draft phase coming in here for both of these teams. But I think both of these drafts are interesting. Well, I'm just plugging it into my spreadsheet so I can talk about percentages as we go throughout the game, as you guys know. Tempest has a great champ select. Yeah, I think Tempest has had really good drafts. So I think there's a lot to talk about here, right? On first glance, I think this is kind of an even draft. Like, I would say this is even. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm biased. I think Tempest will scale better. I think that their front to back is way easier, right? Like, Maokai, Gnar, Nautilus is free engage, and Victor MF is, like, great follow-up on that. But I really like Citadel's ability to skirmish in the mid game. I think they have so much poke that, like, if Vi or Rel or Ambessa can lock someone down, or if you can, like if Ezreal Hui just does a billion damage from 800 yards away before MF can ever even do anything in a fight, or Victor can ever do anything in a fight, like, that's a free engage for Rel. That's a free engage for Ambessa. And that's where I think, like, objective control becomes so important for Citadel in this game. Where, it really is, like, you either control the map or you don't. Now, what I think makes that a bit more difficult is I don't love the specific lane matchups. Like, I think Gnar is good into Ambessa, generally speaking. I think Victor is good into Hui, generally speaking. I think Victor's just going to have an easier time. And especially, like, I think Maokai is really good into Vi. Maokai's considered to be the best, like, meta counter into Vi. That's always been, you know, what a lot of people have talked about. I don't think it's as, like, clear-cut, straightforward as that, but I do think it's possible. They're in game. Let me go ahead and spectate it here. We can actually switch over. Sorry, NACL broadcast. We can come back to you later, but we can go to the actual client here. We are waiting on spectator delay, but we can keep talking about this draft. If Citadel get control, it's such a great comp. I agree. I think their zone of control is very difficult to deal with, and this is a very comfortable comp for them. Like, obviously, getting things like Volibear and Jace taken away isn't ideal, but I think that they got a lot of what they wanted in game number 1. And remember, this is a best of 3. This is not a best of 5. So game 1 is super important. Like, this is kind of a must-win for both of these teams. Because dropping game 1 really puts you on the back foot. And it is going to tell us a lot about both of them. Oh. Tempest have not been playing the mage supports. It's kind of confusing me. Well, hey. Manui might be good at, you know, engage supports. He was playing Janna yesterday, I believe, in their last win over who were they playing? Over Fisher. I think he played Janna in game 2 when they won. I think enchanters make a lot of sense for them. I assume they would go heavy into Manui's champion pool. Yeah, it's not really been a lot of, like, Seraphine. Right? That's obviously the first thing you think of, but it's not really been a lot of those, like, AP mages that he played as a bot laner. It looks like we'll be getting into game in just a second. Let's mute that lo-fi. Let's get rocking and rolling. It is game time, folks. It is game time. Switch over. Got to do some fixing of the scoreboard. This is going to be a violent game mid-game. I agree. But that's where I think Citadel really excels, is these mid-game fights. We will fix the overlay in just a second. But it is time to get into game. Game number 1. Let's go back to OBS here. We can hide the Dog Fans logo. Bring out the Tempest logo. Throw it up here. Make that a little smaller, maybe. There we go. And we can turn this into a 0. And we are ready for game number 1. Citadel, Tempest Gaming. Winner goes to the NACL. Loser is out of the tournament. For the final NACL spot, it's on the line. This is the big one. Looks like it might be a little bit of an engage here onto Darkwings and Kisno. 4 are here. Trevor's going to flash over. It's going to be the follow flash from Kisno, but he's still going to get locked up. Fortunately, that flash will give him enough space to be able to avoid most of the damage. But a flash on support versus flash on jungle is a big win for Citadel early on here. No flash on Maokai is definitely exploitable. Obviously, Hex Flash still available for Trevor. Just as a reminder, everybody's in-game names are correct with the exception of Aaron, who is Chrome in the bot lane, but it is Aaron, for those of you familiar with the NACL. Logo's in wrong spot. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for the shout. That is 100% right. Thank you for letting me know. Let's get that fixed. And nothing ever happened. Nothing was ever wrong. Thank you for the shout. But we do have some trading going on. Oh, I didn't even bring up the YouTube chat. Let me get that back up. Can't forget about YouTube, but we do see even more aggression coming in from Trevor. Another level 1 engage. The Ignite's going to get dropped here onto Aaron. He's going to burn down a bit. Misfortune's going to be taking a lot of damage. It's another good trade coming in from Trevor. And the aggressiveness from him on this rel continues to be a positive. He does take a chunk there from the double up. Misfortune definitely putting out some pressure of her own. Ooh, Instinct has to flash the Nautilus hook. That's a big summoner get for Manui there. Really well timed. And we have a lot more action in this bot lane than I was expecting. When you see Ezreal into Misfortune, you don't necessarily expect a lot of 2v2 fighting. But that's exactly what we got here at the start. Darkwing's going to continue to try and push out this wave. Like I said, priority I would expect to go over to the side of Tempest in terms of the early push, mostly because of the Maokai. I do think it's going to be a bit easier for him to be able to adapt to a lot of these plays. But with no flash, perhaps that's a little bit different. Is a trade of stuns here with Manui and Trevor. But a lot on the line for both of these teams. Philip taking a lot under tower. Again, this matchup is going to be pretty Gnar favored for the most part. Difficult for Invested to be able to deal with the range. Nice shot by Bradley. Trade out. Obviously, if Hoarder overextends, it could be a little bit more dangerous for him, but Philip would need to make a pretty spectacular play to pull anything back in this lane. He is down a level here. More trading going on in the mid lane. This is where I expected a lot more of the action to come in, is the middle of the map here, rather than bot lane. We do see some pings on the bot side. Armeo potentially looking to roam down. Try to take this 2v2 into a 3v2. Bradley getting very low in the mid lane, though. Great job by Darkwings to be able to poke him out. And just more pressure coming in from Instinct and Trevor. The wave will crash. We'll try to annoy this bot lane as much as possible here. But as we look at the lane states, everything is still very even. Summoners have been blown on either side. Kisno with no flash. Instinct with no flash. Potentially to take advantage of. We now see teleports matched in the mid lane as well. Gnar will be teleporting up top. Philip will likely follow him very soon. Actually going to be quite a bit of damage coming in from Gnar as he gets that bonus movement speed there. Gnar bar not particularly stacked up here. So no real threat. Philip could be baiting him in though. Armeo is here topside. We could potentially see a play if Hoarder does overextend, like I said, was a possibility. Philip gonna back here. Armeo potentially gonna look to take his Krugs and then move over to the top lane with a Philip TP back in. We do see Trevor potentially looking to punish an overextension here by either Manui or Aaron. Doesn't look like that's going to happen though. Philip now burning his TP as well on the top side. Nice little trade there from Instinct, but a cool, calm, and collected early game. We don't always get these from Citadel, and so it definitely is one to watch out for, but it doesn't look like either side wants to put themselves into an unnecessarily risky position with so much on the line. You definitely see a lot more regular, I guess, lane states early on in these games when the games matter more. You see less risks taken, and that is what we're seeing right now, but it is going to be another exchange on the bot side. Trevor not going to be able to land the stun, therefore no follow-up. Armeo is in the mid lane, but just gonna queue over the wall. It's gonna be really important to look for the pathing of both junglers in this game. Trevor gets the double stun here, but no follow-up. Again, really difficult to really punish either of these two bot lanes if you're a Misfortune or an Ezreal. And at least for now, it looks like Kisno is gonna be the first on the dragon as the Maokai here. Armeo is in the area and could potentially be looking, but the rotation will come from the bot lane. We could see a 3v3 if they want to try and contest. Some pings are coming up, but the dragon's already down to 2k health. It's actually going to be the flash in. Trevor's going to look for an engage, but he's going to get rooted up, and he's going to get taken down. Trevor will fall. A first blood going over to Kisno, and that will be dragon as well. Unfortunately for Trevor, just a little bit short in terms of the engage there, and a really nice turn coming in from Manui and from Kisno to be able to get Tempest on the board first. Not only will first blood be going their way, but they will grab that first dragon, and they're going to be up in gold. It's a 1k gold lead now for Tempest, and the dragon stacking has begun. Really nice play from them to start out this game. You definitely didn't want to be the one to fall first. But as we can see, basically around the map right now, Tempest with some individual lane leads. It's most noticeable here in the top lane where Hoarder is doing a great job at expressing his advantage in this, but Trevor has made his way topside. Philip is looking for the engage here. Both of these top laners have ultimate, but no Gnar ultimate to be able to use with no Mega. The Ignite's gonna get dropped, the stun will come through, but Philip not landing his own ultimate will give them not enough lockdown to be able to make the play work. Bradley with some happy feet to be able to dodge Nautilus hook. He ends up emote spamming there a bit. And it will be a lot of posturing for basically nothing. Now, a potential full engage down on the bot side. Both AD carries taking a lot of damage. Aaron's going to come out on top in that one as the Misfortune. But Darkwings doing the best job of anybody we've really seen at this tournament of being able to capitalize on Bradley early on in these laning phases. Even when Bradley has been in good positions, we've seen him struggle. Instinct is going to pop the barrier, is going to look for the 1v1, but doesn't get it. The flash coming out from Misfortune will save her life, and Aaron picks up a 1v1 kill down in the bot lane. Disaster strikes for Instinct, who very much was looking to take advantage of a potential timer there, but great play by Aaron as he is able to win out on the trade. Void Grubs will be going over here, all three of them, in fact, to Tempest, and this is a dream early game coming in from Tempest Gaming. This is the first time I've seen Citadel solo laners down in lane. Indeed, I think it might be one of the first times all tournament that Philip and Bradley have been down in lane. This has been a fantastic early game from Tempest. But still a lot of game left to play. Citadel's strengths have been in lane, but have definitely been out of lane as well when you talk about these skirmishes sitting around 18-ish minutes. This game is by no means out of reach for either team. Trevor making his way down, but some great plays made by Tempest, some individual mechanics being showcased by these incredibly talented players, really showing why they were such big favorites to be able to get out of the OQs on the bottom side of this bracket as a team that makes it into the NACL. Gonna be the hook actually landing now on Trevor. He's gonna have to try and get out of there. The bullet time will come through. Maokai ultimate is dropped. Do they have enough damage to be able to lock him up? It's actually not gonna land onto Trevor. He's just barely gonna be able to escape there. A lot of resources used from the side of Tempest. No kill acquired, but still a nice play to be able to get Trevor out of lane. He will have to back. He will make his back successfully. But no kill picked up. Hoarder continues to win on the top side here. Just a really, really nice landing phase. We talked about it. Gnar is in a very good position. And Darkwings as well. Really putting in the work to kind of show that this matchup is good for the victor. Hoarder going to shove it in here as slow as he possibly can. So really now it's up to the junglers to see what they can do to really either expedite this lead for Tempest or, bring the game back in terms of gold if you are Armeo. Gonna get pressured out a bit by Manui here. Objectives are spawning soon. About 1:30 on Dragon, about 2 minutes on the Void Grubs. Do see the TP coming in on top side, but Hoarder just continues to hoard gold on the top side. We do see Armeo potentially coming up, but he is spotted on a ward. No play will be made there. Vision will be cleared, though. And once again, it's just Tempest doing the best job we've seen of anybody in this tournament of being able to neutralize Citadel's early game. Hoarder's back is interrupted there by Philip. But a really good job by Tempest. Some damage coming in from the Ezreal, mostly there to clear the wave and to dissuade any sort of tower taking, but we still are looking for ways out of this if we are Citadel. I think they still have so much lockdown that if they are able to get one good fight and able to get some gold onto the Ezreal or onto the Hui, things can really turn in an instant. This game is far from over. But it is definitely looking in favor of Tempest. And again, the slower pace I think does favor them as well, as I do think that they have the more consistent fight in the later half of the game. They certainly have the easier fight in the later half of the game. But it's about a 1.5k gold lead for them here at 11 minutes. Kisno makes his way down. Dragon is up in 13 seconds. That's going to be the priority for both of these junglers, it looks like. Trying to gain as much knowledge and vision as possible. Hoarder going to use the ultimate to continue to poke out Philip here. I doubt it's much more than that, but this continues to be a rough lane for the Ambessa. Definitely punishing that Ambessa pick. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Philip picked Ambessa into the Gnar. Definitely kind of regretting that as we speak. But Bradley going for that blind pick way. Actually, no, I think he also counterpicked the Victor here in draft. I believe it was R3 Hui and B3 Victor, which would make that Victor common knowledge. So both solo laners kind of opting into matchups that I don't love, and kind of getting punished for it here. Void Grubs have spawned. Dragon, by the way, was acquired by Tempest Gaming. That's 2 for them already. The Dragon stacking is real. We could be looking at a very early Dragon Soul if things continue to go the way of Tempest. It's actually going to be the Ambessa ult burned on the top side. Hoarder is going to jump out. Does have quite a bit of escapability here, but Trevor on the flank is going to force the flash out of the Gnar. Who will stay safe, but does have to expend that resource, and Void Grubs is probably going to be the intended priority. How much can they really stick on that, though? Philip is quite low. Trevor took a couple of tower shots in order to get into that position in the first place, and so it will be Tempest once again with priority over these Void Grubs. One of them already going the way of Citadel, but if they're able to get 5, that's really what you're looking for, and it does look like there's going to be a ton of posturing around that angle. Hoarder no flash and is pretty low here. No mega as well. Looks like it's just going to be a potential fight here, I say, with Trevor going for a fantastic engage, comboing with a ton of Bradley damage, but do they have enough to be able to follow up? Trevor is going lower and lower. He will be the first to fall, but he will trade for Manui, and Victor will be the next one to go. Hoarder has arrived to the fight, but so has Philip. At least for now, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Citadel. Are they going to look for more? Armeo looking to go in, just goes back over the wall onto blue buff, doesn't want to put himself into a bad spot. Bradley with the flash fear, and he's going to be able to pick up the kill onto Kizno. It's the perfect fight that Citadel was looking for. They are able to pick up 3 kills for the exchange of 1, and they should be able to grab this final Void Grub here to avoid the 5 Void Grub situation for Tempest Gaming. That's exactly what Citadel needed in this situation. The exact kind of fight that they were looking for. And especially with all of the gold going onto Bradley in that exchange, the Hui is now in a much better spot with the gold having equalized out in the mid lane. Big, big stuff for Citadel there. They needed that. Okay, it's going to land on a Trevor, but should just be some supportal combat coming in. I don't think either has enough damage to be able to punish. But a huge, huge fight there for Citadel to remain active in this game. I mean, we're going to take a little bit of poke, but at this point in the game, Ezreal is not touching that Nautilus. It's barely a scratch. Philip now taking another trade with Hoarder. Gets the jump out. But he is going to ult in. He's going to look for that full exchange. Once again, just trying to punch the Gnar, and this could be a solo kill on the top side for Philip. We've seen him so consistently get these, and he does. A solo kill coming in, but we see a dive on the bot side onto Instinct. He's burning down with the Ignite, but he's going to be able to survive. Armeo, Trevor, Bradley, they're all here, and Kizno is actually going to be the one who's in danger. He's going to fall in. Manui, who goes so deep to try to pick up the kill onto Instinct, isn't able to get it. It's a solo kill for Philip on the top side. It's a 2-for-0 for Citadel on the bottom side, and a game that looked like it was Tempest to lose has now gone entirely in favor of Citadel. A fantastic turn of events from them to completely get them back in the game, and now not only are they equal, but they're in a fantastic spot, up about 500-600 gold, and with 3 kills on the Hui. Big, big turn there. Big, big turn there. You couldn't ask for a more important turn from Citadel. That was crucial for them to be able to stay in this game. We talked about how their mid-game was better, where when you look at these two comps, you look at the mid-game skirmishes as the time period where Citadel is going to be able to get their big strengths. And that's exactly what happened here in this game. You still have to be concerned. This game is still very close, and I definitely wouldn't say that you scale better, but Darkwings could potentially have overextended. Bradley and Armeo are here. He's going to try and look to trade back the kill, but he doesn't have enough damage. Armeo will pick up the kill. Bradley is going to evade the Victor ultimate, and it's yet another catch here for Armeo and for Citadel, who just keep getting more and more gold. They go from being 1.5k down to 1k up in the span of about 5-7 minutes into this game. Really, really impressive stuff. And now we're sitting at 15 minutes, and Citadel is in a much better spot. Happy Feet coming in from Instinct. Trevor's making his way down. Armeo is here as well. This is a 3v3, but Trevor is not here at the start, and Armeo just goes way too deep. The shutdown is going to go over to Manui. Maybe some over-aggression there, and the moment that Citadel starts to feel comfortable with the game state that they're in, that's the moment that they really start to tune it back. Things are still looking good for them, but the gold has equalized out after that shutdown. Luckily for Citadel, it did go over to Manui on the Nautilus. The perfect person you would want to get that shutdown if you are the opposing team, but just some lack of communication or some over-aggression coming in from Armeo, just going in a bit too early. Trevor not able to arrive on time for that play. But you're still looking at a good game state. Bradley is in a really good spot. Won't use top lane. And we can see the collapse coming down on the bot lane. Bradley still stepping up to look for the wave. I'm not sure if he knows that Kizno and Manui are here. He definitely sees Darkwings, but could be in a little bit of trouble. We actually see the rest of Citadel making their way down. Rel and Vi making their way down here. Things will come down. And Dragon is the objective. This would be third Drake for Tempest. And that would really be a win condition for them. Now, Instinct could be the target in the mid lane, trying to take advantage of the fact that this team is indexing heavily into the Dragon. Looks like they might want to target down this tower, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get much more than that. They will be able to pick up the first turret, mid lane tier 1, but they will have to trade it for the Drake, as that will be controlled by Citadel. Stops the Dragon stacking of Tempest, certainly a valuable asset for Citadel to be able to have, an important one, but it looks like Rift Herald will be the objective. The pings are coming down onto Rift Herald. Trevor is making his way into the mid lane, trying to get there as quickly as possible. Looks like it will be just the quick adjustment coming in. Just like that, the game state is evened out all over again. I say that, but it's a 500 gold lead for Tempest. You have to remember there's still a gigantic gold disparity in the top lane, even with the 2 kills. A CS lead there, and then the bot lane. That's really where we're looking at the gold difference in this game. This Misfortune is in a better spot than the Ezreal. You can't really debate that. Aaron is definitely in a better spot this game compared to Instinct, but how much is that going to matter in fights? It's all going to rely on how well they can set up for the bullet times on the side of Tempest, how well they can get Misfortune into a position where she can take over in these exchanges, because the Hui could be a bit of a problem for her. That is a Medjai's Hui, by the way, 9-stack Medjai's Hui as the second item. This is a Hui who's looking to carry the game, and speaking of carry the game, Armeo is going to be diving bot lane here. Porter going to take quite a bit of damage from the combined ultimates, but it doesn't look like they have enough on the first pass, but Trevor's going to be down here, even with Mega Gnar. I'm not sure they're going to have the HP to be able to make this work, but Bradley takes an unnecessary tower shot there, and Hoarder is just going to be able to make his way out. That's a lot of resources expended from Citadel to get basically nothing on the side of Tempest. Yes, you get Hoarder's flash, but not much more than that. You will give up Rift Herald for that play, not that that was really ever up for debate. You will be able to take that bot tier 1. Very nice there, but you trade it for top tier 1, and generally speaking, that's an okay play for Tempest. You're going to feel good about that, considering the gold situation. These even trades, I do believe, favor Tempest the later this game goes. I think both teams have the ability to play front-to-back fights. One I just think is way more consistent at it than others. Once again, if Citadel is able to set up around some of these objectives or find picks, or really just poke out before a lot of these fights start, I think that's going to be a really big problem. They have a lot of ways to do damage from a long ways away. Ezreal obviously kind of notoriously does that, but Hui is definitely going to attribute to that as well. And then when they do want to pull the trigger, Rel and Vi are pretty consistent forms of engage. Even the Ambessa is going to be very difficult to deal with. That being said, on the other side, I like Tempest teamfight comp better in terms of the front to back. You've got the Maokai, the Gnar, and the Nautilus as consistent forms of engage, and so much damage likely coming out from the Victor and the Misfortune if you can set up for that bullet time. So now we're really starting to get into the nitty-gritty of this game. One fight here could be the difference between one team breaking through and this game continuing to stay close. Neither team wants to make a mistake. Armeo potentially looking. This could be a fight. The hook is going to land onto Armeo, but immediately they're going to go on Manui. Bradley puts out a lot of damage, but Armeo is going to get locked up, and he's going to get dropped. It's going to be the kill going over to the Misfortune, which is huge. The Nautilus hook just barely misses. Trevor potentially looking for a re-engage, but is going to get poked out here by Darkwings. Fantastic spacing coming in from Tempest in this fight. And unfortunately for Armeo, they're just not able to get enough damage in to lock up the target that he wanted to go on, that being Manui on the Nautilus. Very difficult to break through this front line, and Otacon will now be the response. With no jungle on the side of Citadel, that will be the priority. We could attempt to see a contest, but Trevor potentially giving up on this. Bradley has so much poke, and so does Ezreal. We could be seeing a potential engage, but remember, there's no smite here. Manui on the other side of this is going to be the target, and he will fall here. Instinct is going to pick up a kill. It is a 4v4, but Trevor immediately is going to get caught into the bullet time. A close quarters fight is not what this Citadel team wants. The Victor will be dropped, but Darkwings no longer has any damage. It will be traded 1-for-1 for now. Philip is potentially a bit deep. He might have to trade his life for this. It looks like he will, but Instinct continuing to pump out damage on the back end of this fight. Bradley and Instinct are still there. Certainly a good fight for Tempest. They are going to come away with some gold, but not the cleanest in the universe. They played that well, but at the end of the day, Tempest still comes out on top. They still end up getting the Otacon. They still end up getting a majority of those roses, which is the important part. And now when you're looking at the gold differential, it continues to rise. It's still only 1K. This is still anybody's game to win. But Tempest continues to win the fights that really matter. Ooh. This game is close. This truly is anybody's game to win. I mean it when I say that. No facetiousness in my voice. Trevor potentially just looking for some vision here. They are covering Darkwings on the bottom side. A fantastic hook from Manui is going to interrupt Trevor as he tries to dash out. Armeo is going to try to get him out of here, but he's going to get locked up now by the Nautilus ult, and it looks like Citadel might have been caught out here. The teleport comes in from Hoarder. Is Armeo going to be able to get out? He flashes over the wall, but does he have enough juice to be able to escape? It looks like he does. But once again, just a fantastic play made by Manui on this Nautilus. A great hook to interrupt Trevor's escape, and that's going to be bot tier 2. That is the prize for Tempest. It's those small advantages that they continue to get, that continue to push this lead further and further, and with Herald being dropped in the mid lane, it could be even more. Bradley is going to exchange for tier 1 on the top side, but Dragon will be the prize, and that is Dragon number 3. You have to remember, this is still a sole win condition for Tempest Gaming. They're in a really great spot. They have a 5-kill Misfortune, and they have so much setup for her in fights. If they are continuously able to get these picks, it could be very positive for them. Another really good play coming in from Tempest. In this game, it's close, but Tempest is getting the minor advantages. They're getting the minor leads. They're doing the little things very well. They've clearly studied the tape on Citadel, and they clearly know what they're supposed to be doing here. Instinct just going to shove the wave in. Philip will be shoving bot lane as well. Level 15 for him on the top side. That is a level up on his counterpart, but you can say the same thing about Darkwings in the mid lane. And now we wait. The posturing becomes even more important for both of these teams in game number 1. This is such an important engage, and it looks like they could have potentially found it. Citadel is looking great, but the bullet time is coming through. It is going to get interrupted, but was the damage done? Misfortune will fall, but it will be at the expense of all 3 engagers. 3 fall on the side of Citadel. Only Aaron will fall on the side of Tempest, and they had to do everything to take down the Misfortune. What did it cost? Everything for Citadel to even get a chance to try and make that fight something close. And once again, it's Tempest coming out on top. We'll see how much they can get off of this, because there's nothing on the map to be able to capitalize on, but a fight that looked like it might be perfect for Citadel ends up being the breeding ground for a fantastic bullet time from Aaron, and he continues to melt through the front line of Citadel in this game. And as we talk, we see this gold lead go from 1k to 1.5k to 2k. It's not growing by gigantic margins, but it's incrementally getting bigger and bigger and bigger for Tempest. And I think their comp continues to get better and better as this game continues to go along. It certainly gets easier to execute than what Citadel has on the other side. We will see if they're going to be able to make it work. Manui is going to run into Trevor. Trevor face checking, but he should be safe here. Doesn't look like there's going to be enough damage to punish him in any meaningful way. Porter's going to continue to chase him down. Armeo will be here to dissuade any sort of aggressive tendencies, though. And now it's really up to Citadel. They have to find the perfect fight. They have to find the best case scenario. I know it's only a 2k gold lead, but this game is going to continue to get harder and harder as things go along, unless you can find those fantastic angles with Wei and Ezreal being untouched in these fights. But even then, their front line is so beefy, it's going to be very difficult to poke this comp out. Porter potentially now looking for an engage. He's actually going to get interrupted on the ult, and the teleport is going to come down. This looks like it's going to be a 2v2 with Kisno making his way as well. A nice flash by Hoarder to get him to the Maokai. Philip will get rooted up. And unfortunately for Bradley, he won't have the ability to chase down. Hoarder's going to be able to jump out, but Trevor isn't going to land the ultimate. He ends up not going over the wall in time. Doesn't time it correctly, and we could be seeing an overchase here from Citadel as the rest of Tempest collapses, but they are going to be able to get Hoarder. Are they going to be able to get more? Right now it's a 1-for-0. It's a nice collapse, but a lot of resources burned on the side of Citadel. It doesn't look like anything else will happen here, but how much does that really get you? It brings the gold lead from 2k to 1.5k. Philip continues to tank these tower shots. Teleport down into the bot lane for Darkwings, but so much damage coming in from Bradley from so far away. That's what you need to do if you're Bradley in this game. Really push that tempo and really push that momentum. Heads up play there by Citadel to be able to find a top laner that they can exploit in one side lane at one point in time. And the gold lead, while it was 2k a minute ago, has gone down to 1k. That did open up more time for Instinct to be able to get some CS in the mid lane as well. But we will have to see. Dragon is going to be the priority for both of these teams. It spawns in 1 minute from now. That is soul point for Tempest. If they are able to get Mountain Soul, this game becomes way harder. We're talking about this being a poke comp that needs to play from long range. If you're Citadel, if they have Mountain Soul and they're just able to tank up all of that damage, it becomes way more difficult to ever put them in a position where they can lose these front-to-back team fights. Because I think from neutral, everybody full health, it's very difficult to bet against Tempest in this game. That being said, the gold difference is basically negligible here. And it is a 13 Magi stack way. This is a very, very dangerous mid laner. Manui can tank that damage for days, but if any of that ever goes on the Victor or the Misfortune, it could be problematic for Tempest. do see some pings on the top side. Looks like we could potentially be looking at a 1v1 on the top side once again between Hoarder and Philip. Continuing to match each other. But it's all about not making mistakes at this point. Dragon is spawning. It could potentially be a Dragon for Baron trade. The Baron has been started here by Kisno. We'll see what the call is, but right now it looks like Armeo is just going to be contesting on that Dragon. He's making his way up. We'll see if he's too late for this. We see the 1v1 in the top lane. Philip kind of getting the better of Hoarder right now. We'll see if he can go Mega in time, but Bradley has shown up. They have to peel off this Baron. They don't necessarily have the control that they're looking for. Trevor is very low, though. The flash coming out from Armeo. The Nautilus ult will knock him up, but do they have enough to be able to get on him? The hook will land, and Armeo will be the sacrificial piece. Instinct is able to arcane shift himself out of the Raptor Pit, but will they be able to follow up the rest of this fight? The bullet time has been burned. A lot of that damage is gone. Nautilus falls. Kisno will fall next. Bradley is able to pull some damage out, and across the board, that is a win for Citadel. It looks like they might be chased down. They might have gone a little bit too far forward to try and stop the Baron, but it turns out that that play does end up working out. Dragon is still on the board. Mistakes cannot be afforded. You cannot afford to make a mistake here if you're Citadel. Darkwings and Instinct continuing to trade damage. Hoarder pops over the wall, and Bradley could be in a tough spot. He's going to have to flash. Understands that he could be chased down. Doesn't want to lose those Magi stacks. Trevor misses the stun, but he's going to land the knock-up, and the damage is going to come down. The Gnar is gone. Philip's taking a ton of damage on the front line from the Victor ultimate, but they're not going to be able to get him, and Dragon is the next objective. We see pings coming down onto Baron, but there's no way that that is a takeable objective. And all of a sudden, again, that gold lead that was looking like it was entirely in favor of Tempest with a really nice comp for them to be able to play through, it doesn't necessarily look like that's going to be free anymore. The Baron is started up by Aaron and by Darkwings. This is a very bold play. Armeo is here. Nui will be here as well, but they have vision of this. They're going to try to burn this down before the rest of the team can get there. Philip has no teleport, but it was a bit over-eager and over-ambitious. They're going to have to back off. And overall, that's a fantastic play for Citadel. It was looking like the map state was not in their favor at all, and they're able to pull back some fantastic gold and stop the soul point here. They actually have accumulated a bit of a gold lead, although it's very minor. This is a gold-neutral game overall. You gotta give credit to Citadel for being so resilient in this game. You're not looking at a comp that's easy to execute, but they're playing these fights slow. They're understanding that Bradley's damage from so far away can be so effective as long as Instinct positions well on the Ezreal. They have so much ability to burst through that front line, and they're willing to accept these dances whenever. Once again, it's going to be the Baron started up here by Tempest for the third time this game. Will this be the real one? The pings are coming down. Philip will make his way up. All 5 members of both teams will be there in time. Darkwing's going to get chunked out by Bradley here, though. Once again, it just looks like a bait. Hexflash will knock over the wall for Manui. Very scared of putting themselves into a bad position. Remember, both of these teams understand the gravity of this game. They understand that losing game number 1 could put them on the back foot for their last chance to qualify into the NACL. They do not want to make that kind of mistake. But we're 30 minutes into the game and things are about as even as they can possibly be. How can you not be excited for this game number 1? It's been about as good as anyone could have ever anticipated, and hopefully it continues to be as fun to watch. I am hyped up. This is what we watch professional League of Legends for, competitive League of Legends for. Games like this. Just gonna be the vision denial here coming in from Citadel in the Baron Pit. And we continue the dance. Baron has been an attractive target for both teams in this game. Neither has full committed to sending it on the Baron, probably correctly in that state. But this is a 21 Magi stack way with Deathcap and Leandries. He's going to be able to absolutely melt through basically anybody on the other side. That being said, this is a 4-item misfortune with 7 kills on the other side. That bullet time is going to shred through the front line of Citadel. Bradley now continuing to poke out. Gonna hit the Baron to try to get some free extra damage in. Oh, but we've got to fight in the mid lane. Hoarder getting low. Philip potentially trying to chunk him out, and he does so successfully. The Gnar is now in not a great spot. Hoi potentially looking to follow up with the long-range damage, but nothing there to kill the Gnar. He does have teleport available, and so just a trade of a few resources here. Nothing too much extended. We We do see the laser coming through from Darkwings, but it's going to be the teleport, and once again, the Baron start here from Kisno and from Tempest. Are they going to full commit to it? Manui's hook is going to land, but it's onto Trevor. Are they going to be able to lock him down? This is the fight. Manui getting very low, but the Maokai ultimate coming in onto the backline. They're able to get on top of Philip, but do they have the damage to burst him down? Not yet. Kisno's looking for something, and we find the perfect bullet time. It's directly onto Bradley, but do they have enough damage to be able to follow through on the fight? Philip will be the next target, and he will fall. It's a double kill for Aaron on the Misfortune, and it's another team fight win, but is it enough? Right now, it's just a 2 for 2. It's a 2 for 2, and that's not going to be enough to get them Baron. The dance remains. Both of these teams continue to fight it out here, and it continues to be such a neutral game. It felt like such a fantastic engage coming in from Kisno, able to land all of the CC necessary onto Bradley to set up for that bullet time combo, getting him out there, losing his Magi stacks, getting rid of his damage, but it just wasn't enough to full commit to the fight. Once that bullet time is down, do Tempest have enough damage to be able to capitalize? Things are getting spicy between these two teams, and they're not going to calm down now. Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. It still is Soul Point for Tempest. That hasn't gone away, but it would be the third Mountain Dragon for Citadel. And once you start stacking Mountain Dragons, it becomes even more difficult to burst through that front line, which is what you need to do in order to get on the Hui, in order to get on the Ezreal. But the dance remains. Cooldowns are being pinged. This is a big one. Teleport coming in. Victor will be here for the fight. This could be the game-deciding 5v5, depending on how things go here. This could dictate the entire rest of the game. So much on the line right now for both of them. The dance has been brilliant so far from both of these teams. The dragon has spawned. Control of the pit does go to Tempest, as is expected here because of the mid push. Bradley's going to have to be the one to answer that. The dragon will get started up. For now, Armeo's just going to dash over the wall. Porter could potentially be looking here, but Philip also looking. Instinct a little far forward, could potentially be in a bad spot. The teleport's going to come in because Bradley is not here. Armeo is by himself, and he's going to get burned down, but Trevor on the flank. Him and Philip are in. The bullet time's going to get interrupted. Bradley's going to be pumping out damage from the back of the fight. Philip will burn down, and so will Trevor, but this fight is not over just yet. Bradley and Instinct are the damage dealers. 4 are still alive, and a lot of that engage is still alive, but do they have enough to be able to get this dragon? That is a big team fight win. Bradley potentially looking. Manui is here. He is going to land the hook onto Bradley, who could be too far forward. Is he going to get locked down? Manui will be the first to fall, but Instinct is going to try to turn this fight back. He isn't able to get it. The dragon goes in favor. The soul goes in favor of Tempest, and the fight goes in favor of Tempest as well. Absolutely massive stuff, and it looks like they're going to make their way to Baron now, and that could potentially be the backbreaker that Citadel did not need, that Tempest needed in order to open up this game. What looked like such an even fight between these two teams ends up being something that Tempest really takes advantage of, comes out on top, and it will be the Baron, it will be the Soul, it will be everything going over to Tempest Gaming. Not good for the Citadel fans. But man, this game is close. Like, that is a huge gold swing. We talked about how that fight might be the game. Bradley just being a little bit late to it, needing to teleport in because he was catching mid-wave. That could be the difference maker. Armeo getting blown up at the beginning of the fight. That could be the difference maker. We needed a banger game 1. Well, we are receiving a banger game number 1. Could not ask for anything more between these two teams. I am getting lightheaded from just how good this game has been, how fun this game has been. But it is definitely in Tempest control once again. Not only is their team fighting comp super consistent, but they now have Mountain Soul to make it even more difficult to break through that front line of Maokai and Gnar and Nautilus. They have the Baron to continue their push. We'll see if this tier 2 will fall on the top side. For now, the wave clear is coming in. But Hoarder is going to be pushing down the mid lane. Philip will be backing. He did get the push down in the bot, so it will just be those two lanes. But Bradley with so much wave clear, we'll see if he can keep this tower alive. Right now, he has to keep himself alive. He's going to get locked up with the Maokai ultimate immediately. Comboed into the bullet time. He's going to go down, and Trevor going to try to pull something back. But the main carry of Citadel has dropped. Trevor looks like he will be the one to fall next. Aaron is legendary on the Misfortune. 14, 1, and 5 for him. And with that, with Bradley getting caught under tower, they will be sieging down the Nexus turrets. Only Philip, Armeo, and Instinct are alive. I do not believe they're going to have enough to be able to make this work. Philip doesn't even land the ultimate there. He's going to get locked up. He's going to fall. Kizno picks up the kill. Then the second Nexus tower will be the target. And it looks like that is going to be your lot for game number 1 after a back and forth, intense game, super close. It ends up being Tempest who shows up in the big moments and picks up the game 1 win. Wow. Wowzers. Wowzers. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. What a banger for game number 1. Could you possibly ask for anything more than that in a game number 1? Holy crap. No late game stats, no post game stats. So we can just go to this, I guess, for a second. Aaron was a monster in that game on the Misfortune. An absolute monster. Exceptionally good performance from Aaron. Kizno looked really good on the Maokai. Great objective control from Tempest. And the thing about it for Citadel, I think that they were so close. They just ended up missing out on a couple power spikes. I think if their comp was a little bit more tuned to fighting in the late game, I think they could have had it. Or perhaps if they had their solo laners in better matchups, perhaps they would have won in the early game. There are very tangible things that they can fix going into game number 2, but they're going to need to fix them. This is a best of 3. So dropping game number 2 would mean the end of their tournament run. We will see if they can rebound. They have not yet won a series where they've lost a game. So we will see if they're going to be able to rebound or if Tempest can close this out in game number 2. Obviously, we will see. I'm going to take a quick break, get some more water, and I will be right back. And we are back. We are back after that game number 1. Needed a real refresh after that. Needed way more water. Needed way more cooldown. Because that was insane. Would you have the post-match stats that I can pull up here? We do have the post-match stats. Not having one of these teams in NACL is crazy. I agree. I think it's a bit of a shame. I think both of these teams would be borderline top 5 in NACL. But we can look at the stats for the game. 34k damage for Dark Wings on Victor. 33k for the 14-1-6 Misfortune. Aaron looking incredible. Darkwing's 17k damage a kill. Yeah, support Victor that game, right? Kisno was invaluable to their tempo. Manui, I thought, had a great game as well. But you're seeing it. 29k from Bradley. 26k. Even 24k from Philip, which is a lot. Like, they had damage, but the problem is, like, if I'm Citadel here, what I'm adjusting for me is you gotta pick either winning lanes or scaling. That game, they didn't have either. And I know that's like, oh, duh, you gotta have one of those two. But, like, truly, I get wanting to play around mid-game. I get having a comp that loves to skirmish well is, like, good in that sense, but not having the better team fight comp of the two is rough. And also having mid and top both be losing matchups is also rough. Like, you have to either prioritize getting that gold lead and hoping that you're able to close it out, or I think you have to prioritize, you know, scaling into the later part of the game so that you can use gold effectively. Aaron was up 6k on the next highest gold player. It's ridiculous how much he was enabled that game. Aaron had a ridiculously good game number 1. And remember, because this is a best of 3, you can't, no more screw-ups. Like, if Citadel loses another game, they are done. They are out. They will not be making the NACL. It is now in Tempest control. Citadel has to win 2 in a row against Tempest. Tempest just has to win 1 of the final 2. Just 1 of the final 2, which is ridiculous, right? Like, best of 3 in this stage. I haven't really gone on my rant yet today, but like, look, I get the scheduling problems. I get the scheduling problems with playing a best of 3 and a best of 5 on the same day, because that's a lot of game. But like, dude, not having a best of 5 to qualify for the NACL definitely feels a bit crazy to me. It definitely feels a bit crazy to me. Double counterpick into picking losing lanes is not my favorite, I'll say. Yeah, I think the draft really could use some work. I think Bradley was good on the Hui, and I get why they wanted to go for comfort there. But it didn't work out. Drafting a comp that really only skirmishes well and doesn't really do much else, it's not great. Like, you have to poke out early in fights. And they got Mountain Soul. Like, you're doomed. No BO5 is insane, I agree. I think this being a best of 3 is just unfortunate. Even if it meant, like, changing the schedule, I think no best of 5 to qualify from lower bracket is an absurd decision, personally. I don't know how you can justify that. Hopefully we'll be getting into game number 2 soon, though. And we can kind of check out the, we can keep this up. I guess there's really no reason not to keep this up, right? Unless I get kicked out. I don't know how long you can stay on a post-match page. Look at the tank stats. Maokai tanked 49,000 damage that game. Looks like I don't get any stats. Okay, never mind. We will not be looking at those stats because it looks like we don't get them. It's max 7 p.m. for the players right now. If it was a best of 5, it might go till like 9. I don't know why not. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, I get that it's like... You don't want players playing from 4 to 9. But I'm serious, like, just... Add an extra day for the best of 5s if you have to. Round 1 could have been on a Friday or something. Like, I don't know. There's got to be some way to fix this. But I think no best of 5 is, like, actually just atrocious. They're showing some of the highlights. We can go watch the NACL stream. See, like, these were the fights where it's like, oh, Citadel's getting back into the game. You know, like, they skirmished well. They are a good team. They do good things, but it's the small mistakes that they have been making against teams that are worse than them that have not been, like, super problematic that are now being taken advantage of more by a team like Tempest. Like, I'm really not sure what I would have done differently gameplay-wise. Like, this should be a good look, but you all set up for a bullet time. And obviously, Armeo ends up getting onto Aaron and ends up executing him, but, like... Citadel's mid-game is incredible. They have struggled in late games this tourney. I think that has gotten better, like, the later they've played. I think that was more of a problem at the start. I think with more practice and more time playing as a team, more communication, I think that has gotten better. But, like, I agree that a lot of their problems come when they don't have comps that are, like, no-brainers to execute. And they do seem like the team that's just going to make a mistake, like, at some point in the late game, you know? And that sucks. You definitely don't want that. You definitely don't want that. Because mistakes are for chumps. Mistakes are indeed for chumps. We will see, though. Tempest was on blue side last game. I believe Citadel will probably select blue side. I would be shocked if they don't, quite frankly. You're going to start watching CLOL because of the Oakland series? Dude, Oakland's not even good in CLOL. That's how crazy that is, right? They just did really well in the in that series. But I agree. Please watch CLOL. It's super fun. CLOL is going strong right now. Go check out Salty Runback if you want like a CLOL overview. They do great stuff. I'm sure if you know who I am, you know who Salty Runback is, but go check them out. They cover CLOL really well. They cover this tournament really well. Grapes and Hawk. But CLOL is a good time. I do highly recommend it. Last time I watched was when Slew won. Last year with the eventual NACL team, like plus 30. That team was fun. Not NACL team, not LCS team. The up and coming NACL team and Surdy. Just before they got into NACL, yeah. That was a really fun team. I'm trying to remember what org they played under. I think that was Wildcard. I think they played under Wildcard. I could be wrong, though. Hopefully we get into draft soon, though. I'm excited for this game, too, dude. I'm so amped. Like, I am so amped up from that game number 1. And I'm just like, get me into game 2 now! You know? Wildcard and Winthrop, right? I think. Oh, it might have been Winthrop. Yeah, no, it wasn't Winthrop. Was it? Did they play under Winthrop? Am I trolling? I don't remember. I watch so much League that I just forget things sometimes. Like, I remember the core of, like, Darkwing's Aaron. Denethor replaced Surdy? Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was Winthrop. You're absolutely correct there. Because it was Winnie, it was Darkwings, it was Aaron. And it was Sword? Was it Sword? Who was playing support? Why am I trolling? Why am I trolling on this? It was a good team. I remember that team being fun. I remember they were fun to watch until Blue Water started taking over. Like Blue Water's ascent kind of put a damper on how like interesting Winthrop were. They are giving MVP to Aaron for game number 1, by the way. How could you possibly give it to anybody else? It was Mega Fed. Oh, we got ambulance outside. We got an ambulance outside. Oh, Skytech, you're so right. You're so right. Hopefully that's not picking up on Mike. And hopefully nobody's hurt, obviously. But, yeah, I'm gonna step on the BRB screen and I'm gonna take a look outside for a second just to see what's going on. Because we got a couple ambulances out there, so I'll go check really quick and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. And perfect timing, draft just started. Let's switch over to draft. Good timing, good timing. Let's go ahead and jump in. Citadel did select blue side here for game number 2. That was pretty obvious. I think at least from my perspective, I would have been shocked if they didn't. It's gonna be the Jace first pick, and no way Hoarder locks in Nasus. I guess it's not guaranteed for Hoarder. But this has gotta be their prepared answer. And obviously they've already run through draft because they're doing this super quickly. So it will be the Pantheon and the Syndra as the mid-jungle duo. And it will be Nocturne Azir for Citadel. They teased this earlier. Obviously, Bradley's Azir is absurdly good. It will be the Syndra as the answer there. You know, they're flying through it because they did it on fearlessdraft.net. Just getting a chance to see what the picks actually are. Jhin, Kai'Sa is the AD carry matchup. Kai'Sa for Instinct. Definitely putting him on more of a carry here. And we will see what it ends up being for Trevor. It's going to be the Alistar. Again, more engaged supports. And it's going to be the Rakan for Manui. Okay. Perfect. So when I look at these two, I think this is pretty even. I honestly have kind of a hard time coming with a strong opinion on whether one draft is like way better than the other. Give them the BO5 experience. Sorry, Izzy, if you said that earlier. Had to check on some things. Hope you're doing well. See you in the YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube chat. But, yeah, this draft is super even, right? Like, they both spike at the same time? Or am I crazy? Like, it's Kai'Sa Azir versus, like, Nasus Syndra? This is a very interesting draft. I mean, the Nasus is interesting as I presume, the answer to Jace, right? Like, I don't assume they blind pick the Nasus. This is insane. We've seen some crazy picks today. I think that there are a couple of lanes that I like. Honestly, the lane that I think wins the hardest, I think Instinct and Trevor are in a really good spot. I think Instinct in particular could be in a really good spot on Kai'Sa. This looks like a really good Kai'Sa game. Like, who is here to shut down Kai'Sa? You know what I mean? I guess, like, Pantheon could click on her, but, like, it's tough. Nocturne and Panth is funny in these scaling comps. I agree. I do think it's very funny. Well, it's for the mid-game pressure, right? It's for the skirmishing. It's for the skirmishing. Hold on, are they in? They are in. So let's go ahead and spectate here. And then I can jump into actual client. There you go. So we're not freeloading too much. I like Citadel's dive comp a lot. Yeah, I think the Kai'Sa's in a great spot, yeah? Dude, the amount of picks that you can get with Nocturne Kai'Sa is difficult to deal with. Love those style of comps. Citadel are very good at executing those comps as well. Oh, hold on, guys. I'm gonna check something real quick. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that. Needed to check on something real quick, but we are good now, and I agree. I like these dive style comps. I don't want to say that I dislike the Tempest draft, though, because honestly, they have a similar win timer, just in like a different win condition, if you will. Like, I would be really scared of their map pressure if they get a lead. Like, I think Tempest drafted better last game. I think it's super even in this game. I think I kind of like the Nasus into Jace pick, not because I think Nasus like beats Jace or anything like that, but rather I think like Nasus can neutralize a lot of that lane. It should be pretty average. Syndra is great into Azir. I agree, Syndra is very good into Azir. I don't know if that's gonna matter all that much in this comp. Like, at least in terms of the lane. I have a hard time believing that one of these teams can take advantage of mid significantly more than the other. You know? But Darkwings is, like, one of, if not the best mid laner that Bradley has had to face, and it really was the first time we saw Bradley get any sort of deficit at this tournament. It's once again a good matchup. You know, they for sure blind picked the Azir. And Darkwings is also, like, a Syndra player. Like, Darkwings has always played a ton of Syndra. So, I think Syndra can't play team fights, though. He's probably the one getting dived on. Yeah, I think it's likely. That's why I'm not as, like, into Syndra here, personally. I think it's good. I don't think it's great. Like, Nocturne can really punish Syndra, like, pretty hard. Which is why, while, again, I do think that Syndra does well into Azir, honestly, to me, when I'm looking at, like, a winning lane matchup, I'm kind of looking at bot lane more, in my opinion. I'm kind of looking at bot lane more in this game. Okay, we're jumping into game number 2. Let's get this all set up. All right, game number 2. Switch these around. Okay. And of course, Tempest took game number 1.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
All right. We are good there. And it is game time. Syndra will not be able to use E in lane ever past 6. Agreed. You have to play scared of the dive basically from minute, like, 1. But Darkwings is certainly a good enough player to be able to make the most of that. Certainly. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Instinct, going to get chunked out a bit here, but shouldn't take more than just a couple of autos from the Jhin. It's actually just a Q auto. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to how fed Instinct can get. I think they are definitely kind of angling an Instinct win condition, although Bradley can definitely still win fights. Like, as much as I'm sitting here being like, Syndra's a good matchup, and we're talking about Syndra being a good matchup, Bradley's Azir has been deadly at this tournament. I think Citadel's comp just kind of counters Tempest in a 5v5. I think there's a chance, but again, it's all just about where the gold goes. Right? If Nasus is mega fed, then you never take a 5v5 anyways. Like, if Nasus can split push and win the game, that's tough, man. Or if Pantheon is fed and can split push and win the game, like, what do you do into that, you know? So I think it really is just about where the gold goes. We continue to see some Pretty standard lane action here. It's going to be the Jhin and the Rakan actually getting priority early. I think that's going to be the case until Trevor hits level 3. I imagine that will shape up a little bit differently once the Alistar starts getting some levels, but for now it makes sense. Darkwing's doing well into the early laning phase. We talked about the Syndra. I'm actually so excited for this game. I have no clue how these drafts are going to play out. Well, I'm hopeful the Citadel draft is going to work out. Obviously, I'd love to see a Game 3, selfishly, but also, we'd love to see Citadel win here on the official Citadel co-stream. I think they have a good draft, though. Like, last game, they got out-drafted. I think that they were definitely in a worse spot from draft. They had less options. I don't feel the same this game. Philip's going to take a tower shot on the top side. That's really not ideal. Still is going to get a ridiculous amount of poke down on Hoarder, though. This is a tough matchup for the Nasus until it isn't anymore. But honestly, I have a hard time believing the Jace is going to be able to capitalize too heavily on it. Just in terms of what I'm expecting from these champions and these players. Hoarder had an okay game number 1. Was overextended a couple of times. Armeo spent a lot of resources trying to get him down on the top side. More damage coming in from Philip. He's going to miss the Shock Blast. If he had landed that, that could have been a kill. But nice sidestep there coming in from Hoarder to stay alive at the very least. But again, a lot of damage coming down onto the Jace. Definitely can't criticize him for that. More trades coming in the mid lane. A nice scatter there to do a ton of damage. And Pantheon is pathing. He's going to get some vision of the Raptors being gone. But Armeo could be looking for a dive here on the top side. He's going to go into Hoarder. The root will come down, and First Blood will go over to the side of Citadel. It will go to the Jace. Nice knock up here from Trevor. But a really nice play. Once again, it's Philip and Armeo linking up as a duo to be able to make things happen on the top side of the map. They've been able to do this so consistently throughout this entire tournament. Those two have been arguably the best top jungle duo in the entire thing. And it once again pays dividends with a First Blood. And this Nasus is in a really tough spot. Not only getting dove there, but of course losing out on the minion wave, and Armeo is not done making his presence known. He's going to try to make something happen mid lane, but Kisno is going to be there to dissuade the pressure. Fortunately, Bradley will be stuck under this tower. Getting Nasus behind is so important. I think that's the most important thing for me in this game. Maybe not. I think getting Kai'Sa ahead is probably the most important thing in this game. Because if Kai'Sa has gold, I think this game becomes so much easier. I think it becomes so much easier. Philip now, continuing to just freeze this wave. Not really allow Hoarder to play the game at all. That Nasus cannot afford to walk up, lest he be absolutely obliterated by Jace. We're already seeing a bit of that. Full combo coming in. Hoarder's still level 4. Looks like he's at the very least a half level down on Philip. Certainly not ideal. It's 40 CS to 18 in the top lane right now. 41 to 18. I get the wave's going to crash, and it's going to be a little bit easier for Hoarder to pick up some CS here, but a 20 CS lead this early on in the game is certainly not a good look for Hoarder. Certainly not something you're actively looking for, although I do want to give credit once again to Aaron, who continues to generate a lead in a matchup that I'm not sure is entirely favorited towards him. He did it last game on the Misfortune. I think he's doing it again here with the Jhin, where he does have a pretty sizable CS lead in the bot lane, even considering the fact that I think Instinct should be in a better spot on the Kai'Sa. So that's definitely something worth noting. But Hoarder is definitely going to be in a rough spot here. We will see what he can do to rebound. Gold is basically neutral. Gold lead is entirely on Philip. Void Grubs have spawned. The pings have come down, and now this is the Citadel comfort zone that I know. Them getting the first 3 Void Grubs and trading Dragon for it. If anything is classic Citadel, it's absolutely this. Level 6s are hit on the top side. There will be the Drake taken. But like I said, it will be traded for the Grubs. This is the comfort zone. Manui potentially looking for something in the bot lane, but is not going to find it. Trevor going to get rooted up. And going to get stunned there. Good damage coming down onto the Alistar. It's a nice disengage coming in from Darkwings. Could have potentially been looking for a shuffle there if you were Bradley with Armeo in the area. Both of them do have their ultimates available. That would have been a nice combo, but with Kisno in the area, it could have been a very difficult and a dangerous proposition to go for. We do see pings coming down. Bot lane is going to be roaming up through the river, looking to potentially counter an errant engage. But it's Trevor now, walking aggressively. He's going to get queued by Manui. Just kind of a little love tap to know he's there. And Instinct just taking some damage. Isn't really able to counter in any meaningful way. And we're just going to continue to equalize out these states. Again, gold might look like it's a little bit in favor of Citadel. All of that is going to be on the Jace in the top lane. 30 CS lead and a kill up for Jace, for Philip in this game. This could be a Felipe masterclass. We have seen a couple of those throughout this tournament. Darkwing's gonna TP into the mid lane and immediately full combo Bradley. Really nice exchange there, but TP will be burned. Bradley gonna have to back here. Not the best timing for him, but could definitely be worse. He's doing a good job of trying to stay even in this lane. Again, I felt very strongly that it was gonna be difficult to punish the Azir too much. It looks like that is the case, at least with the rest of the setup. He will miss out on this minion wave, though. Will be about 7 CS down because of it. But just more pressure, more prio going over to the side of Tempest. I don't think either team really wants to do too much in the early game. But we're starting to hit a point where, you know, ultimates are getting online. Nocturne might want to look for a dive. Pantheon could potentially want to look for a counterplay somewhere. Ultimates start becoming a lot more relevant as we go further along, especially once these supports end up hitting level 6 as well, because of how consistent the engage can be for both of them. We're gonna get rooted. Just a little dancing coming in from Aaron. And with no objectives up to take, it doesn't look like either team really wants to bet the game on a random 9-minute skirmish. Not that I can blame them. Trevor gonna get the knock up on Manui, but for flavor. Just more damage coming in from Philip. Once again, he is absolutely massacring this top lane matchup. Every other lane is kind of going in favor of Tempest so far. Pantheon obviously out-jungling the Nocturne, as is kind of expected. Syndra has a slight lead on the Azir, but it's mostly neutral. And great job once again by Aaron to generate that lead in the bot lane, by both Aaron and Manui to generate that lead in the bot lane. But we'll see here. We could potentially be looking for a combo play. Bradley does end up landing the Shuriman Shuffle, and Nocturne's there to follow up. Will they be able to pick up the kill? They will. Darkwings will go down, but Armeo will have to trade his life. It's a nice collapse by the bot lane here of Tempest. So far, it's just a 1-for-0. Or 1-for-1, I should say. But an aggressive play made by Citadel. They're looking to utilize that combo of ultimates. Bradley does pick up the kill, which is relevant. The other kill goes on to the Pantheon, which I think could also be relevant the further this game goes. But once again, just really good map awareness coming in from both Aaron and Manui. To be able to make that roam so quickly. Getting Syndra Flash out is huge, I agree. That's another thing to point out. Darkwings did utilize Flash there. We could potentially see a repeat gank. Of course, that Nocturne ult timer is not nearly as long as you want it to be. Unfortunately for Bradley, he might have just face-checked into Kisno, but lucky for him, he's still got the dash. He's still able to get out of there pretty easy. All right, but now we see Void Grubs as the priority. This time it's going to be Tempest that's first on the Grubs. Of course, Citadel did get the first 3. So if they were to get the rest, it would just be equaled out 3-3. Looks like Citadel want to try and contest it. So Scatter's going to go down onto Trevor, but that's going to open up the opportunity for Armeo and Kisno to try and smite fight it out, and it will go over to Armeo. The knockups are going to come in. We're going to be seeing a lot of lockdown, and most of it's going to be going over to the side of Citadel. The Scatter is not going to be enough. Kisno will be the first one to fall. And with all of that CC and all of that damage, we do see Citadel walking out with a fight win. They grab 5 of the Void Grubs, which is a massive turn for them. Another kill goes over to the Jace as well, who is now not only a ridiculous amount up on the Nasus in terms of CS, but has 2 kills for his trouble as well. This Jace is going to be a massive issue, and Nasus really has no way to be able to deal with it. It's just continuous damage coming out. Hoarder continuously getting chunked, and that will also lead to Dragon being taken here by Citadel. With the priority that they generated, it doesn't look like Kisno and Manui are going to be able to get there on time, perhaps with an ult. We will see, but it will not be used. Just going to be the Drake gone down. Manui is going to ult, but it's a little bit late. Armeo is going to get locked up, and he will be the first one to fall, I say, but he continues to stay alive. In fact, he's still alive as we speak. Syndra will eventually collect the kill, but it will be a trade of basically Dragon for Armeo's life. Not the best trade in the world if you're Citadel, but certainly not the worst either. At least they got something out of it, and it does look like it's going to be Chemsoul in this game. That is certainly worth pointing out. I think that kill going over to Darkwings is also relevant. Philip continuing to pressure out this top side. They already got the Feats of Warfare, but he continues to push this top side as quickly as possible. He gets his 4th plate of the game. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely unfair, quite frankly, to be up 45 CS on his own and 2 kills. He is in such a dominant spot, such an unbelievable spot right now. Manui's playing great so far. I think the bot lane in general has been excellent so far. Manui's roams have been good, but Chrome is also following. I'm sorry, Aaron is also following here, so. And the gold is basically neutralized. The funny part is Philip has such a gold lead on his own that means everybody else is losing by a pretty considerable margin, and that is what we see across the board. Bradley is down in CS. Instinct is down in CS. Even Armeo is down in CS. So for the most part, I would consider Tempest in a better spot here, but Philip is very, very strong, and this could very quickly turn into a 4v5 for Tempest if Nasus doesn't get online eventually. Shock Blasts are going to continue to land.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Bradley just gonna look to clear the wave as efficiently as he can. The scatter will hit. Combo is good. But, not much to play for here. Again, no objectives on the map. Neither team wants to make a game-losing error for no reason. I do still think it's super important for Citadel to start getting some gold onto Instinct on this Kai'Sa. I think their comp looks a lot worse without a strong Kai'Sa in this game. She is a big reason why I feel good about this comp in general. But I guess you could supplement that if Bradley does end up getting really strong on the Azir instead. We actually saw that earlier when Instinct was on, I believe, the Ezreal? Or was it the Jhin? I believe it was the Jhin in game number 2, and that tower is going to fall. Both junglers are up here as well. This is a 2v2. Armeo is going to pop ultimate, immediately go on top of Hoarder. Do they have enough damage to burst him down right now? He's still alive, but he is going to fall, and Kisno looks like he's going to be next. It's a 2-for-0 on the top side. It's a really nice play made by Citadel, and it just once again takes advantage of the fact that this Nasus is not in this game. We called it a 2v2 on the top side, but really it was a 1v2 for Kisno because Hoarder is just not offering anything at this point. This is a 60 CS lead, a 3-kill lead for Jace. He's got to be up an absolutely obscene amount of gold at this point, and Armeo understands that, and if there's a player on this team that Armeo loves to play for, it absolutely is Philip. We could be seeing this Jace start to take over very shortly. 2 completed items versus Nasus having 0. Ridiculous lead here for Philip on the top side. El Felipe is back. Instinct just going to push out the mid wave. But this Jace is becoming more and more of a problem, and if you can continue to play around him, he will win almost any fight you run into. Trevor, speaking of running into, will run into Manui, will knock him back. He's going to take a lot of damage. Armeo is on Darkwings, does not have the ultimate to pop, and he might be caught out a little bit too far forward. Armeo will be the first to fall. Manui is a little bit low, but actually will stay alive. Right now, it's a 1-4-0. Manui making his way out. Armeo just going a tad bit too deep, especially without ult there. A lot of summoners burned, both from Kisno, but Philip, all the while, is just taking tier 2 on the top side by himself. Darkwings has to go and try and stop this, but can he even stop this? Philip is so strong right now, a full item up on Darkwings, who is in a good spot, but can anyone stop this Jace? We will have to see. Instinct has completed Static Shiv. Aaron now just on wave clear duty in the mid lane. But Bradley continuing to get stronger and stronger. Again, I like Syndra in this matchup because she scales alongside the Azir while also doing well into him early game. But I do think it's going to be harder and harder for the Syndra to play as the Nocturne dives get more and more consistent. We will see how good players like Kisno and Manui are at peeling for Darkwings and for Aaron throughout the back half of this game. The gold lead is starting to move up, and Rift Herald will be the prize here for Citadel. Doesn't look like Tempest want to contest this too heavily. They do not. Kisno will be backing out. It will be Rift Herald for Citadel. Dragon is spawning in 2 seconds. This is Dragon number 3. Not the scariest thing to give over in the world. It just will be the second dragon for whoever ends up getting it. But priority on it definitely is going to go to Tempest. Kisno's going to jump over the wall. He's going to find Trevor. Going to try to do as much as possible, but Trevor is by himself amongst the enemy team. He's just a little far forward, but he's so tanky. He's still alive. He actually barely takes anything from potentially being out of position. That is the benefit of being Alistair. You pop that R button, and all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult to take that cow down. We could be seeing a re-engage here. Armeo looking for some free damage. That Nocturne ultimate is going to be the one to watch. Perhaps the Shuriman Shuffle coming in from Bradley. The Herald is going to get the charge off into the mid lane. That's what you were trying to get. But once again, it's positioning for Citadel, going after this dragon. Will be Philip looking to poke out as much as possible. And that's the benefit of having a super strong Jace, is it's so scary to face check if you are Tempest in this situation, because the Jace can immediately do 50% of your health bar if you walk into an errant shock blast. Things will come down on the bot side. Dragon will be going over to Citadel. No reason for Tempest to throw the game away at second Drake. Bradley will be able to collect that bot tier 1 as well. Once again, just so much damage coming out from Philip. Trevor is shadowing in the mid lane if Aaron does end up stepping up. But that gold lead that was looking kind of neutral is now in favor of Citadel, and I certainly don't think you can look at this comp and say they don't scale. Azir and Kaisa are going to be very dangerous. Nocturne creates a very difficult proposition for the actual engage threats of Tempest Gaming's comp, of course being Pantheon and Rakan, because you basically have to peel the Nocturne. You basically have to peel Armeo, or he's just going to destroy your Syndra throughout the back half of this game. Jhin is also in a good spot, which I think is definitely worth noting, but Philip's just dominance on the top side here is really what keeps things interesting. But speaking of Dark Wings, he is going to save the scatter. He's going to have to flash out. Armeo was on top of him, but a nice disengage coming in from Dark Wings to be able to get out. He has to burn the flash. Generally speaking, ult for flash is a very good trade for the ulter, and that will be the case here as well. Nocturne will be back up much quicker. Kisno is level 12. Definitely worth noting, about the same pace as the solo laners this game. But a 3k gold lead now for Citadel. This is definitely in their control. This Syndra is in a great spot. Darkwing's a very talented Syndra player. Bradley just going to continue to split push here on the bottom side of the map. Porter basically a minion right now. Not really going to be able to stop too much. Mid lane tier 1 will fall. Trevor going to be there to make sure it happens, but Philip is rooted up. He's going to take a lot of damage. He's not the tankiest guy in the world. Pantheon ult will come down, and they will immediately get on top of Philip. That damage doesn't exist if you're bursted down. He's going to get shut down, and Trevor might be next. Porter TP's behind, but it's not necessary as they're able to pick up a double kill for Aaron. A huge overextension and a really good capitalization from Tempest. These are the kinds of mistakes that Citadel has been making. Now, Armeo and Bradley could potentially be a little too far forward as well. That could be a distinction that they give Hoarder. Kaisa is back into the game, and Nasus in not great game state for Citadel. We do see a pause. This is a big pause. We will see what the issue ends up being. But that is a huge catch. We instantly see the R's coming through, so we will be fine. We'll be getting back in. That is a gigantic catch for Tempest Gaming, though. Really no other way to talk about that other than they really needed something like that, and they got it. We will see. It says play will resume in 0. Hopefully we're not bugged or something like that. That would be super unfortunate if we were bugged. I don't really know how pauses work on Friendsless Spectator. Okay, we are good. We do get back into game here. It will be mid lane tier 1 falling this time in favor of Tempest, but way to pull back some gold. Of course, the gold lead's not gone. It's still about 1.5k for Citadel, but those are the kinds of plays you have to make. You have to see an overextended Jace and realize no matter how much gold he has, if he's in a position where he can be CC chained, he can still be killed. That damage doesn't exist if he's in the grave, so really nice play made there by Tempest, understanding exactly where they can get a lot of their gold back. And I think importantly, both of those kills ended up going on to Aaron on the Jhin. Getting that secondary win condition through Jhin damage. Jhin damage is very important. You definitely will need that damage come late game if they are going to play 5v5s. But we will have to see where the priority ends up going. No objectives once again on the map, and so everything kind of slows down. Minute 45 on Drake. 3 minutes on Baron. A little over 3 minutes on Baron. Just war coverage coming in from these three. Understanding that you gotta play super careful with the Nocturne around. None of your carries are safe, but Armeo he's just farming Gromp. Nothing to worry about. Laid back, relaxed, chilling out. Instinct and Trevor positioned aggressively. This could be a little bit of an overextension once again from Trevor. We'll see if they want to try and capitalize, but he is by himself amidst the enemy jungle. People love this Syndra build. I'm still a Ludens into Shadowflame Deathcap person. This is my preferred Syndra build, but I'm also like the biggest stand for Blackfire. And it will actually be Otacon started up here by Citadel. Doesn't look like that priority wants to be even really contested at all by Kisno and by Tempest. We will see how it ends up going. Order is here, but he's by himself. There's just one smite, and it will be slain. It's ruinous Otacon as well. So it will be all of those flowers spawning. Hoarder still here. Philip, half health. Armeo a little bit low. Kisno ulting in. This could be a really bad fight, but Instinct makes his way up, and Trevor is here as well. Hoarder is absolutely obliterated. Instinct ulting onto the back line. Can he take down Kisno? That's going to be the target. Right now, that looks like it is going to be the case. Instinct will pick up yet another kill. And it actually will be Manui who's potentially overextended here. He does get the dash out onto the Jhin, but Bradley's going to follow forward. The charm comes in at a perfect time to be able to try and negate the engage to buy some time. Jace will be traded because of that fantastic charm, but it's not going to be enough. Darkwings will be the next player to fall. It's a shutdown going over to Instinct. And it's a 4-for-1 and Otacon going in favor of Citadel. That is a gigantic swing. It is the biggest fight we've seen in this game so far. And it is now Citadel's game to lose. Bradley movement, wow. I'll have to go back and see that because that was a chaotic fight. If Bradley didn't get charmed, that was the easiest ace of all time. If Bradley didn't get charmed, that was the easiest ace of all time. Big play there by Citadel. Absolutely massive. Just an overextension. Trying to capitalize on a team they thought was greedy and taking it with limited amount of teammates there. You know, Citadel, they understood what they needed to do to make sure they secured Otacon, and they will secure this dragon as well. It's going to be 3 dragons for Citadel. They are on soul point for Chemsoul now. That will be spawning around 28 minutes into the game. Holy crap. Huge fight win for Citadel. That completely changes the outlook of this game. Not only because they obviously won the fight and they looked really good and it was a 4-for-1 and they got Otacon and they got all the roses and yada, 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 right? Like, all of that stuff is good. But what's even better about all of that is 3 of those kills went onto Kai'Sa, including a gigantic shutdown. So now Instinct is not just, like, good on Kai'Sa, like, in the game. Like, this, Kai'Sa is now the strongest champ in the game. Yeah, it's like, absolutely perfect for them. Citadel's gold's on the perfect champs also. Exactly. It's exactly what I was saying there. It's like the dream fight for Citadel there. Absolutely massive. But we'll have to see what they do with that gold lead. We've seen them get gold leads throughout today and not be the most efficient at being able to close out the game. But this is a must-win for Citadel. Remember, they either win this game and go to game 3 or they lose it and they are done. They are not in the NACL. This is the qualification series, so... And it's only best of 3, so you cannot drop a game here. Baron has spawned. Citadel now sitting up about 3K. I do think both of these teams have really good late games, but especially with the gold lead, I'm feeling better about Citadel's chances. Diving onto Darkwings could be very efficient for them, and forcing a lot of these objective fights is going to be rather simple. Really hard to contest. Jace is just going to be able to split push bot lane. He clears waves so quickly. Does have teleport available as well. It will be Hoarder going to try and salvage it, but this is basically a 4v5. Hoarder is not in this game. Trevor could potentially be caught out, but it's fancy feet from him. Manui not going to be able to land the knockup. Once again, it's Philip and Hoarder in a side lane, and Hoarder not really able to do all that much to be able to stop it. This Nasus presumed counter pick is really not working out for Hoarder in this game. And the 3-0-1 Kai'Sa has become a major issue. That's 3-item Kai'Sa as well. That's Rageblade, that's Nashor's, that's Static Shiv. Kai'Sa could still just get one-tapped by Syndra, though. Absolutely. Execution still matters. We're certainly not out of the realm of, you know, Citadel not playing these fights as well as they could. and throwing a bit of the lead in this game. Nothing is set in stone, but I do think that they are in a good spot. It is going to be that bot lane tier 2 that ends up falling. Bradley and Philip end up corralling that, and it's not traded for basically anything. Dragon is going to spawn in 2 minutes. That could be the thing that both of these teams are setting up for. It is Soul for Citadel, if they are able to grab it. I don't believe we've even gotten to an Elder throughout the lower bracket run. I remember, I believe against Friendly Fellas we got to an Elder, and maybe against Oakland we got to an Elder for Citadel, but I don't believe in their lower bracket run they've had to deal with an Elder dance just yet. Things have closed out before then. I would not hate if Kai'Sa bought QSS. I think you need damage. You have to kill as fast as possible here because they have point-and-click CC. So I think you need to do as much as possible, as quickly as possible. I think the burst is just too important, especially with Cleanse already, but Manui could potentially be looking for something. Instinct with some unbelievable positioning, ends up dodging with the ultimate and flashing through. Armeo is in the middle of the enemy team by themselves, but Trevor ends up getting a 4-man knockup. Do they have the damage to be able to go through on this fight? It doesn't look like it. Trevor is going to fall right now. It's a 1-for-2. Philip will be the next target, and it looks like he's going to run away. There isn't enough damage. They're not able to get the Kai'Sa through, and right now, it's a 3-for-1. Instinct does a great job of being able to avoid the initial engage from Manui, but it's just not enough. A fantastic fight there from Tempest, and that's the exact thing they needed to get back into the game. Really proactive play from Manui, really heads-up play, and Baron could be theirs here. Of course, Bradley and Instinct are still alive, but I doubt that they're going to be able to contest this in any way. They're not even going to try. Bradley's going to try to push down and get that mid lane turret. The pings are coming down. We'll see if he's going to be able to corral it. Baron will fall. And he is going to be able to get that mid-tier 2, so at least it's traded for something. Dragon Soul will be spawning in 30 seconds. That looked great for them. What just happened? Kai'Sa couldn't get any damage in. No room for Kai'Sa to get damage in. It was a fantastic knockup from Trevor, but because the front line of Nasus and Pantheon were standing closer to Kai'Sa, there's no way for her to actually be able to hit the targets that matter. Armeo's ult didn't end up landing correctly, and he ends up getting bursted down too early on. It ends up just being a lost fight. We could potentially see Tempest continue to be aggressive here. Remember, this is Soul point for Citadel. None of that Baron dance ends up mattering if they are able to get Soul here. Teleport's going to come in, but right now, it is a 4v5. Trevor's going to go in, but he's going to get bursted down so quickly. Manui is dead on the other side of this fight. It could be a trade of supports as Trevor looks to be the next target. Instinct is going to go Ultra Instinct on the back end of this fight, but does he have the damage? It looks like he does. He's going to burst through the back line. Everybody will fall. It's a triple kill for Philip, and it's a fight win for Citadel. They say, screw your Baron, it's our soul, it's our fight, and they immediately take control of this game back. Felipe looking bravo in that fight. Unbelievable, fantastic stuff coming in from Citadel. Chem Soul now acquired. That's the kind of fight you wanted to see. Philip basically one-tapping Manui at the start, basically giving him no way to play. This 7-kill, 90 CS up Jace has been the bane in Tempest's side the entire game. And once again, when it matters the most, he comes to play. Instinct with some fantastic damage on the back half as well, just able to completely blow up Aaron in that fight. Gorgeous stuff from Citadel, played about as perfectly as you could ask for. And that's how those fights should be going. That is how those fights should be going for Citadel. We'll see what they want to end up doing now with Chem Soul. Elder is technically on the table. I doubt this game will end in the next 5 minutes. Doesn't feel like that's going to be likely for either of these two teams. But with that Chem Soul, they now have all the pressure they need. 5v5s are no longer neutral. It is no longer whoever plays them better. Citadel now with the gold lead, with all of the effects stacking into them, should have everything they need to win a 5v5. Now, things are not over. Again, there's still plenty of outplay tools available for Tempest Gaming, specifically for Syndra. If she's able to land one good scatter of the week onto Kai'Sa, this fight becomes a lot more difficult. Absolutely gorgeous stuff from Citadel there. And the gold lead continues to grow. Philip will continue pushing on the top side. Meanwhile, we get the counter push in the mid lane. Syndra gonna try and, make bot lane a little bit of a priority, but Bradley, with his teleport available, is just happily going to eat that wave up. We'll see if they're gonna be able to push this in. No Baron does make this a bit more difficult for them. Will just be as much gold takeaway as they can possibly get. Stalling out the time they need for that Baron to respawn. Elder in 3.5 minutes. Baron in 2.5 minutes. That looks like it's going to be the win condition for both of these teams. One massive fight for either of them at either objective will likely be the end of the game. Or at the very least, the start of the end. This game is nowhere close to over just yet, sitting here at 32 minutes. Instinct in Trevor now. Oh, interrupt Kizno's ultimate. He's not able to get away. He has to flash out. And that's a big catch out from Trevor. Great job by him to interrupt the Pantheon being able to escape, burning that flash. Exactly what you were looking for. He could have perhaps been looking on a collapse onto Bradley. We are seeing the teleport behind. Bradley's by himself. He's pinging for assistance. He's hoping and praying that he's going to be able to get out of this. Manui looking for the engage. The charm will come through. The damage is coming down. This should be a free kill. The shutdown will go over to Aaron. And it is indeed a free kill for Tempest. That's the exact kind of thing that cannot happen for Citadel to remain confident in this game. You need to be able to pull things back. They've been very good at making cross-map plays throughout this entire series. So we will see if they make one here. It doesn't look like there's anything available, though. It's just a clean 1 for 0. Really nice heads-up play there by Tempest to continue to stay active on the map. Whoa. All right. Instinct, potentially a little far forward here, but his team is here to assist. The Nocturne and the Alistar are there. Trevor, with the knockup, it could be a bit too deep. He's very tanky. It's going to take them a while to be able to burst through him, and it looks like everybody is here. Bradley's not alive, though, and so this is a 4v4. 4v5, really. And Trevor's just going to fall. I think they played as if they had all 5 members, but Bradley was still waiting to respawn, and so now you're just hoping and praying that you can stall out time. Baron ends up spawning in 31 seconds. The teleport will come in from Bradley, but it's too late. Just an overreach there. Instinct is way too far forward. Trevor has to give his life in order to get him out, and once again, we could be looking at a capitalization. Bradley's going to dash out. He will get himself to safety. Go up over the wall, though, potentially looking for some poke. Is going to land onto the Jhin. A valuable target. But Baron is spawning. 34 minutes into the game. Trevor is only down for 1 more second. He will be able to make his way to this fight, but a death push is incoming. They are definitely looking to try and catch a member out, but the scatter will not hit. Manui also looking. Ult is available for him on the Rakan. It would be a very ambitious angle, but they probably wanted to do it before Trevor got here. That is not going to be the case. Trevor has arrived, or Mayo. Could be in a bad spot. He pops the spell shield to stay alive. Philip trying to get as much poke as possible. This is a dangerous dance for both of these teams. The Alistar has gotten here. The flash engage is going to land onto 2. A fantastic engage from Trevor. The stopwatch coming out from Darkwings is actually brilliant, but he will get blown up immediately out of it. It is a 4v4, but Armeo is getting lower and lower. Philip, though, is going to be able to take down Kizno with the damage that he has. It's a phenomenal engage from Trevor that sets up for so much damage from Citadel. They should be able to move their target to the Baron. And that is a big fight win for Citadel. Front to back, you have to give them the advantage in this game, and they took advantage of that to be able to really put this team into a great spot. The Jhin ult's just a little bit late. It's not going to pick up any kills here. And it's another big play for Citadel. Elder spawns in 10 seconds. As much as we'd love to celebrate this Baron fight, Darkwings down for 24, Kizno down for 20. This could be an immediate Elder Dragon angle. But with the Pantheon ult still available, there is a way to get him back in. Darkwings does have teleport available. It will still be a 5v5. Philip getting himself in here as quickly as possible. He's going to start up the Elder just to make sure nobody is in the pit trying to do anything crazy. But the Elder dance begins now. And with the Baron buff on Citadel, they definitely have the advantage here. We see the Pantheon looking. The teleport comes in from Darkwings, but are they going to be too late? This thing is getting bursted down. There's so much one single target damage. The Nocturne ultimate comes out. Manui's going to try. It's going to go over to the side of Citadel, and they're going to go for the fight. The execute comes in on Kizno. Philip is going to be chasing down Hoarder on this Nasus, and that could be your game. It's a brilliant setup from Citadel. It's a fantastic engage in the mid lane to be able to grab that Baron, and it's a fantastic end of the game fight around Elder. They will siege down the mid lane inhibitor turret. They will siege down the mid lane inhibitor, and they will charge onto the base. Manui taking so much just from Kaisa W. Philip. Such a threat to Darkwings, but this Elder is going to be such a problem. The execute comes through. Bradley damage is so high. Darkwings will be the next target. Instinct pressing the R button, doing as much as possible. Bradley killing himself at the end there, but we will be tied up at 1 apiece, and we will be going to a series-deciding game number 3. Holy crap! Holy crap! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Citadel picks up the game to win. That comp is just so fun to watch, so fun to play, too. Really awesome stuff. How can you not give player of the game to Philip? I mean, there's nobody else that you could even consider for player of the game. That was a Felipe masterclass on the top side. Instinct was incredible. Trevor had the game-winning engage on the Alistair. Ridiculous stuff. Bradley's damage, I'm sure, was off the charts. We'll be able to check out that more once we are back. Takes a little bit for that client to really lock in and give us the stats when we are spectating, but I'm going to quickly step away. We'll go over all the stats. We'll go over the game when I come back, but we're going to take a quick break as we head into this series and NACL qualification defining game number 3. The winner goes to the NACL. The loser is out. I'll see you guys when I get back. Okay, we are back. We are back. I am so hyped up right now, guys. I am amped. This is it. Like, this is what we've been building towards. I wish it was a best of 5, but I'll take a game deciding, a tournament deciding best of 3. And we've got stats that we can look at. So let's take a look at it. Game 3 banger incoming, indeed. Game 3 banger imminent. But look at the damage charts. 34,000 for Bradley. 31,000 for Philip on Jace. Ridiculous stuff. Even 27,000 for Instinct when he was so far behind in the early game. Ends up out damaging Aaron on the Jhin. I think it's fair to say that the Nasus pick didn't work. I don't think anyone's going to criticize me too much for saying that. The Nasus pick did not work. Bradley doing a Dark Wings cosplay, 11k damage a kill. Yeah. Yeah, his Azir is absolutely disgusting. The only good thing for Tempest is he can't play it again. But this is it. I mean, Dark Wings can't play Syndra again, right? Like, that's kind of his champ, too. You gotta dig into your bag now. We will see what the bans end up being. But I imagine that these two teams are gonna look very comfortable. Like, I'm not, you know, let me check who's watching my stream right now. I don't want to give any tips. Well, I can give tips to Bradley if he's in stream, but... Philip Renekton, Bradley Cassiopeia. These are on the board. You know what I mean? I believe Instinct Ezreal is still available as well. Comfort picks coming through. Could potentially be an option, or they have another plan. Right? Like... Ez is out? Oh, that's right. Game 1, Game 1. I forgot about that. Yeah, so... I mean, Ashe is a really good champ, still. He hasn't played it today, but he's played so much. Zeri, Ashe, Kalista, Varus. Yeah. I think Ashe is definitely the one that comes to mind. Kalista, he played earlier today. Varus is there. I would not love a Caitlyn. I don't think Caitlyn's particularly consistent. Right now, at the very least. We will see, though. I'm just excited we're going to a game number 3. How can I be excited for anything else? This is literally like a winner-take-all, do-or-die matchup for the NACL slot. Like, this is what you do the tournament for. We said it earlier, but really the only thing to be sad about is that one of these teams won't be in NACL. That's the saddest part of this. They should be getting into draft any minute now. Jinx, Corki, Xayah, Ziggs is only things left. I mean, other than all of those other options. But we will see. We will see indeed. Again, I just think they have so many options, dude. I'm so interested to see what direction these teams go in. Yeah, like added on, yeah. Zeri, Ashe, Kalista, Varus, Caitlyn, Jinx, Corki, Xayah, Ziggs. I mean, that's champion pools, right? Do not be surprised to see Aaron Jinx. Ashe prio should be huge unless banned. I would prio Ashe pretty heavily here. Aaron is a true Jinx player. Like, he is, that's kind of what I know him for. So expect that to potentially be on the board. Zeri Yuumi could theoretically be an option. I would say more so for a team like Tempest than a team like Citadel. I would be shocked if Citadel went Zeri Yuumi. It's very not their style. Both are graded Zeri Jinx. Yeah, I agree. Instinct is a really good hyper carry player, but the hyper carry I think about with Instinct is Kai'Sa. So, you're not quite in that same vein. They're going over replays. We can look at the replays on Twitch channel. I want to Instinct Varus, probably if possible. Instinct Varus would be good. No Jhin or Ezreal, which I think are probably the things I would be most scared of there. I really like Ashe here, man. Like, I would really like Ashe and then, like, Orianna, Cassiopeia, something like that in the mid lane. That's probably what I would be thinking about here. Sejuani, I believe, is still up as well. And then, obviously, Renekton top lane. Because he's just so good at Renekton, man. I think they should both ban Ashe. I don't know if they will, though. Ashe is not, like, the highest priority ban in the world. We've seen a lot of teams actually just leave it up. Especially at this tournament, I think Ashe's ban rate is really low. But I don't know for sure, right? I think Tempest go hyper carry ADC, though. I think it's likely they do. But I kind of like Ashe into hyper carries. Like, I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, like, I don't think they ban it. I think they want to ban Volibear. I think they want to ban Renekton. Like, I think those are the higher priority bans for them. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, who really knows? Who really knows? Do not give Armeo Volley. He's been unbelievably good on Volley this tournament. But something like Sejuani is still up. And there are not a lot of champions that are as consistent as Sejuani. If you want to go for a team fight comp, Wukong Orianna or something like that is still available as well. Like, you can like, there are plenty of options for both of these teams. You definitely can't count anything out. I assume Bradley goes Cassio or Ori. I mean, we'll see. He plays a lot of other champions, right? His Akali was pretty good yesterday. I think the scoreline looks better than maybe some of the game felt. He was getting caught out a little early in some of those fights, but I would expect a control mage from Bradley. That really is his bread and butter. And control mage plus Wukong, you feel good about that. Control mage plus Sejuani, you feel good about that, but you might need to go for something more aggressive than Ashe. I think whatever they go for, it's going to tell us a lot about what they feel most confident in. They gave Philip MVP for game 1. Obvious. What does Darkwings go, though? Again, another control mage player. So we'll see. Like, he plays a lot of Orianna. He plays Ahri. It's a good shout. Ahri or Orianna? Like, I agree for both of those. I think he plays those champs a lot. And we're not even speaking about Corki. Corki gains priority. I believe Talia is still up. Like, I know Bradley's not a huge Talia player, but Talia's really good and she is available. Just things to think about. There are plenty of options. Like, you're not going to run out of options here, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. Just don't give Tempest Ashe Seraphine. Indeed, that would be not ideal. No Jhin on the board. I think if Jhin were up, I'd be like, you can have it. I'll take Jhin, whatever, who cares? But, yeah, probably not Ashe Seraphine here. Again, I believe they should be drafting now, which means that we will be getting draft on stream in just a moment. I don't have any confirmation of that, though. If you're watching this stream, by the way, thanks. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying the stream because you're picking this one over the NACL main broadcast, which I really appreciate. Does mean a lot to me. But we should be getting in soon. Callista Senna is a crazy lane still up also. That's true. Callista Senna is very Instinct in Trevor. It's very Instinct in Trevor. I do get worried about Callista. You have to ban Ashe. If you're playing Callista Senna, though. That has to get taken off the board, right? Like, you can't justify... 4 of the engaged supports are gone. That's true. We saw what Manui pulled out yesterday in the Janna. Would certainly be something that I could theoretically see happening. Hyper carry plus Janna is certainly playable. Like, Jinx Janna is playable. We have our start date. March 26th is when the NACL begins. I think they announced that before. I think that was in the article when they posted this tournament in the first place. But it's good to know that that's still locked in with all of the changes that are constantly happening. But that's 10 days from now. That's not a lot of prep time. 10 days indeed. 10 days indeed. I think it's starting up basically around the same time as all of the other spring splits. I think LPL is like end of this week. I think LPL comes back next Saturday, like in like 6 days. And then LEC, and then LCK, and then LTA. Yeah, I think the next OQs start in like a month and a half, or something like that. Something ridiculous. This is a very compact schedule, because it took them quite a while to figure out what they wanted to do in the first place. But hopefully we'll be jumping into games soon. Again, I want to reiterate that we are just waiting on them to complete drafts in their Fearless Drafts browser on fearlessdraft.com. And then we'll get to see it on the NACL broadcast, and we'll get to react to it, and then we'll eventually be able to get into game. This is such an open NACL. Luminosity would be my favorites, but I think most of the teams can contend. I don't know. I think in terms of current, like where these teams are at, I would favor Dragonsteel over Luminosity. But I also just think UG is like too good. Like I actually think he's just so much better. I think without UG, they wouldn't contend. Blue Otter could take a similar step up to what MU did. I think the difference between Otter and Maryville is not that I think Otter is bad, by the way. I think Levitate and Rovex as a bot lane is like ridiculous. But I think the big difference for me is I don't know. Like Maryville showed less flashes, but also had more upside. And Otter showed more flashes and less upside. I'm worried that we've seen the best of Blue Otter. Obviously, it's up to them to prove that that's not true. But I think the NACL is super good. Like, do I think Otter is better than either of the two teams playing today? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I could tell you that. I don't know if I could, like, confidently tell you that. Top 2 feels locked in terms of expectations. I think it's Dragonsteel and Luminosity in just whichever order you want. I think both of them are very good. And then I think you're looking at the rest of the cluster. I think you're just kind of going with what you feel most comfortable with at that point. Near Airport's going to be a team that competes near the top. Like, you don't want to forget about them. Like, is Blue Otter better than Near Airport? I don't know. Is Blue Otter better than, like, again, if Citadel makes it or if Tempest makes it, like, are they better than them? I don't know. There's a lot of good teams. I want to see Samikin take a step up. Me too, man. Samikin had so many good performances last split. He had quite a few bad ones as well. But man, is he fun to watch. Man, is he fun to watch. I think Sajed is a decent downgrade from Scary Jerry. I think Sajed is great, but Jerry is amazing. I agree. I think Sajed's definitely a downgrade. He had the easiest job in the NACL last year. And he's just a very aggressive player. But also, like, Dude, Zamudo Yuji Zyko is like, it's just so good. To me, it's the best core in the NACL. Oh. Dude, I'm drinking so much water here. Absolutely insane amount of water. This cap makes a really funny sound when it pops open. I don't know if you've been able to hear it at all, but it makes a very funny noise when I open it. I think there is a top 2 and then a pretty big gap now that I think about it. I would agree with that, unless Near Airport's really good. Near Airport can bridge that gap. They can be top 3. Yeah, you said the exact... You got me. You got me. You got me. You definitely got me there. They're talking about Bradley versus Darkwings, who has the biggest clutch potential. I think both are clutch players. Bradley's had the success in the past that leads me to believe that he's going to be fine, but it was in a different role. Like, most of the success that he found was in top lane. But go back and watch, like, my 2022 NACL videos. Dude, I was glazing Bradley in the mid lane. I was, like, mega glazing Bradley. I think he's crazy talented. Again, hopefully we should be getting in soon. We don't exactly know when their draft is going to end because it's out of client. They are in Champ Select now, though. At least in client, so we should be panning over on the main stream in just a second. He says, hopefully. I doubt it will take too much longer. I started watching you in 2023 summer, so the players I think of you glazing from the NACL as Perry. Yeah, dude, I was all in on Perry. On Fear, he was genuinely unreal. All right, we are back, and Citadel is on red side. Blue side, 100% win rate in this series. Zyra, Kindred, Varus bans, and then the Volibear, Sejuani, Kalista bans. It's going to be the Rumble first pick. Rumble's still up. Rumble's not really been something we've looked at all that much. Obviously, we don't know what actual first pick was, but turns out it is going to be the Ornn, Wukong, and then presumably Control Mage in the mid lane for Citadel. Xin Zhao Tristana is the answer, so it's early game versus late game. We will see how that ends up going. It is the Wukong Orianna. Again, we kind of predicted this. I wish he stayed great. Player, so much potential. Yeah, Perry's making a ton of money now as a guide guy on YouTube. I think he's fine. And again, no Ashe. Kind of makes sense. I don't know. I don't know where the value of it is. It's a second rotation ban for Citadel. They take away the Caitlyn and the Ashe. They clearly wanted to go into a different direction. And it was the Jinx and Zeri taken away. And the Corki was the AD carry that they wanted to opt into. Corki's really good, man. He's super consistent. Sivir was the choice for Aaron. We knew they wanted to go for something late game, but Sivir Karma was the option. And then it's... What? That's gotta be a remake, right? That's not real. I mean, right? Like, it's gotta be a remake. There's gotta be something wrong here. It can't be Fizz. It can't be Fizz. They gotta have screwed this up somehow. Yeah, they are out of draft in client. We're running it back again. They screwed that one up a little bit. Who would be close to Fizz? Like, how do you mess that up? Galio? Like, who did they misclick? I'm curious. But it is a draft redo. Yeah, I think when I'm looking at these two drafts, at least for now, again, not knowing support I think matters. Team fight for Citadel, they drafted Ornn, Wukong, Orianna, Corki. Like, they're playing for late game. We'll see if they can maintain some early pressure, but Xin Zhao Tristana is a lot. Rumble is also a really strong top laner right now. I think his numbers are out of control good. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Fiddlestick support. No way it's Fiddle. No way he's pulling out Fiddle. Like, I actually think this has got to be something completely different. Galio would make sense. But we'll see. Bradley trolling us with the Fizz hover. Just to make us think that it could potentially have actually been Fizz the whole time. The only one I could think of. Yeah, I don't know. Gragas, Galio, like, it's someone like that. Or it's not. Or it's not at all. You know what I mean? Like, you certainly aren't guaranteed. Manui with the congratulatory Fizz hover. We will see here. Oh, it's the wrong fish. No, it can't be. There's no way they picked Nami here. Okay, well, they locked it in. Is it Nami? Interesting. I would have never thought about Nami in this draft. Like, this is a very interesting pick for Citadel. Another remake? No way. No, they're still in. This is a real Nami. This is a real Nami. Unless, like, something has changed. Because they are still in Champ Select. Like, they're going through with this. So it is Nami support. I just wanted to clarify. It is Nami support. Okay. That's a lot of engage. That's a lot of scaling. I mean, the fundamental idea of the comp doesn't change all that much, depending on who support is, because you have Wukong Orianna, you have Ornn, you have Corki, you have so much late game damage. This early game is, like, completely non-existent. I say that, but, like, hold on, I'm thinking about this. Corki Nami beats Sivir Karma, right? Like, we all can agree that Corki should have prio into Sivir, that it's going to be harder for Sivir to push in against Corki, and that he'll outrange her, and it'll be difficult for her to do anything in the beginning. I like the Orianna into Tristana matchup. I play a ton of both of these champions. I think Ori does better in this matchup. Are we sure this isn't just a draft gap for Citadel? Like, am I crazy? I think Rumble is a problem. Like, that I will concede. I think Rumble is a problem. And I think the early game is very weak, but you have a ton of engage. You have Ornn, you have Shockwave, you have Wukong. And I don't, like, even though your early game champs are weak, like, Corki Nami can't really get punished by Sivir early. I don't think Trist can ever kill Orianna. Like, Xin Zhao's gonna try to make plays around the map, but the only real winning lane here is gonna be Rumble. I feel really good about this draft, honestly. All right, we can talk about it as we get into the spectator lobby. The Ori Wukong mid jungle I think is great here. I agree. It's so easy. Like, I say the phrase over and over again on the channel. Like, why complicate things? Make it easy. Simplify the problem. I like the skirmishes more even though they have Xin. Yeah, I agree. Because you can't really fight around Sivir. I don't think it's easy to fight around Sivir at the very least. Like, Corki's going to be better in these skirmishes. And if you land a single CC ability onto a target, like, they die. You have so much damage. Ornn's, like, free frontline. Nami could actually go crazy here with the tidal waves. I actually just think Citadel won draft. Again, I'm a homer. I'm super biased, but, like, I really like this draft for Citadel. For Tempest, I just think it's so much harder to play. Is it not? Because, like, you scale into the late game because you're playing around Rumble Sivir. And, like, even Tristana to, I guess, kind of an extent. Even though I wouldn't consider Trist, like, a super carry or anything. Like, you're playing around Rumble Sivir, like, you scale, but you don't scale as hard. And you certainly don't have an easier team fight than Wukong Orianna. And Corki damage and Ornn frontline. Renata could have been insane for Citadel, or am I trolling? I agree, Renata would have been crazy here. That's a good shout. But I also, like, the way I think about the game, like, the first thing I thought of here is, like, oh, they could have picked Soraka. Like, they absolutely could have picked Soraka here. But we're going into game 3. Let's go ahead and get this set up first and foremost. Okay. All right, we got to switch these around again. Tempest is back on blue side. Citadel is back on red side for the final game of the NACL OQs. Are you guys ready? Because I am. Nami ults are insane, though. I think that's why they picked it. Was these ults are actually just crazy. Okay. The final game of the NACL OQs is here. Tempest Gaming taking on Citadel. Nami ult against double ADCs plus Zen. Yeah, I mean, the disengage is crazy. Come on, Citadel. We are right there with you. Come on, Citadel. Potentially a death push opportunity here. Manui and Kisno. Instinct is by himself. He's going to try and escape this. He's going to have to flash, though. That's an early summoner burned by Instinct. Unfortunately, just no help from Trevor, who is coming down now. Bradley asking for mana flow trade in chat. Yeah, true. Instinct, no flash is a big deal, but free damage is always good. I think the early game onus absolutely falls on Tempest in this one, mostly because even if I do think they scale well, I don't think they scale better. Darkwing's taking jump, level 1. Definitely the more greedy level 1 take here. We're going to try to get some damage down, but the Nami's not going to have a great level 1 in this matchup. Karma's just going to put out quite a bit of pressure in that part of it. I think the Corki will end up neutralizing that out for the most part as we go throughout the laning phase, but Philip hits level 2 first, but only by a little bit. This is the one matchup I'm the most scared of for Citadel, which I shouldn't even really say, right? Trevor, though, is in a rough spot. He's going to have to burn the heal to get out of the tether range. Once again, it's Aaron and Manui just dominating the 2v2. They've looked so good early on in these games, and the burn damage coming in from Rumble on the top side. These lanes right now are going in favor of Tempest. We talked about them needing to do that. Darkwings is going to get some damage down on Bradley. The bomb explosion is going to do a ton. Bradley going to try to trade back as much damage as possible, but like we said, definitely going in favor of Tempest, at least in the minor gains for now. Sivir at 17 CS to Corki's 12, but he will collect this wave under tower. This, like, 1 minute to, like, 6 minute time frame is where Tempest will be at their strongest, in my opinion, in terms of how these comps operate. If only because that's when Karma's going to be able to punch out. That's when Trist is going to be able to really, you know, beat up on Ori. Man, that's going to be a lot of damage over to Bradley. This lane's definitely a little difficult here. This will get easier for Orianna the moment that she hits level 6. Alright, we see more exchanges down in the bot lane. I think Citadel's team fights are so easy, they're fine if it goes late. I completely agree. Completely agree. They have the much easier comp, and I think they have more damage, which is kind of what you're looking for. Philip going to continue to burn down on the top side. I doubt we're going to be having any Philip solo kills in this game on the Ornn. But he is going to have to take that loss. On the top side, not a great matchup for him. Porter just going to continue to poke him out. He's going to take the tower shot, but it's got the shield there to be able to negate it as much as possible. I think the slower this early game goes, the better it goes for Citadel, the more it favors them. I think specifically because you're looking at even gold states and everywhere that isn't top lane. That's definitely a positive. Trevor at level 3 is definitely a lot more valuable to the lane as a whole now. And this is where Corki can really start poking out the Sivir, or at least where you imagine the Corki would start poking out the Sivir. Looks like the tether is going to land. Manui's going to take a lot of damage, but Trevor will take more. He actually has no health and no mana. He's going to have to flash out. Manui going to try and get traded down a bit. Going to try and trade as much damage as possible, but once again, it's just Trevor being a little too far forward. I do think they can win in the 2v2, but they're not really piloting it super well at the current moment. It does look like a little bit of a player gap there in favor of both Aaron and Manui, and we've kind of seen that in the 2v2 in particular. Not to say that either of those players, Instinct or Trevor, has played bad across this series, but rather the 2v2 has basically entirely been in favor of Tempest early on in these games, no matter what the matchup has been. And this is really the third time in a row where I expected Citadel to have push on the bottom side, and they just weren't really able to grab it. So we'll see if that ends up coming back to bite them. Porter continuing to trade on the top side. Ornn goes unstoppable. But again, things get a bit easier for Ornn the more HP he ends up getting. He can just eat up all of this pressure. Darkwings and Bradley both hitting level 6. This is where the matchup starts to be a little bit more in favor of the Tristana, in my opinion. Manui potentially looking to make a roam here, but it's all just to set up for priority on this dragon, which Kizno does have. Armeo, Trevor, Instinct, they've all made their way down here. The Tether not going to land onto the Wukong. See more trading on the top side. We'll see if Citadel actually want to contest this. They do. They're going in. Armeo's going to get on top of Darkwings, who will jump away. Kizno is getting a little bit lower. Manui has to flash over the wall. The dragon is for the taking. It will actually be taken by Darkwings, and another flash is going to come out from Kizno here. Looks like they have the ability to escape, but so many different summoner spells burned to gain that dragon. You can't consider that too much of a detriment to Citadel. That's going to be Kizno flash. That's going to be Manui flash in order to get out of there. But it is the dragon secured by Darkwings, so it will be the start of the dragon stacking for them. Looked like it could have been a good play there for Citadel, but just aren't able to get that smite down. Hope with the really nice trade. Instinct hopefully going to collect this wave under tower. He does so. Darkwings now looking for a trade in the mid lane. But like I said, this is where things get a little bit easier for Bradley. The ult's going to come out from Darkwings just to try and disengage. A bit fearful of a potential shockwave. I can understand that in that situation. But Sivir continuing to punish this Nami pick, and it's actually another contest, this time over the Void Grubs. Tempest is once again first to the objective. We see some pings going down to try and contest it, but with Ornn not having a ton of health or mana, it doesn't really feel all that feasible to take a 3v3, and it will be Grub sacrificed over to Tempest. They still do end up getting 1, so it still is 2-1. Every time we go up top lane, I cringe, not going to lie. Philip doing good with the rumble pressure. Yeah, it's a rough matchup. It is a rough matchup for the Ornn. Not going to look particularly flashy or sexy in the early game here, but hopefully Ornn ends up being valuable the later this game goes. It's what you pick him for, is the ult in team fights, and obviously the frontline pressure, the tank pressure. Sivir is level 6, but so is Corki. It's going to make it a lot easier for Corki to be able to play this lane out, of course. Like, once again, just collecting it under tower. Doesn't have to worry too much. No pressure coming in. Just going to be the free, clean, even lane for him. He's actually going to be up in CS, which I think is positive for him here. Even CS lead in the mid lane. Not even in the top lane, but that is to be expected with this matchup. I think if anything else had been happening, I would have been surprised. And we still have a deathless game, despite all of the action that we've had. The fight around Dragon, you know, the Void Grub, you know, kerfuffle, if you will. No kills exchanged just yet. Both teams on their best behavior, understanding that it is do or die. That one mistake could cost your team the entire game. Nobody wants to make it.
Explosive face melter.
Gold is entirely even, sitting here at 8.5 minutes. No objectives on the map to take either, which really de-incentivizes fighting. Order just trying to punish this matchup as much as he possibly can. He will hit level 8 here. But so will Philip, doing a really good job to keep up in terms of levels. That's really going to be the important thing for Ornn, is he needs to make sure he's still on the right timers to be able to get those ultimates out. Level 11 is a pretty nice place for Ornn to sit, but of course, he's able to upgrade items the higher level he goes, and so being able to maintain levels, even if you're not maintaining CS with the Rumble, is incredibly crucial. But we've yet to have a Citadel game that feels this tense, that feels this on a knife's edge. And that makes it so interesting. Some nice poke damage coming in from Aaron on the Sivir. Both bot laners hitting level 7 as well. Armeo pathing up to the mid lane here, but there's no play to make. He's just going to look for potential vision. He does have it. He's going to take down the ward. Xin Zhao will have to back off of his red here. He understands that the roam is coming up. Does start to get some support from the rest of his team, however. We get some pings coming down. Could be an interesting little skirmish down in the river, or at red buff if they want it, but the smite's going to go in favor of Kizno. He will take the red buff. He just wants out of this problem. He doesn't want to exchange anything here. Instinct happy to collect the wave and stay safe here. Perhaps we could see a collapse from Armeo down on the bot side after Crab. This would be a difficult one to execute. Instinct is actually going to go in. The Tether's going to go down on him, but he has basically no mana to be able to follow up this fight. Going to be a difficult one to engage. Just trying to get as much poke as he can. Manui continuing to Have ward control here. Another ult's going to be used. It's actually a trade of ultimates in the mid lane. Both coming out mostly unscathed, about half health. But it's actually Ornn who's going to be the one to follow up here. The knock-up combo over and over again. Philip trying to get the better of Hoarder, but he can't, and it's a disconnect from Trevor. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully nothing happened to the internet. We do not want to see a DC here in game number 3. We do not want to see a long pause in game number 3. We want to see some action. He continues to disconnect. Hopefully this is not something that ends up lasting. This is the worst possible time. I know there's been a lot of storms on the East Coast. I'm not sure where Trevor is located, obviously, but as someone who is located on the East Coast, we've had supports all day. Or not supports, we've had storms all day. Hopefully the internet is fine. The power is fine. I might need to step into Citadel support. Nah, dude, get Maddie Socials in there first.
A summoner has disconnected.
I can play, what would I even probably play at a pro level? Pike? I don't know. Morgana. I was a huge Morgana mid enjoyer back in 2014. Like us real ones, you know? Hopefully this pause doesn't last too long, though. When you look at the game state that we have right in front of us, Bradley's doing a good job at being able to express some positives in the mid lane, we'll just say. Wukong going even with Xin Zhao is hugely beneficial. Because again, this comp scales incredibly well. If this game is even remotely neutral going into the late game, I do think Citadel is favored in that regard by quite a bit. And all of this happening just as Hoarder was potentially about to get a solo kill on Philip on the top side. We'll see how that ends up going. But hopefully Trevor is okay. We'll see if we can find a scoop here. Okay, we're seeing ours in chat. Looks like he has reconnected. The pause should be coming back any second now. Sivir not having a call is making me sad. True. 1 call per team and it went to Tristana. Hopefully we will be back in just a second. We did get some R's in chat, so it should not be too long for now. And we are back. Philip and Hoarder. The trade ends up going nowhere. It is a trade of ultimates on the top side. Do have some buffering. I believe this is just the League client. It is, because I can still zoom in and out. I believe this is for spectator mode. I believe it has to delay itself a bit more. But to catch back up to the 3 minutes. Hopefully it should be back in just a second. We've seen this a couple of times at the tournament. Should be nothing to worry about, I think. If this lasts for any longer, I will start to get concerned. There we go. Okay. And we should be back, like officially back now. Alright, and the game state is neutralized out. Again, no kill on the top side means that both of these top laners are in pretty similar positions. Obviously, Rumble still has such a gigantic advantage, but it's not the worst thing in the world. We see a TP coming in from Rumble, TP coming in from Tristana. Why I support CS diff so big? Wards, I guess. Yeah, Trevor been taking some CS, I guess. There will be Dragon priority for Citadel. Xin Zhao not even looking to try and contest it. They want the Void Grubs, and rightfully so. If they are able to get all 3 of these, it will be 5, which is a pretty big positive for them. And with their top lane pressure that Hoarder has been able to generate, they definitely are going to prioritize that. Looks like they are going to fall pretty easily. I don't imagine there's going to be any sort of contest around this area, considering the state the top lane is in. That will give Tempest a pretty big advantage. You know, 5 Void Grubs is certainly nothing to scoff at, and that certainly is something that can make their late game a little bit easier in terms of sieging down towers. I already think they have really good siege. Tristana obviously obliterates towers. So, you know, getting those Void Grubs could be really good for them. More trades in the mid lane. Ults are back up for both mid laners after the exchange before. But like I said, this is the part of the game where I think things get a bit easier for Orianna. We do see Kisno potentially looking for a lane gank here onto Philip, but I think it's just going to be so difficult to get anything off onto this Ornn, who's just been playing so passively on the top side, understands his role in the grand scheme of this game. No objectives up to take at the moment. And that's why the map has definitely equalized out. I can't remember a single game we've covered at this tournament being 0-0 at 13 minutes into the game, but again, both of these teams don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to be in bad positions. They want to make sure that if they go for a play, that it's the good play, that it's the right play to make at any given time. And that's kept this gold lead basically equal. A lot of that now in favor of Armeo, though. And like I said, the later this game goes, the more I favor Citadel, especially in terms of ease of execution, simplicity of execution. Instinct now. Brought up to just catch some mid-waves as things get a little bit easier for the AD carries. Bloodthirster and Essence Reaver completed respectively. I guess respectfully as well. I am respectful of these builds, but respectively for both of these two AD carries. And again, there's just not really a lot of places to gain their advantages unless these teams start to overextend. Instinct, though, potentially looking for some damage. He's going to miss the rocket. But another good trade for Instinct in the mid lane. He's done a good job keeping up with the Sivir here, especially after how some of the early trades ended up going. Bradley just getting that full chunk out onto Darkwings. Trevor is here. If Darkwings overextends and perhaps jumps in, that could be a bit of a problem. We'll see if he gets baited in. Bradley has hit level 11. Armeo in the area as well. But he will not. He plays respectfully. He understands. No reason to risk it. But a 0-0 game for Citadel at 15 minutes feels unprecedented. It felt like it would never happen, that it was an impossibility. Yet here we are. Darkwing's going to collect the wave. Bradley potentially waiting to Deathbush Darkwings here, but Darkwings, again, very respectful. He's going to place the, oh, the jump-in's going to go. The Shockwave's going to go directly on top of Bradley. Ults will be traded once again, but just like before, it's just down to half health. Looks like that could potentially have been a more interesting trade. He's going to come down under the tower with the tether, but no follow-up. Again, Philip going to go unstoppable, try to trade as much damage back as possible. Ult is available for the Rumble if he wants to try to pressure him out under tower, but he understands he cannot kill this Ornn. As long as Philip plays at least a little bit respectfully, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him. Hollow Radiance completed for him. Now we see Armeo and Trevor putting their attention into the mid lane, looking to protect Instinct from a similarly matched Kisno. And like we said, passive game state, to me, favors Citadel. Even with the Ornn being a little behind, it's certainly not enough for me to feel uncomfortable about the game state. Now the 5 Blade Grubs does equal that out a bit. Certainly for the Tristana. Kisno is going to spend some time up top lane here, but Philip's not going to do anything other than collect this wave. He's going to feel pretty confident in being able to do that. Kisno will just safely back after taking Krugs. Trist is very strong for this Drake. Indeed it. Yes, indeed. I think it's a good shout. I think it's interesting, though, because I don't hate the Wombo here. I don't hate the Wukong plus Orianna. And I think Corki has a lot of combat power here that maybe Sivir isn't going to be able to match. So we will see how things do end up going. A dragon fight, if they both fight over it, could be a big game decider here. Rift Herald has also spawned. We'll see if they want to try and trade objectives, Rift Herald and Drake. But dragon spawning in 15 seconds, it does look like that's going to be the priority at the very least for Armeo, who is in the area. Bradley, just trying to poke out Darkwings as much as possible, get as much damage down on this turret. Understands he has the safety of his jungle and his support. With dragon spawning, it looks like Armeo is going to be in the area, hovering the area. Doesn't look like it's going to be an insta-start, though. And it might just be another trade of objectives. It's Armeo, and it's Citadel focusing here on the dragon, and it looks like it's going to be Kisno and Tempest focusing on the Rift Herald. So once again, we delay another fight. The gold lead does continue to grow for Tempest, a lot of that being in the top lane, but part of that being in the bot lane as well. This game state is really not all that different for either of these two teams. A team that has a ton of siege, though, and Tempest being able to grab that Rift Herald could be big. Could potentially just drop a top lane here to try and make Ornn's life a lot more difficult. Kisno is here. A dive would be an absolute disaster. He's just going to get a nice combo off with the ultimate. Rumble ult will drop Philip. Dropping lower and lower. Kisno going to look for the dive here. He is going to get the damage in. He's going to take a couple tower shots, but First Blood is finally going to fall. This time over to Tempest Gaming. They're going to be able to utilize that to pick up first tower on the top side, and that is the play we've kind of been waiting for. Not first tower, I should say, because credit to Bradley. He was able to get first tower on the bot side first because of that play, but First Blood finally does end up falling. We do see actually a collapse on the top side. Hoarder is going to have to TP out. Is he going to get interrupted? He is not. He's going to be able to successfully make his way out there. And that's a big win for Tempest. You can't really see it as anything else. Rumble getting a bit more gold on the top side. Really nice dive there by Kisno, and just, unfortunately, a little bit too quickly played by Philip. LCK level boring early game? Kinda. But I get it. Like, both of these teams don't want to make a mistake. Neither of these teams want to be in a position where they make the game-losing play. Even Philip dying on the top side is really not all that big of a deal. Once again, all of that gold going over to Rumble is annoying, but not the most consequential thing in the world. Tristana will be able to take down this tower, I thought. But Bradley will be able to collect the wave. I assume that that was going to be a priority for Tempest, but they don't want to stick around. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to get caught out by a potential shockwave. We could be seeing a skirmish here, though. Kisno looking for Raptors. It's just going to be a smite fight that goes in favor of Kisno. I doubt they both scale. I think they both scale pretty well, so I doubt either of them hate playing slow. I agree. I think both of them prefer to play slow. My concern for Tempest is that their front to back is harder because they don't have a frontline. Right? You're looking at Xinjiao being like frontline for this comp, but they don't really have anybody to eat CC or eat damage. So I obviously do think they scale, but I do think it becomes more difficult for them. I agree, way harder. I agree. But they do have the gold lead now. It's about a 2k gold lead in favor of Tempest. A lot of that is on the Rumble, which is good to have, again, but Ornn's going to be relevant basically no matter what, so you're not too frustrated by that. I was thinking they would have Leona over Karma. I would have much preferred an engaged support here for Manui. If this is the draft you wanted to go for, I would have much preferred an engaged support. Personally. Would have been a hard lane for Sivir. It's already kind of a hard lane for Sivir, but Armeo could potentially walk into the space check. Kisno gonna be able to get there. The teleport is immediately channeled. The tether will come out. Looks like the threat of a teleport coming in from Ornn is enough to dissuade any sort of further pressure. Herald dropping in the mid lane, won't even be able to pick up the tower. And once again, we're seeing a lot of posturing. We're seeing a lot of back and forth. A lot of nothing going on between these two teams. Armeo continuing to have a gold lead in the jungle despite everything that's going on. Instinct continuing to just farm the wave. Once again, it's just back and forth, back and forth. 20 minutes have come. Otacon is on the rift, and we do see some posturing. Philip does not have TP now. Is just on the bot side of the map. Darkwings does have that TP available. This could be a rough Otacon fight. It would be 4v5 if Darkwings makes that TP in. Looks like the back was interrupted. I think Philip understands that this is not the best situation for him, and so he's going to start walking up. Armeo going to try to buy as much time as possible. Pangs are coming down. Ornn is making his way up. Darkwings just has free reign to be able to push out this bot wave now with teleport, but it looks like the mid tower will be what the target is for Citadel, at least at the moment. They're not going to be able to get it. The clone will be the one that's jumped on by Kisno. And once again, it's a lot of posturing for basically nothing. Tristana continuing to push on the bot side, though. Ornn will have to head down to catch the wave, but again, he doesn't have TP. So any sort of Otacon play would not include Philip at the current moment. That being said, it doesn't look like either team want to prioritize a gigantic fight, especially with Dragon up in 23 seconds. And Kisno, speaking of, might actually be jumping on Instinct, who's way too far forward. Redemption is going to be dropped. He's going to flash out of the Redemption, but right into the rest of his team. Unfortunately, Rumble is there to be able to blow up Instinct. The Corki falls. Are they going to be able to find more? Kisno gets hit by the knockup. The bubble will come out and shut down. We'll go over to Trevor. It's a 1-for-1 for now. But finally, we start to see some action throughout this game. Really nice play made there by Kisno to be able to catch out Instinct way too far forward. Instinct ends up burning both summoners for that fight and still ends up dying. The Rumble ultimate was clutch coming in from Hoarder. That's how you need to utilize the advantage that Rumble has right now. And they have full priority over this dragon. It's already down to 3k. Are we gonna see an engage here? It's a 4v4 for Citadel. No ultimate for Armeo. Bradley does have the shockwave, but there's just no way in. Dragon will go over to the side of Tempest, and they're equalized now at 2 dragons apiece. Once again, we start to see something happening, but it's not separating these two teams all that much. It's nice to get even more gold onto the Rumble, but he was already very accelerated. And unfortunately for Citadel, their kill goes over to Trevor on the Nami. So neither really making a big impact. If those kills went over to, say, the Orianna or the Tristana or the Sivir, things could be looking a bit different, but... Why does Darkwings have a shutdown? Indeed, why does Darkwings have a shutdown? This game is so funny. Both mid laners have a shutdown. At 0-0-0. Looks like Citadel is going to try to posture aggressively here. They could potentially be looking for Sivir, but with the spell shield, it's so difficult to be able to try and punish her if she times it right. And you know Aaron's going to time it right. He's just simply too good of a player. We do see the priority put on Otacon on the top side. Philip's teleport is back up. Porter has his as well. We could potentially be seeing Otacon pressure be put on now. This could be the fight. If we do get an all-out 5v5 with everybody dropping, that is likely going to be the game decider. I think both teams once again understand that and just don't want to make any mistakes. We see Bradley opting to try and catch the top wave instead. Armeo continuing to try and take camps in the jungle. And now it's actually Tempest's turn to try and have some priority to get some vision around Otacon. But this game has been agonizingly slow for both of these teams. Again, neither of them want to make a mistake. All of these players are super experienced. NACL, Tier 2 experience across the board. Tier 1 experience for players like Armeo and Philip. Even Instinct as well. There are certainly players here that know what they need to do, that know how to stay calm in big pressure. But we will see which team has the balls to be able to force the start here onto Otacon. Which team feels like it's their time. All ultimates are up for the Wombo combo here for Citadel. And once again, that's really what you gotta look out for. If any of the primary carries end up getting caught out, that is a problem. Armeo potentially on a flank. Manui by himself. He is going to catch him out. He's going to use the ultimate to try and burst down Manui. We see some teleports coming in, but the Blast Cone is just going to get him to safety. The teleport is way too deep, though. Hoarder immediately in the middle of the rest of the team. The Equalizer isn't going to land onto everybody. Philip getting very low. Kisno going to drop the ultimate. Philip might be the first to fall, and he is. Right now, it's a 4v5. The Ornalt is not in time. We'll see if they have enough damage to be able to try and turn this, but right now, it's just a 1-4-0. And it looks like it will stay as such. Again, neither team wanting to overcommit to a fight. Philip not able to get the Ornn ultimate off, which is an absolute disaster for Citadel. They're losing these fights very, very minorly, but these losses are eventually going to start stacking up. That 2k gold lead is still very much there for Tempest Gaming, but it is so, so tense. And once again, we have a little bit of a pause here. We saw it in the fight. We are back for a second. But Otacon's still not easily accessible for either team. With everybody still up, Armeo potentially going a bit too deep there. Probably wants to try to play off the wombo of the rest of the team. If he doesn't spend all of his cooldowns on Manui, who's right near a Blast Cone, perhaps that fight looks different, but Trevor is just sitting in the bush by himself. No idea what happened there. Trevor ends up getting blown up, and that is the kind of mistake that you just can't make in a game like this. That is a big catch out here for Tempest. Dragon up in 116. Trevor will, of course, still be alive for that, but that is indeed a mistake. We will see if it ends up getting punished. Baron, of course, not started yet. Baron has spawned. That's how late we are in this game. Dragon up in 1 minute. It is Infernal, as we know, because it is Infernal Soul this game. Neither is on Soul Point, with both being at 2, but both probably want to be at Soul Point with how slow this game is going. Definitely could be an out for both of these teams. Infernal would be elite for both of them. Of course, the Wombo combo would do that much more damage, but getting Infernal Soul on the double marksman comp on the other side is also super important. So a big priority for both of these teams. Philip is at level 11 when we're looking at upgraded items. Right now, it's the Triforce on Wukong that is upgraded. We will see what the rest of the results end up being for that. But Darkwing's continuing to push down on the top side. Philip could be able to match with TP, but looks like they want to try and posture for this first. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Kisnell jumping in on Bradley. Is going to eat the shockwave. The jungler is caught out. Is this going to be a problem? Kisnell has to burn the ultimate, but so much damage is coming in. He's going to drop. Nami will be the trade, but right now, it's looking pretty good for Citadel. Rumble will go down as well. The ult's going to land onto the AD carry, but Sivir has so much damage. She's just walking up and auto-attacking, and this team doesn't have enough to be able to break her down. It's a beautiful stopwatch. It might buy enough time, and it just does. Aaron will eventually fall, but Darkwings does arrive, and just as he does, the game ends up freezing a little bit. Darkwings jumping in. A horrible time to see a delay for us, but this fight has become so close. It was a 4v5, no Tristana, but this could be the cleanup that they're looking for. Please, please, replay. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to work. This is the worst possible time. No way. Come on, man. Come on. No shot. He's gonna land eventually. We're gonna be getting back to this play in any second. I gotta keep the momentum up. Oh, this one is agonizingly long too. The client hates us indeed. Shout out Riot Games. Oh my goodness. All of this, I think, because of the pauses to catch back up. Well, when you try to analyze this situation, Tristana looks like she's gonna be in a pretty good spot when she ends up landing here. This looked like such a good fight for Citadel. They were able to knock down a priority targeting Kisno as the dragon started. Hoarder just went a little bit too deep, was able to get a lot of damage, but it was in trade for the support in Trevor. Oh, come on, client! I'm begging you! Please. Please, I might switch us over to the NACL stream. I gotta see if they're... No, they're also buffering. They are also buffering. Right in the middle of this fight. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Great job, Riot. Great job, Riot. I can't believe it, man. Dude, I was so hyped. We finally got the fight we were looking for. Technical pause. I presume they're running into the same thing we are. Funniest time to pause? Indeed, after 25 minutes of back and forth, like close, tense action, nothing happening, we finally get something happening on the map. And that's the time where we get this intense pause. I don't know if it's a, I don't think it's a player pause. We would see if it's a player pause. This is like legit a bug, I think, on spectator mode. But it's happening to everybody because they're not even in game either. Oh boy. What about you, Cubby? What about you? He's watching Manui perspective. That is very smart. I assume this is Manui. I follow Manui. Where are you? Where are you, man? Ah, no ads. No, no, no. Peak Gen G versus Peak JDG level gameplay. They just pause at the first good team fight. Indeed. I can't believe that this is happening. I can't believe that this is happening. Clearly something went right. We saw that Manui was on Baron. So clearly Darkwing's got something here. Please, Twitch, let me watch the team fight, please. I'm begging you. I am begging you. This is like legit worst case scenario. Riot Games, please fix your game. Okay, we're seeing it here. 7-4. They have Baron. They're in a really good spot here. We have game audio to know when they come back. Just one kill. Yeah, it was just the one kill. It was just the one kill. Here, I'll close this to get even more space. Crazy, crazy stuff. Now we're just watching Manui. They are sieging down mid lane tier 1 here. Otacon is up. That could be where, it could be where Citadel are. Looks like they're waiting over the wall. Absolute disaster here, by the way, from Riot. Like, the fact that this is happening is absurd. Like, this is absurd. I can't believe we have to do this. Anyways, they're sieging down this tower as well now. Tempest is looking real good here. It would take a miracle fight. It would take a miracle fight. I feel so bad for NACL broadcast. They can't even switch in a game to qualify. Yeah, it sucks for them. Dude, Riot, fix your game. This is unacceptable. And for it to happen now is ridiculous, but also like complete like comedic irony. Complete comedic irony. Oh, Bradley caught out now too. He's gonna survive. Absolutely brutal stuff. Thank God for Manui, by the way. Shout out to Manui. Thank God that he streams. Thank God that he streams so we can still watch the game. But it is now super important. We've got game sound. Do we want game sound off and just Manui on? Or what? Or do we want background noise? NACL broadcast back? They are back. 29 minutes versus 32. So they are delayed just like we are. Not nearly as delayed, though. Do we just co-stream the channel? Ooh, Philip almost getting solo killed by Hoarder. Hoarder's able to get out. That was the Baron we saw earlier. I think we just watch this. All right, I'm gonna pull away from the overlay and just play the thing. This is absolutely ridiculous to have it happen. To have this happen in the finals, in Game 3 of the finals. Absolutely ridiculous, man. Yeah, I don't know. Citadel's looking rough here, guys. Citadel's looking rough. Is the game over? The game is over. Okay, well, I guess we can check it out. Tempest has won. Tempest will be going on to the NACL. What an anticlimactic... What an anticlimactic way for this awesome tournament to end. Absolutely brutal. Great one to miss, indeed. Well, let's see how it ended. I mean, this is already such a dominant state for Tempest. All they need to do is win one fight from this point, and it's over. We're going to close it out here. Close out the actual client. Dude. What the hell, man? What the hell, Riot? Your game sucks. Well, we'll at least be able to see what ends up happening here. This looks like the fight. Looks like they felt like they caught out Hoarder, and they did, but just so much damage coming in for both Chrome, Aaron, and Xinjiao, Kisno here, where they just blow them up. So much burst. So much burst. We can at least have lo-fi on, right? Yeah, the damage was quick and insane. This game doesn't last more than like 3 more minutes, so I'm curious how this went so bad so quick. Like, do they just run it from this point onwards? You have Bradley, like, mega chasing Darkwings here. Bradley actually just gets solo killed. Like, with Trevor there. That is, like, not good. Ugh. Brutal. Brutal. Sorry, I'm checking it out because I don't know what to... I don't know what I'm allowed to do. I think I'm allowed to watch the rest of this game. But this is brutal. Armeo looking for something, but again, we saw this earlier. There's nothing to find. Like, one errant engage is probably over here. It's probably Armeo going in and just getting deleted and losing. Not that there's, like, anything else they can do. This game's pretty unwinnable. Man, that's brutal. I can't believe we don't even get a climactic end. Not only is our... That's a great shockwave. Did so much damage to Sivir. But Kizno can't die. And oh my god, what an ultimate from Hoarder. He just eviscerated that enemy team. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Citadel stood no chance. No chance against that Rumble ult. No shot. Yeah, that's a pretty easy end. Well, congratulations, Tempest Gaming. Yeah. Congratulations to Tempest Gaming. I would have been more excited about this if it was in-game, even though I'm a Citadel homer. But a brutal way to end the tournament. Not only because Citadel lost, but because it was so scuffed, technically. But congrats to Tempest. It's hard not to say that these players have earned it. You know? It's hard not to say that these players have earned it. Aaron's a monster. Hoarder played great in Game 3. Kizno was great the whole series. Manui gets into the NACL as a support. Darkwings is back in the NACL. All of these guys are awesome. Like, I certainly don't want to make it out to seem that they're bad. I wish that they had qualified over AMI and they had beaten Dogfan so that they could get in through the upper bracket and Citadel could go in to the lower bracket, but I think Tempest can grow to an insane team over the rest of this year. Yeah, I agree. I think this team's good. GG to Tempest. GG to Tempest. GG to Manui. GG to all those guys. It's a brutal loss here for us at Citadel. But hey, man, like, spring's starting up soon. Like, the OQs have got to be right around the corner. Who knows? Maybe we get in for summer. You can still promote to LC or LTA next year if you are, if you win summer, so. But just brutal. Just brutal. All right, guys. It's been fun. It's been fun, but that's probably it for me. There are a lot of great creators up. You guys have any suggestions on who to raid? We could raid Cubby. That seems fair. Nope, Cubby just went offline. Maybe we just don't do a raid today. Maybe no raid. GG to Tempest, great casting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm thankful that you guys chose to watch my stream since the NACL broadcast was broadcasting it as well. I'm very thankful that you guys selected me. It was very fun. Thank you so much. I might stream more in the future. Who knows? We'll try to get an NACL co-streamer license and see where that goes. But, you know, for now, I appreciate you guys watching. I hope you enjoyed the tournament. And I hope you have a good night. Everybody, I will see you later on. Oh, quick plug. Quick plug. Super K-Man Rocks on YouTube. If you don't follow me on YouTube, go follow me on YouTube. I'll post it once again here in chat. We post basically every single day podcast-style videos about what's happening in LoL Esports. Go check it out if you are interested. That's where we're going to be posting most of our content. The streams are just a little bit of extra stuff on the side, so if you're interested in what I do and the way I talk, this is a great place to go. Agreed to the streaming? Yes. Yes. But that's going to be it for me today. I will see you guys there, hopefully in the comment section of those videos. Go leave a comment on the first stand video right now, the finals one. And I will see you guys later. Have a good night, everybody.